Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we have made it to day 4, the final day in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. And the scoreboard currently reads Nottinghamshire leading by 130 runs. They are on 310 for 4 in their second innings. So if you've been following this game from day 1, you'll realise it's really been a battle between two high-quality teams. And yesterday was no different. So let's give you a quick recap of everything that happened on day 3.
Moving again and pulled away on the leg side, and they cried catch, you know, and that wasn't too far away from Malik. I very nearly gave you the setup there. It was almost a replica.
Here is the man in question. Again, bowls. This time it's going to play. Oh, it's gone through the first slip, I beg your pardon.
Bowler Josh Tully, who has one. And does that take the edge? Yeah, it looks like they're celebrating, and the umpire puts his finger up, and Chris Wokes has needed just one delivery with the new ball to end this Nottinghamshire innings. Come in to bowl to Haseeb Hameed, the first ball of the Nottinghamshire second innings, which tucks him up a little bit and defends back down the wickets for a long time, taking wickets.
It's Barnard, and then this one's actually squeezed past for 4 runs. It's overs just before lunch as Booth again to Hameed, foolish delivery, and this time it's played square and it's played for 4 runs off the bat.
Second time around, still batting as Booth bowls to Slater. Just turns it defensively to leg, and that's the end of the 22nd over of the innings. Notts will go to lunch on 58 without loss. Shown that, haven't they?
Yeah, Slater and he faces up to Thompson, and this again, it's past the outside of Slater's back, and he's going to squirt through for 4 runs. 4 more valuable runs here.
Into Hameed. That one just guided beautifully down to third. That was perfectly controlled by Haseeb Hameed. Booth in to Hameed, who will this time get a slightly streakier 4 through third at this end of the ground. Wokes is in, pushed into the offside. Again they come through for a quick single. And Webster with another throw, which again would have been tight for Slater, but that will be the 50 for Haseeb Hameed. Maybe that's why he called him through for a short single.
Webster comes in, and first ball, and this again, it's played, it's caught.
It's hit it straight to Dan Mosley at point, and I don't think you can quite believe it. Chris Wokes, number 17 in the second innings, 3 wickets in the first innings. He's pulled by Hameed, and it just beats a diving Malik for 4.
Painful winter for you as Barnard's in again in 2 straight, and Ben Duckett won't miss out there. He plays that nicely off his legs to bring up 4 for Hameed. He plays that one nice. It's a full wide delivery, that being said, but he punishes it. And that's out of sorts with the rest of the over, but a great shot by Ben Duckett. He reverse sweeps nicely, and that races away to the boundary for 4, and in again, and Duckett on the back foot pushes that nice in. It may race away for 4. Fielder gives chase. It does go for 4.
Yes. So he does go up leg side, and he goes for 4 more.
Somebody's got to scamper back to try and make their ground. Gates bowls lead into the offside, and there it is. Lovely pushed single by Haseeb Hameed on the offside to go to 3 figures just when his side needed a punch of the air, and then a look up to the skies from the Nottinghamshire captain. His teammates out on the balcony, and he sort of gestures towards them as if to say, that's for you. Well, it is for them and for those as well, the Nottinghamshire supporters.
Thompson to complete his 14th over, cut by Duckett, and on the stretch Malik tries to stop it and can't. That's 4 more. Mosley comes into bowl to Hameed, who looks to pull him off the back foot, and that's beautifully played in front of square, well in front of square.
Duckett's on 93. Dan Mosley from our end, the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to the former Northants player. He's got him caught at backward point. Another player out in the 90s for Nottinghamshire this season, and it's Ben Duckett.
The idea of him putting him on the stage against Surrey. Barnard in again. It takes an edge wide of slip, and Hameed will collect 4 more.
It's roughly the same side, although Reece Topley's now available as well.
Oh, and this one from Barnard jags back and takes the top of off stump. There's a yell from Barnard.
There's Booth bowls, and there's asking, and he's got him. LBW, and Haynes has gone now for naught.
Balls to Verena once more. He chips this through mid-wicket for 4. It was aerial for quite a while, but it was in a very safe area.
Says Booth to bowl the final ball, kept a whisker low, but Verena was prepared for it. And I think we've just about talked ourselves through to the end of the day. Nottinghamshire 310 for 4.
So they were the highlights from day 3, and if you saw the footage early yesterday morning, you would have known that Warwickshire took those 2 wickets quite early, and it gave them a choice for Nottinghamshire to follow on, and that is what they took. They asked Nottinghamshire to follow on, and currently, as I said at the start of this show, Nottinghamshire lead by 130 runs. Now that is mainly down to Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid, and we'll talk about them a little bit later on. But what's the kind of feeling in the Notts camp after 3 days? Well, assistant head coach Paul Franks caught up with Owen from the Trent Bridge media team, and here is what he had to say.
Paul, really positive day, batting-wise for Notts. How do you reflect on what we've seen?
Obviously we knew what was in front of us. We were a little way behind the game still. We had a point to prove after having had a tough first couple of days in the game. We knew that partnerships were going to be massive to us. Delighted for the captain to get a significant score, and we had two significant partnerships which have put us in a position where the game's still live going into day 4. I think all 3 results are probably possible. We've got a lot more work to do tomorrow though to get those outcomes. Yeah,
no, you mentioned the start. Does sort of going in on the follow-on, does it change the mindset at all when it comes to that second innings?
I think when you've suffered with the bat a little bit like we did, and we didn't score the runs in the first innings that we would have liked, you've got a bit of a point to prove. We've got some good players. Some of them still searching out for their best form in this early season, definitely. But there's always something there to try and build on. And following on's never easy. And it comes down to the mentality of the group ultimately.
Yeah, of course. And then you sort of mentioned it earlier, the great partnerships that we had. It must be sort of really key for you, especially after a struggling first couple of days, to see the guys sort of come together and pull through that.
Yeah, it is. It's nice. You know, you want more of them as the innings goes on. Of course you do, and that's got to be our aim tomorrow. We need more significant partnerships right down the line. The run rate for the game's been healthy. You know, it's been an excellent cricket pitch. There's something in it for everybody. I think it's a great advert for a county pitch, if I'm honest. The groundsman's done a fantastic job. So, look, like I say, I think that the need for us to build more of those tomorrow is really, really important.
Yeah, of course. And you mentioned the innings for Haas. Finding the form of last year, it must give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, look, he's a class player. He's been an outstanding player in county cricket now for the last 2.5, 3 seasons. And that, I suppose, when he's had a relatively quiet start by his standards, he'll go home tonight delighted with his score.
Yeah, and then looking ahead to tomorrow, as you say, all sort of 3 results are probably there. Or available. What is the sort of mindset going in tomorrow?
I think we've got to look to win all 3 sessions. You know what that looks like. I'll have to wait and see. They've got a relatively new ball. We've seen the ball do a little bit all the way through. But if you bat well and you apply yourself, there's a chance to build the partnerships that I keep talking about. But it has been a partnerships pitch. Once they've been established, it's been hard to bowl at times. We've got short boundary out towards the one side, so runs can be had.
Yeah, of course. And then finally, Ben Duckett, great to have him back, having 250+ scores. Must be really nice to have someone like that.
Yeah, very good. I think he'll feel like he might have left a few out there, and I think he's a little bit frustrated not to have gone on and built an even bigger score. But his form looks good, and that's exciting for us and exciting for him.
So they were the thoughts of Nottinghamshire assistant head coach Paul Franks at the end of day 3. And he mentioned Ben Duckett there, 93 from Ducky. Looked in good nick, to be fair. But also he mentioned about the captain, Hasib Hamid. His 14th 100 for Nottinghamshire. Fantastic innings from Haas. And they showed that battle and kind of that mentality that was needed on day 3. And as Paul Franks said, they'll need that today as well, building partnerships, and we'll have to see what the outcome will be. So the umpires are making their way out. So it's time for me to hand over to your BBC radio commentary team of Richard and Dave Bracegirdle, and I believe, if he's not there already, they'll soon have Jack Haynes. So it's over to you, Dave.
Minutes before the start of play, so book that in future. Did mention there to listeners and viewers on the live feed that be myself, Dave Bracegirdle, with Richard Wilford, and we're hoping to have Jack Haynes with us this morning, at least until it becomes a situation perhaps where he has to go and quickly get changed and get out there. But the umpires, Paul Pollard and James Middlebrook, striding out to the middle. As ever, an engrossing session of Division 1 cricket lies ahead. Warwickshire will still feel they can win this. They, I guess, have sort of giving themselves 3 hours to bowl knots out this morning session, and maybe an hour into the afternoon. And if they can do that, I'll imagine that there's still enough time left in the game to chase down whatever the Notts lead would be by then. Notts will need to keep the board ticking over. Big blow to the home side, losing the wickets of Ben Duckett for 93, Asib Hamid for 115 late on in proceedings yesterday. Clark and Verena still relatively early on in their innings. Of course, they'll have to start afresh this morning. Out there in the middle, we're just waiting for the Bears huddle to break up. Ed Barnard just getting his troops together on the boundary edge, down to our right, of course. Pavilion out of operation as it was last year, so the players emerging from down below us in the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. And there we go with Ed Barnard and the Warwickshire side on their way out to the middle to see if they can have a really good morning with the ball and in the field. Nottinghamshire will be looking to offer resistance, keep those wickets intact for as long as they can, but also keep the board moving to stretch their advantage and take any Warwickshire run chase out of the equation later in the day if they can. Kyle Verena has made 18. Joe Clark with him on 14. Clark in the first innings made 94. He's had a good start to the season, Joe Clark. 92 and 100 in the first two matches. 92 at Taunton against Somerset, 100 in the last game here against Glamorgan, 90 odd in the first innings here. So he's had a fine start to the season, but he'll be looking to add to that today. Batters still to come for Notts: Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, Brett Hutton, Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington. The second new ball was taken late on yesterday on day 3. It's only 6.5 overs old, so Notts are going to have to negotiate that first and foremost. It's going to be Ethan Bamber to get us underway on day 4. And he'll be bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the Pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark on 14 is on strike. We're doing an update for local radio listeners in just a moment, but we're going to get underway before then with Bamber from the far end, bowling to Joe Clark, and first ball of the morning steered to Dan Mosley at backward point, and there's no run. The Bears, as they did for much of yesterday, have a couple of slips in. Here is that update. We've just started on time. We've actually had one ball of the morning which Joe Clark played into the offside for no run. The match situation, Notts 310 for 4, so they lead by 130 over Warwickshire. There might be a little bit of indifferent weather around later on. In the meantime, Notts have just got to continue to occupy the crease and pile on the runs. 310 for 4. Just whilst we were doing that nip in and out into BBC Radio Nottingham's news, there was another gentle push into the offside by Clark, fielded by Big Bo Webster in the covers. There's Bamber in once more. Clark this time drills it back to the bowler, so he's progressively working his way from the first ball, which he played square of the wicket, then into the covers, and this one back to the bowler. So maybe the next one will occupy the thoughts of Chris Wokes going through his warm-up at mid-on. Expect Wokes to bowl the second over of the day from the Radcliffe Road end. There's Bamber, past umpire Pollard. Clark on the front foot. And he was actually walking towards the ball, didn't get anything on it. As it goes through to Alex Davis. Umpire Pollard has, after 4 deliveries, felt that the bails at his end need attending to. And he'll just straighten up and make sure everything's aligned. And the time that Bamba's taken to get back to his mark and receive the ball, here he comes again. Lively right arm, fast medium bowler. It's actually quite slippery fast on occasions. Bowls to Clark, and this one is worked defensively onto the onside. So we're through 5 dot balls of the opening over of the morning here. Again under cloudless skies, really lovely conditions, and let's hope it remains that way. With Nottinghamshire 310 for 4, and what's scheduled to be a 96 over day, of course, as Bamba bowls. Clark again forward and in a position to deflect this away behind square, and it's going to challenge the fielder out there, Zen Malik, who rises to that challenge with a sliding stop down in front of the big screen away to our left. They come back for a couple. First runs of day 4. Joe Clark advances his score to 16. Carl Verena has 18, about to face his first ball of the day. 312 for 4. If you're listening to us rather than seeing the pictures, don't be alarmed at the sound of the hover cover being started up. It's been a familiar sound at the start of play each day, and it is just the ground staff just relocating it just a little further away from the boundary edge on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. It's going to be Chris Wokes, and his arrival into the morning's action coincides with the arrival in the commentary box of a couple of outstanding athletes in the prime of life, in the full flesh of youth, from BBC WM, my good chum representing Warwickshire, the voice of Warwickshire cricket at the moment, Richard Wilford. And we'll say good morning to Richard first of all.
Morning, Dave. You good? You good? See, we can tease who the guest is now. You can just tease. I was going to say I could describe Chris Wokes' first ball, but he decided he doesn't like where his marker is. But he was going through some interesting stretching first thing this morning, Chris Wokes. He wasn't joining in with the football on the outfield. So whether he's not quite at 100%, I don't know. But he's going to bowl his first ball of the day into Carl Verena, who guides it off the back foot out to the fielder at deep point. Malik for another run, 313 for 4.
I think Aaron leaked the tease on his previews, and we will confirm that we're delighted to have been joined by Nottinghamshire's Jack Haynes, who's popped up into the commentary box to join us. There he is on the live feed. Thanks ever so much for popping up, Jack. Great to have you up here. We'll chat for 15-20 minutes, however long you're allowed to stay up with us, but great view, isn't it?
Fantastic. It's the first time I've been up here, actually, so yeah, great to be here.
Wokes coming into bowl to Joe Clark now, and Clark forward in defence, pushed up to mid-off. I guess everybody in the Nottinghamshire change room is just waiting to see whether this new ball does anything this morning, because that's the one danger that's left, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I think so, absolutely. I think this first 5-10 over period is pretty important. We're aware of that, and hopefully these two can sort of blunt the Warwickshire attack for 5-10 overs, as I said, and we'll go from there. I think these boys have been playing brilliantly. Obviously Clark is in great form, so fingers crossed.
And he does have something of a habit against Warwickshire as well. I was a bit shocked he missed out on 3 figures in the first innings, as he faces up to Wokes, and again staunchly in behind that. Perfect forward defensive, rather well timed forward defensive that goes flying up towards mid-off.
Richard's already mentioned the pre-match football from the Warwickshire side. You boys, there can't be a keener group in the country than the Notts. What do you call it? Foot volleyball or head tennis?
We call it head tennis. There's a few lads who fancy themselves as keen footballers. The standard's mixed, I'd say. So.
Wokes approaches once more. Clark drives it to straight mid-wicket, beats the dive of the fielder, and they'll get at least a couple. The outfield is pretty brisk at the moment. The chase right down to the rope, and they're going to come back for 3. So Clark gets his account up and running for the day. He's at 19, 316 for 4. Nottinghamshire the lead, 136.
I was watching on this morning. I reckon if you played drafts with Ben Slater, he'd be banging the table and arguing and what have you. There's no more competitive individual as Ben, is there?
No, you can get grumpy sometimes in head tennis, can Ben, as can we all, in fairness.
Did he win today?
I think we did win on the last point. Dylan Pennington had his best game ever, which is probably about a 4 out of 10. So that sums his game up.
Wokes now to Verena, who guides it towards mid-wicket. Mosley comes in. Yeah, the sort of the foot volleyball, head tennis combination taking over from any contact sports. I think both teams have a little bit of a history of injuries coming up in contact football. Certainly a well-known fast bowler for Warwickshire who broke his ankle in a pre-match warm-up.
Who was that?
I can't possibly say.
Oh, right. Oh.
I can't possibly say.
Because Fidel Edwards broke a leg, didn't he, when he was playing for Hampshire?
Oh, he did, yeah. He had a spell at Warwickshire, but that wasn't the player who got injured for the Bears. As this is off the pads, I think, of Verena. It goes down fine, and they'll come through comfortably for 2. It's going to be signalled as leg byes. The umpire has his hand ready, and shows that to the scorers. 318 for 4, and the end of the over.
Yeah, there was a late withdrawal one year down at Taunton. Ryan Sidebottom was a late withdrawal, and that later emerged. He'd got a bit of a kicking in the football. Has it come from on high? You don't play football anymore, or is it just that it's easy? It's an easy game to put together, a six-a-side, head tennis, head volleyball.
So. I think a couple of the counties still play it. I think we've pushed for it a couple of times, but there's a bit of pushback from the coaching staff. Understandably, I think. You don't want to lose one of your big seamers early in the season to an ankle injury for a 2-footer.
There's Ethan Bamber. Not 318 for 4 as Clark steers it into the offside. I've mentioned a couple of times on commentary, and I mentioned it within Joe's earshot this morning, talking to Paul Franks. Some sharp haircuts about this week, Paul. What's happened to him? What's happened to Clarkie? Has he had a run in with a lawnmower?
He's gone for the old buzz cut look. I think it suits him, actually. I wouldn't tell him to his face, but I think it does suit him. I'm not sure if a few others will follow the trend. I don't know whether Fergus has influenced him there. Australian mate.
It's a bit of an O'Neill look, isn't it? Next ball on its way now, beats Clark on the outside. Nice. Lovely delivery. We can prattle on about all sorts of things, but I guess regards to the cricket, you've been out there, spent a long time in the field.
Not very long batting, Dave.
and a long time in the slip cordon as well, which we may come on to. I mean, the surface is hard and true, and it's going to be hard work, you'd imagine, to take wickets if the batters don't get themselves out.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly like a classic Trent Bridge pitch, really. It's definitely flattened out.
There's Bamber bowls. Clark will deflect this behind square on the leg side for his 20th run, 319 for 4. Is that the feeling this morning? Just go out there, maintain your discipline, and keep the board moving when you can, but protect your wicket at all costs.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's important to know that runs also matter. I think we'll probably, Clarkie and Carl score pretty freely normally, so I think they'll just play their own way, really, play their normal game, and runs matter as well. So if we can put on another 100, 150, and it starts to look sort of out of sight for Warwickshire. So I think that'll be the plan. But hopefully these two just play their natural game.
Bamber, the former Middlesex man, bowling to the South African Verena. Don't think he knew where that had gone. Almost did a complete 360-degree spiral before he'd located it. Clark called him through for a run on the leg side.
I think Ethan had a word with him as he went through that. I can't imagine Ethan sledging. No. It would be the most formal sledging. It'd be, excuse me, sir, but I don't think that you really intended that.
Has there been anything out on the pitch this time? And I guess it'd be friendly, but obviously Ed Barnard, you would know very well, and all most of the Notts team would know him very well. He stuck around quite a long time, didn't he? 320 for 4. As this is clipped slightly uppishly by Clark onto the leg side. You will already have deduced, Jack, that I've got to peer round our new large monitor to actually see. They're playing that far over on the Fox Road side, but it's absolutely fine.
No, it's a great view from up here. No, but I thought obviously Ed Barnard played brilliantly. A few of us know him pretty well from Worcester, so he's a brilliant player, and it's a shame that he stuck around for so long. But no, there wasn't too much sledging out there.
Did he ever think, as a teammate, he'd be captaincy material?
I think so. Yeah, he's.
There's Barnard in bowling again. To Verena, a play and a miss. Went hard at that one. Good delivery, and maybe Ethan had another little word there, a little chirp. End of the 91st over of the innings. Nottinghamshire 321 for 4. They've added 11 runs this morning, so lead overall by 141. Dave Bracegirdle, Richard Wilford, and Jack Haynes with you for the early part of the day, and it's great to have you. I mentioned downstairs that you were going to pop up, and Jackie on reception said his mum was here yesterday, and oh, isn't she lovely? And it sounds wrong of me to say, isn't your mum lovely? But there was nobody bursting and beaming with pride more on the last day of last season than your mum. She absolutely.
Yeah, she enjoyed that.
Loved the day.
Yeah. She might not have enjoyed yesterday as much as she enjoyed
regular?
the. Oh no, they pop up every now and again, Mum and Dad. She'll be a regular on the stream, that's for sure. Along with my granddaddy watches most games.
Chris Wokes coming into bowl. First ball of a new over to Clark, forced off the back foot. Wide of the deep point. Bit of work for Malik to do. Keeps them down to a single. 322 for 4.
We do requests and whatever, you can feel free to say hello to your mum.
I thought you were offering to sing something then.
I'm not sure about that, but karaoke. Well, that's what the listeners want.
Bit of Elton John for Jack's mum, I don't know.
I'm not sure that's this sort of genre.
I promise that's the thing, cricketers' mums are younger than we are now, Dave. That's the problem. That's the problem. She probably wants Lady Gaga, not Elton John. As Chris Wokes comes in once more to bowl to Verena. That's a good leave outside off stump. There's a flashing light above the Tunnel of Love today. There's a little digger in front of the pavilion.
Some work going on back there, isn't there?
You looking forward to moving back in?
I think so, yeah. It's actually been quite nice over this side. I've enjoyed it. The change rooms are good and the lads have enjoyed it. But yeah, it will be nice to get back over there at some point.
180 years in the pavilion, move to this side and win the county championship. There's a story in that.
There's an argument for staying this side, I think. But no, it'll be good to get back over there, and it looks like to me fairly impressive.
Wokes, wicket in this second innings, comes into boulder for Verena, who flicks it neatly off his pads behind square. And towards really a deep backward square leg as much as anything. Michael Booth down there. Sorry to mention Michael Booth.
Michael Booth. I told you this is a Booth-free morning.
I interviewed him last night.
Yeah. I sort of listened. I was earwigging as you well. It seems a lovely fella.
He is a nice lad, yeah. And he just, by the way, he confirmed that he qualifies in October.
Okay.
So he qualifies as English at the end of this summer. So still technically playing as an overseas, but very much one for the future. He's in contract as well for next year. Wokes bowls again. Oh, and a bit of a cut and a miss there from Clark. And that's a shot he didn't need to play. The feet haven't really got going. And he's slashed at that just using his hand-eye coordination. He'd like to take that one back, I think.
Irrespective of his bowling, Booth has had a big influence on this game. That was a damaging half an hour or so where he cut loose, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. I think they toured hard and they probably reaped the rewards of Ed staying around for so long and putting the overs in the bowlers' legs, and then they punished us at the right time. So yeah, I thought it was an impressive partnership.
Wokes will be encouraged by that previous delivery, but now he's tucking Clark up, who neatly works it up from almost waist height down towards deep backward square for another single. 324 for 4, the lead 144.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but you seem to have found yourself a slot at third slip, and you're a naturally athletic young man. You've executed some run-outs and all that we've seen in the past. You've got a good arm. Is this a good thing for you, or do you need to spill one or two to get out there?
No, I enjoy it. I enjoy the challenge being in the slips. It's
Wokes wraps him on the pad here, an appeal for LBW. Just the reaction of Verena made it look like it might have just cut back too much. It seemed to get a little bit of movement there. The first really difficult delivery from Chris Wokes for Verena to deal with. We're just going to see a replay. And I think going to height I think might also have been a problem. But it has done a little bit off the seam, that one.
So you stood next to Duckett all day. I would imagine that's quite an experience. Are you learning anything, not necessarily to do with cricket?
I don't know, there's actually a lot of cricket chat. He thinks very tactically about the game. Ducky, he's always sort of moving fielders and speaking to Haas, so you learn a lot actually in terms of where he thinks fielders should go, and you also have a laugh because you're out there for a long time, so you've got to have a laugh.
It's Bamber from the Stuart Broadend bowls wide of the pegs. I mean, it's quite
actually, can you tell Ben to I reckon he put 20 minutes on the day's play on Friday with his moving fielders and all that sort of thing.
Well, unfortunately, we're -2 on the over 8 still, so we'll have to get that back at some point, hopefully.
I don't think you've bowled for 8 hours or something. There's new regulations, isn't there?
You're 46 minutes short, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
So if you don't bowl, you're okay.
Oh, that's good news.
None of us could get our heads around the old-fashioned over 8 system as Clark pushes us in the offside, but they've changed it all again this
If you do have to bowl, it might have to be you off 3 paces quickly.
There'll be some worse bowler than that, I'll tell you that.
Have you got a first class wicket?
No, I bowled one over last year, Dave, at Taunton. It was that'll be my first and last, I think.
We were talking yesterday, actually. I'm saying when they were batting together, both Hamid and Duckett, I've seen get wickets for Nottinghamshire, but
I've heard
only
about
one
duckies
apiece.
a few times.
You've what?
I've heard about duckies a few times.
New ball. He took the new ball and got Sam Robson caught down the leg side, but Robson had got about 160. I think it was 320 for none. This is guided nicely by Clark for 4. First boundary of the morning, just runs it away down to the unprotected third man area, and Joe Clark up and running on 27. They've added 42, 328 for 4.
You know, we were discussing weird wickets when the game's dead, because I think play should be called off at tea when a game's dead, but anyway, we'll come to that. But I forgot the weirdest wicket I saw about 2-3 years ago. The Bears were playing at Northampton, took a new ball after tea. Michael Burgess bowled with the new ball and got a livid Rob Keogh with a genuine outswinger, caught behind by a wicket-keeper, Craig Miles.
Oh, it can't be much worse than that as a batter, I don't think.
So it's not just the bowler, but Milo keeping wicket at 6'5". It was the grumpiest retreat I've seen from a batter for quite a long time.
328 for 4. Bamber. Clark gets a long way down the track and goes through to the keeper. I think they don't say anything you shouldn't say, but I think the skipper was repeatedly getting warned by the umpires for doing that. I've not seen them have a go at Joe yet, who does like to get well forward, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think we had an official warning for walking down, but it's tend to be pretty rare, I think, so I think we should be all right.
I don't think I've ever seen it happen before, an official warning for it.
I think it's a strange rule, to be honest, but
you want to get there to, as Richard was saying yesterday, just sort of negate any late movement, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
When the bat out there, Clark, it goes, well, I'm going to say it goes through to the keeper, but it's gone under Alex Davis, who progressively, as this game has gone on, has sort of given way to the feeling that I think we had on day 2, that he perhaps got one on the finger end. He's let 1 or 2 go through now and doesn't seem at all entirely happy with 1 or 2 of these low deliveries. There was a spell where Webster, every time he fielded it, was absolutely fizzing the ball in. I don't know if you noticed at that period I were watching, but I think he got 1 on the finger end. 329 for 4. Next ball goes through to the wicket-keeper, and that's the end of the over. Jack Haynes with us for a few minutes. Got any questions or just want to get in touch about anything else? We're on the old email, bracecricket@icloud.com. We're on the Twittery thing at bracecricket, and Richard's also got an email address.
wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Is it sort of odd having a day today when you're hoping not to be involved at all? Because, a successful day for Nottinghamshire is you don't have to get out there, because if we take draw as the most likely scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hopefully, hopefully the lads can get the job done and bat most of the day. That'd be ideal. And if we do get out there, then we out in the field and try and put a bit of pressure on where we can.
I mean, these are a strong side this year. There's no doubt about that. You started last year, the first 3 matches with a win and 2 draws, and leave this one with a draw. You bang on course again.
Wokes to start a new over. Clark tucks him through mid-wicket, vacant area. The ball will go across the used wickets and should. Oh, it's going to just creep and not quite reach. Catching it up is Dan Mosley. They'll come back for 3. That really did slow down once it got onto the lusher green. And Clark will go to 332 for 4. Another 22 runs added this morning, so the lead now beyond 150.
I know you've better things to do than read BBC pre-season previews and also one in the cricket paper, and I'm sure Richard did one as well, but I was sort of asked to do one about the prospects and player to look out for this year. And whilst a lot of people put a 17 or an 18-year-old that was bursting through and hadn't really developed into a first team player, I'll come back to it in a moment.
Chris Wokes approaches for rain again through mid-wicket, not so firmly struck this time, so it should just be 2. He's to 23, 334 for 4. You build it up to say you put the curse on Jack.
Yes, exactly. Anybody who did read it will have seen that hardly an up-and-coming youngster in the game, but off the back of last year with 4 centuries, you had a great year, but there is still another level or 2 to go, I think, in your game, and I'm sure you feel the same, and almost certainly Peter Moores feels the same.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I felt like I contributed nicely last year, but yeah, as you say, it certainly feels like there's another step to go, and hopefully I can keep on improving and keep putting scores on the board for Notts.
Verena awaits. And this is behind square on the leg side. Chris Works hasn't got his line right this over at all. Turns back looking rather rueful as a further single is added to the score. 335 for 4.
It was almost like the dam burst last year. You got all those 50s in a row in 2024. You just needed that first 100 and then you rattled 4 off in next to no time last year.
Yeah, I think so. It was obviously nice to sort of get the monkey off the back in that sense. And then more importantly, try and score some runs at times when the team needed it, and hopefully I can continue to do that this year.
Wokes in smoothly to Clark, and this again is very straight and steered wide of Bamber at mid-on for another single. 336 for 4, and that is the 50 partnership between Carl Verena and Joe Clark. Fairly even contribution between the two, and at that point that you made, Jack, that actually keeping the scoreboard ticking over as well just gradually moves things out of sight. I guess there hasn't been much discussion about whether there'd be a target you'd ever set today, because it's pretty flat.
Yeah, not particularly. I think we take it session by session and see where we are, to be honest.
Wokes none for 53 now in this innings. That was a defence almost down onto his own foot, I think, there from Verena as he got in behind it. Goes out to Bo Webster in the covers.
You've got to be fairly phlegmatic, haven't you, about being a top order batter. I mean, you got a nice 50 odd at Taunton, you got 100 in the last game when the side really needed it. You miss out this time, but it's one of those, you can't get too high with the big days or too low with the low days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's part of being at the order and batting, and sometimes you're going to miss a couple of balls and sometimes you'll have a good day. So
a large stride forward from Verena to the final ball of the over from Chris Wokes. So we're 6 overs into the day, 26 runs added, no wickets lost. It's been Nottinghamshire's morning so far. Warwickshire are going to make this into a match between now and lunch. They're going to need to make a breakthrough pretty quickly, you fancy?
I haven't got a first name, but A.M. Wilson, thank you for your correspondence email.
That's just what he calls himself in the morning.
Well, yeah, maybe it's P.M. Wilson this afternoon, yeah. Just literally, obviously a man or a lady of few words, asked Jack who's the trickiest bowler he's ever faced.
It'll be Michael Booth this game.
Good answer. There's Ethan Bamber. 94th over of the innings, 7th of the morning beginning now, and this is steered into the offside, and there's no run. I guess that comes in, there's different sorts of bowler, aren't there? Some really tricky spinners around, and there's some really pacey bowlers. Yeah,
of course. I suppose it depends on the pitch and everything. I suppose I was a youngster. I remember my first class debut against the touring Aussies, faced Hazelwood and Stark, and that was fairly tasty at times. So as a sort of 18-year-old, that was probably the biggest test. So I'd probably say one of those two.
Was that at New Road?
It was, yeah.
Oh, I mean,
2019, I think.
The days of tour matches at New Road, it used to be a great thing. It used to be the first port of call for touring teams.
It was certainly good fun, playing against some of those big names at that stage of my career. But they don't seem to be happening as much anymore.
No, it's a shame, and I do miss the tour matches from the schedule. And I know that you've got plenty of cricket to play, but there is something about those occasions.
Bamber into bowl to Joe Clark, who's inched his way to 31, steers this to Sam Hain in that floating position. I think every time we turn around or every time we look, Sam Hain's in a different position. He's either next to Rob Yates or he's gone to third or 3.5 or 4th of the gully. He's just going on a gut feel, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. It feels like one of those pitches where sometimes you've got to try and make something happen as a fielding team, as a captain, and maybe moving him in. I know Yates had the helmet on yesterday up close in the slips to try and see if one would carry. So something like that, we could make a difference.
And again comes Ethan Bamber, wide enough to be left alone. And spinners, has there been not necessarily somebody who's got the wood over you, but a spinner that you found particularly tricky?
I think Harmer's always a good test when you play Harmer from Essex. There's a reason why his stats are so good, especially at Chelmsford. So he's always a good test, and look forward to that later in the year. It's always a good challenge. So I'd probably say him.
Yeah, he's relentless, isn't he, as well?
Absolutely, yeah. Doesn't miss much.
Lovely morning again in Nottingham as Ethan Bamber bowls. Nice fullish delivery on the pads of Joe Clark. Works it out to Malik. Deep square in front of the Fox Road stand. Single taken. 337 for 4. Working week has started, of course. Not quite as many inside Trent Bridge today, but still a healthy enough crowd. And there's a few in the fridge that have come down to the front few rows to get into the sunshine. Always nice to see people spread around. I call it a little bit of the fisherman syndrome. People just want to go and sit on the riverbank on their own, just get away from everybody else, and be left alone as Verena works this. I was going to say onto the onside, but he's forced Chris Wokes to scamper after it out towards the Hound Road stand, so there'll be a couple of runs. 3.39 for 4. It is nice to look around and see, you know, even if the stands aren't full, people here, there and everywhere. I hate going to grounds where sort of one half has been...
They just open 2 bits of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I know they do it for cost reasons. You know, if you don't open the stand, you don't have to have stewards or whatever, but they seem to get away with it here, don't they?
Yeah, it's nice. We always seem to get a good discussion of people here, especially on the weekends. So when the weather's been lovely, so nice day to come down.
The sighting of this strip has caused 1 or 2 problems, seemingly, for the left-handers when the bowlers have gone round the wicket. More in a second as Bamber bowls and Verena defends, because we've got the tunnel of love at the far end there. People will move from one side to the other and just emerge often at the time that a left-hander's about to face. And so, particularly Ben Slater yesterday, once or twice just sort of having to hold up play. Do you get are you one of those that if somebody moves at the far end, you back away? I know some batters, if somebody sneezes, they'll hear it and know and be distracted, whereas others, you can, have a brass band playing and they'll still be happy to face the ball.
Yeah, no, I tend to be. I think sometimes if I see something and I think it's going to keep moving, it tends to sort of distract me. Sometimes you just sort of, your mind veers onto something. So, it depends really, I think. Especially if their head pops out every now and again, it can be distracting.
Yeah, that really must be if somebody just emerges from the tunnel and it's an inopportune time.
Yeah, the surface this week could not be more awkwardly placed for that little tunnel end. You can see a pale line of grass that shows that it is running sort of from just outside Joe Clark's off stump to the end of the tunnel in a straight line. Chris Wokes continues and Clark dabs him in the offside. That's a well judged single. He goes to 33, 340 for 4. I have to admit, I'm looking as a bear next to a former pair. do you miss Derby night? No. Derby night in the T20 at New Road is great. 'Cause it's early because there are no floodlights. 5:30 on a Friday every year without fail. And it's an atmosphere. It's a throwback to the days of the John Player League when he used to have the place absolutely full and singing and chanting and all that sort of thing. But it's a great atmosphere that night, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, they were certainly great games to play in, both home and away, to be honest. So we didn't always get the win against the Bears, but
full delivery defended by Verena into the offside.
But yeah, certainly great games to play in. And yeah, I suppose you could say you missed them. We have similar, big crowds here at times and exciting games. So yeah, the T20 season's sort of soon coming round, isn't it?
It has. And actually, Nottinghamshire and the Bears has become a really good T20 rivalry. Only now with the new groups, won't see each other as often. It's not going to be a 2 a year anymore.
I think we play this year, don't we?
Yeah. There's a double header here with the Blaze playing the Bears women as well.
Oh, fantastic.
So that'll be a good day. Wokes approaches once more. Verena looking to cut him out towards the deep point field and Malik. And there's no run.
The 2 matches last year, and apologies Warwickshire fans, because Notts have been on the wrong end of some real batterings by the Bears over the year. You think of Carlos Brathwaite whacking a quick 80 or whatever it was, but the 2 games last year, Notts won, and they were both, if not last ball, last over thrillers, weren't they? You got a quick 80 in the game here, and Tom Moores and Daniel Sams did it at Edgbaston. They were great games, weren't they?
Yeah, they were great games. Yeah, luckily they both sort of swung our way, but in those games they can go either way usually.
Wokes turned towards mid-wicket. Sam Hain is there. There'll be a single to Clark. He's 34, 342 for 4.
What do you make of having to go to Canterbury for a T20 game on a Friday night this year? It's a little different, but that's rather a tricky
it is. It'll be interesting
fixture.
To see, how the difference in groups makes a difference to the general feel of it, because you're used to playing the same teams, I suppose. So it might be nice to play Kent down there, and obviously apart from the travel.
Apart from the travel and the traffic, yeah.
You want to bat second down there as Verena awaits and clips this off his hip down for a single. Actually, I'm not so sure. I'd say the thing at Canterbury that catches you, that you don't get in the Northern Group, you never get in the Northern Group, not much anyway, is they get dew, don't they? They get evening dew down there. Yeah.
We'll bear that in mind.
So the ball does tend to skid on later in the evening.
Right.
A.M. Wilson's come back and says he's enjoying the commentary, and it's Alan Wilson. So thank you, Alan, for coming back to us.
Early in the afternoon, he's Paul. Wokes, final ball of his 16th over, and that's a good stride forward from Clark, pushes it out to Webster in the covers, and another over goes. 8 gone, and with each over that Nottinghamshire kill off, the draws closer, you would feel.
I'm sure you've been acquainted with Chris Morley, one of the die-hard Nottinghamshire fans. He sends his regards, Outlaw Chris, saying hello, and Jack's keeping it under his lid. Any thoughts of Notts getting a result? If I know the general, that's Paul Frank's nickname, he'll be pushing for a win later on. You don't like to talk about surfaces not being able to produce a positive result, but from here it's difficult to see how Notts can get enough runs and leave themselves enough time to put Warwickshire under real pressure, coupled with the fact that it's hard on there to get wickets in clusters.
Yeah, certainly. I think. Look, the most obvious result, hopefully for us, is a draw. But I think you look at it and stranger things happen in the game. You see games where teams are under pressure late on and crumble. So we've certainly lost wickets in a couple of clusters. So I'd never say never in that stage. I'm sure
it'd be remarkable.
It'd be a remarkable
end
win,
to the day
but,
if Notts won from here.
I'm certainly hoping that's the case.
They lead by 163. The Bears are turning to Jordan Thompson to have a spell, and his first ball induces a little bit of a fiddle outside the off stump from Verena. His bat was neither vertical nor horizontal. It was just a little bit of a crooked first ball. Have a look at a bowler fiddle, and he was lucky not to get an edge. Mark the Mod has been in touch. Notts fan, but he's gone roving this morning. He says, I'm listening actually from the Oval this morning. Gus Atkinson is all right, but he's no Josh Tong. Tell Paul Walter, his tall Paul Walter has been cut off dubiously this morning, he says, as this has eased into the offside. Big tall Walter. Come on, Notts, keep fighting. Listening from the Oval, that's Mark the Mod. He's out there on a spying mission, because you've got Surrey week after next. Yeah. What a game last September! Yeah,
it was certainly the best game I've been involved in my career so far. That was a special couple of days, and obviously with everything that was on the game. I think everyone who's down there knows it was pretty special. And when Slats took that catch at the end, it was we didn't know what to do with ourselves.
Party time. The intensity of that match was terrific. As Jordan Thompson bowls again to Verena, works it up to Wokes at mid-on. There's no run.
You've watched some good games, haven't you, Dave? What's been your favourite?
Well, for intensity, I can't think of any to rival that. I mean, it was just a remarkable game, and we actually talked about it, and Richard and the other commentators know that Surrey get a bad rap for being Surrey, don't they? They've got all the money, they've got all the fans, they've got all the England players. They've won the title. Was it 3 times in a row as Verena gets this away, slightly edgy-ish to the right of Sam Hain, and he gets a boundary and away for 4. 347 for 4, but this current generation of Nottinghamshire players and in recent years, that's got to be up there. But I thought Surrey was so magnanimous in the defeat. I don't know what it was like with you players and in the dressing room and whatever, but I had so many messages from Surrey fans congratulating Notts, which wasn't necessarily expecting, to be perfectly honest. Enjoying the coverage, and felt that Notts last year, were deserving champions, and you were.
Yeah, no, it was certainly a good game. They're a very respectful team. I thought Surrey last year. I thought they played hard but fair, and they all seemed like decent fellas.
This is pulled by Verena to Wokes on the bounce at mid-on. It was short from Jordan Thompson, and I guess his eyes would have lit up there looking for some free and easy runs, which didn't materialise. 347 for 7.
He got on that a bit early then, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was just that was still in the air beyond the stumps. It was never going to reach Chris Wokes, but I have to point out a false shot, because there haven't been very many in the first 40 minutes.
Thompson in again to bowl, and he's defended this one out on the offside. 347 for 4. End of the over. How was your winter? Did you get away? You didn't crop up as playing cricket anywhere in any of the big franchises, but did you get away anywhere?
I got to Sydney for 3 or 4 months. I actually lived with Lyndon James and his fiancée for the 4 months. We had a great time.
You played some cricket?
Yeah, played over for a team called St George in the Sydney grade competition, which was good. Just nice to be outside playing and training and being in the sun, which was nice. Slightly different to being in the Sobers or Hadley Hall here. But no, we had a great time. I've been away a couple of times now the last couple of years, and yeah, it feels like sometimes you come back and you feel like try and hit the ground running when you've been away. So that's been nice.
There's a fella coming on to bowl now. I don't know if we should mention it or not. I mean, what are Michael Booth's particular traits? Why has he had such a good game here, do you think?
Well, he certainly, bustles in. Looks like he puts 100% in every time he bowls. He's a lot of energy when he's in the field and when he's bowling, to be honest. And yeah, he looks like a wholehearted cricketer. It hits the deck pretty hard and runs in. You'd have seen a lot of him.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's a powerful, slightly shorter bowler, isn't he? But he does get really good carry. He bowls a good Yorker as well. A little bit of variety. When he goes full, he's quite dangerous. Joe Clark will receive his first ball and pushes forward in defence. But that idea of him being all action and determined in everything he does, he is. I mean, you look at the power when he bats as well. Not just the 70 here, but his previous innings. A fortnight ago, he got 48 at Hove as well, and put one in the top deck of the pavilion. So
I don't know how much of Peter Siddle you've seen, but to me, he's Peter Siddle Mark II. He played here for a while and very similar approach and action.
We were arguing who'd be the quicker now, and I feel probably Booth is quicker now,
Sid.
but Siddle was quicker at his peak.
I don't know, he's bowled some quick spells recently, Siddle.
Yeah, very full, out into the offside. Clark was fancying a single, it wasn't really on. Webster was coming round, Verena was going nowhere. So Clark scampers bat 347 for 4.
The Gold Top Milkman's been in touch at Brace Cricket. A fascinating day's play ahead, that's for sure. Thank you very much. Succinct from the Gold Top Milkman. Brian Jackson's with us, one of our regulars. Morning to you all from Brian. Tough day ahead. Thank you very much for the coverage.
Booth sprints in again. So Clark drives him through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out on the boundary, Dan Mosley. Comes across to do the fielding.
Dave, big Forest fan, an excellent day yesterday. Notts got right back into it. Those 3 late wickets last night means there's still a lot of work to do for Notts today to avoid defeat. Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks to everybody that's just taken the trouble to get in touch this morning and pass on a message to Jack. You've been here a bit longer than I said. Would you pop up for it? Well, that's all right. Don't. By all means, you can stay here all day. Are you superstitious, or is there a superstitious element to the dressing room about, don't move if there's a partnership?
Not hugely. Usually a few of us sit down with a crossword, and if it's going all right, we tend to stay there for the session. So.
Booth into Verena, very full off the inner half of the bat. It'll go in front of square. Mosley again into field. Verena to 33, 349. For 4. If there's one thing that I suspect Peter Moores might talk to you guys about afterwards, one difference in the two teams this week is Warwickshire have had the final hour every day, and I think it's really interesting. In the days of Dermot Reeve and Bob Walmer, they used to stress how important the final hour of a day's play is when you're tired, and that's where they've played a lot of their best cricket this week.
Yeah, no, certainly. We talk as a team about starting and finishing sessions well, and we've probably just not done that as well this week.
Booth defended back down the wicket by Clark, and there's no run.
I think credit to the opposition as well. They've put us under pressure at times and taken opportunities. So it sort of goes both ways. But no, it's definitely something we talk about and something we will talk about heading into Leicester next week.
A question from producer Kirsty. What do you all make of Trent Bridge Live and the coverage? So that's a loaded question from producer Kirsty.
She's
we love
fishing.
it, Kirst. We love it. It's the best.
Say it again.
Booth into Clark, leaves alone outside off stump.
No, Aaron and Kirst do a great job. Aaron's more on comms now, and he's the face of it all at the moment. I've seen him a couple of times on the video, looking very smart.
Oh, look at the speed in which the ground staff are coming on here for some tamping, brushing and digging.
There's Richard Marshall with his tamperer. 349 for 4.
It's an issue where Michael Booth is putting his front foot down. So he's having a good go at that. Really surprised at all yesterday when the follow-on was, because it's very rare these days if it's under 200 that the follow-on gets asked, and you were back in straight away. I
probably wasn't surprised. I think if I put myself in their shoes, I'd have probably done the same, to be honest. Felt like the pitch wasn't going to deteriorate too much in terms of batting 4 things is always tricky, we know that, but no, I think if I was in their shoes, I'd have probably done the similar thing, to be honest.
I think it's a rare thing, but I think it was as much a tribute, you're right, to the surface, and thinking actually the hardest thing to do here now is to take 10 more wickets. Yeah,
absolutely. I also think, with Warwickshire's seam attack having 6 bowlers, they can rotate all the time, and they didn't have bowlers into their 24th, 25th over like we maybe did in the first inning, so it makes a big difference, I think.
It's a good effort on the sprint, but it's a bit of a race between the two, and the bigger lad of the two was doing really well, about 4/5 distance, and then got left behind. Feel for him.
Going to be Jordan Thompson to continue after that brief stoppage for running repairs. Nice looking shot from Verena, gets a boundary. A late cut all the way along the ground safely, past the diving Mosley and away for 4. Takes knots to and beyond the 350 mark. More importantly, the lead up to 173. I just wonder if Notts can stretch that advantage, said yesterday, if they can get to 300 by the time they'd got to a 300 lead. Just maybe the Bears would have run out of time to chase it down, but of course that's all in the future.
But also they don't look like taking the wickets. See, that's the thing, they have a 300 lead, they might still have these two batted.
I hope so.
Jordan Thompson in again to Verena. Turns this to mid-wicket, and there'll be a couple of runs there to the South African, 355 for 4. What an impact he's had since coming to the team. He's a bit of a chatterbox, but a great character as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great man, Carl. He's obviously been here a few times now, and he's part of the furniture, I guess. He's a funny man. He also rates his head tennis skills very highly. But no, that moment when he hit it was a 6, wasn't it, off Nathan Gilchrist last year, was certainly special, and that photo will probably go down in history.
Next ball wide at the off stump through to the keeper, and Richard would verify there was a funny tail to that, wasn't there?
Well, he came, but he was sat where you were on that morning, and he was telling us how he really wanted to hit the runs that would seal the title, because he'd got the winning runs in the World Test Championship. So he sat here telling us that is what is going to happen, and then lo and behold.
Yeah, he didn't have a bad 12 months, did he, Carl? In terms of winning things.
Lovely fella. He's on 39. This pair have kept pace with each other this morning. Jordan Thompson in again, and he'll move to 40. Easing this into the offside, 356 for 4. And he's the ideal man, of course. He's got all the experience in the world now as South Africa's Test wicketkeeper. He's the ideal man just to go out there, know what's required this morning, and to deliver.
Yeah. So what are his international commitments this year? Because
I think he's many Test matches, isn't so I think he's pretty much here for the whole. Yeah. I think he might be Metro Banking as well, which is nice. So it's great to have him obviously available for pretty much the whole summer, I think.
2 balls left in Jordan Thompson's 16th. Clark drives this to mid-on. Dan says, I love Trent Bridge live as well, if producer Kirsty's still listening. I love Trent Bridge live as well, Dave. I just wish we could listen in the ground without a delay. Can you ask them if they could sell headsets so we could do that? Regards, Dan. There you go, producer Kirsty. There's nothing else to do. If you can sort out some headsets for everybody in the ground and the sale, like they have at the snooker. You can hear everybody laugh, can't you, when they crack a funny in the commentary box? It doesn't happen with us, of course. This is steered out into the
funny. No.
357 for 4.
I think it's handy to on delay, because if you're half asleep in the ground, here's what you just missed.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
3rd year at Trent Bridge. Is this? Did he come for 3 years? Is this contract year?
No.
Or have you sorted it? You've extended
last year for another couple of years, which is nice. So I think I'm here till 28 at the moment. So
just nice to have that, a little bit of security, I guess, family-wise and career-wise.
I think just almost like keeping the same group of lads together that obviously did well last year is nice, and playing with the familiar faces, and seem to gel fairly well as a group, which has been good. So and it's a great place to play. So no, I'm loving my time here.
Kirsty's going to start a black market selling headsets for everybody.
Start a new over from Michael Booth. I was just pondering the markup on those. Pushed into the offside by Clark for a single to backward point. It has been, if you just, from a neutral point of view, you'd look at this morning's cricket and say it's been really uneventful, which is good from Nottinghamshire's point of view. Lead of 178. If it's going to get up around 300, that's going to be sometime into the afternoon session. Probably not going to want to set 355 overs, not on a quick scoring ground.
No, probably not.
It is heading in the direction of travel that you fancied it might do. There's a bit of outside edge to that shot from Verena, who was walking forward looking to drive, and it goes behind square. Could I try Jack out on Wilford's Law and see whether he's in favour or against?
Of course.
So my theory is, say Notts are still going to be batting at tee today. That is when the handshake should be on the final day. In that 50 minutes of cricket or hour of cricket that can happen after tea on the fourth day, and a game that's going nowhere, just for me is worth nothing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely agreeing with you there. I mean, I bowled in that, as you say, 50 minutes last year, and I mean, what's the point in that? So, yeah, no, I'm with you there. I think if both teams obviously happy shaking hands, the umpires agree, then I don't see why that shouldn't be a thing.
Right, now I'm in the opposite corner for the people who've paid £15 or £20 or whatever it is to come in on the day, and even if it is, as you say, an inevitable or almost inevitable outcome, I want to see the cricket. I want to see the Jack Haynes and the Ben Ducketts.
It's not cricket. It's not cricket. And also, Jack Haynes or Ben Duckett could still bowl in that bit before 3:40. He'd still have that. If you know it's going to end, then.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave, I'm not with you there, but I can see your point.
Booth pushed towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
I should point out, if we're at Taunton or at Southampton or at Canterbury, I want to knock off at tea on the last day.
Yeah, no. But for me, it's not about what ground it is. If you're going to have the PCA saying that cricketers are playing too much cricket, we need to make sure the schedule's right, we need to make sure they get the right amount of rest. Playing an hour of dead cricket, whoever's bowling and whoever's batting, is ridiculous. Any injuries that happen in that time are just pointless. Booth's short of a length, and that's going to go for 4 byes. It was down the leg side. Alex Davis, I think, was a little bit slow to react to the shape of that delivery, and I don't think he even laid anything on it. So 4 more to the Nottinghamshire score, 363 for 4, the lead 183.
No, I'm the voice of the people. If they're paid to come in and want a full day's cricket, give them a full day's
Those
cricket.
people are wrong, Dave. I've been on this bandwagon for a decade. I am not coming off it. You know, one of my best mates in cricket is the chair of the PCA. He will be with me. If he's listening now, he's with me, trust me. We exchanged messages with Ollie Dolby this morning.
He's doing well at Worcester at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done well. Very pleased to see them get a win yesterday. Full from Booth, and there's going to be another bye as it goes through the hand of Alex Davis. That was a very difficult one to get a mitt on. And they've come through for 364 for 4. Worcester are a kind of genuine yo-yo club at the moment, aren't they? They seem to, most years when they're in Division 2, they're a bit too good for it. In Division 1, they're probably a little bit under. As we
Notts have got a 12th man running out there with the gloves and the supplies. Good to see Fergus back out there, Fergus O'Neill. The man who introduced the khaki-coloured corduroy jacket. Did you win it for the Glamorgan game?
I did actually, yes. I've got the pleasure of awarding it to someone this game, Dave.
You get the honour of that. I get the honour, yeah. So for people who don't know, it was a thing that Fergus O'Neill introduced last year, pretty much when he left. He brought a jacket in. It's all logoed up, the county logo and everything, and effectively the Nottinghamshire player of the match gets it for each game, and then whoever got it hands it on.
Yeah, I think it's almost like meant to be the moment of the match, but it tends to be the person who's had the most impact, or done something that's seen as the biggest impact. So yeah, I've got the honour of doing that.
Thompson into bowl. This goes.
Who do you think I should give it to, Dave? Any suggestions for me?
There's a few candidates this week, aren't there?
Do they start? Hello mate, hello mate. Josh. I was with you at Worcester, mate. Fifer.
He won't be getting it. He's bottom of the list. He's had that jacket enough times. There's obviously a few good candidates, and obviously there's still a long way to go. So.
And do they have to make a speech? Do you have to make a speech?
It'll be a brief one, I think, this afternoon.
Clark's on 37. This is pushed into the offside by Joe Clark, who's another former Worcestershire player, of course, and got to be another candidate, I would imagine. He's
certainly got a chance. He started the season brilliant, hasn't he?
So you've got Clark, Hamid, Duckett,
Tongs Fifer,
and Tong. Yeah, but we've ruled him out. We've ruled him out.
Oh yeah, he's not on the list, Dave. He's also a bowler, Dave, so it's much harder to get.
I would imagine your senses are very much heightened when you're in the slip cordon and Josh is bowling.
Yeah, certainly say that. Especially if he's running in bowling so fast.
There's Jordan Thompson, former Yorkshire player, bowls to Joe Clark, steers us to backward point. No run. Alan Wilson's come back. Just a message to pass on again to Kirsty. He thinks the live stream is absolutely brilliant and pretty much relating to nothing else. Derek Randall was the best fielder I've ever seen play for Nottinghamshire, Dave. Thank you very much for that, Alan. And anybody who saw Rags at his pomp would agree. Tremendous fielder for Nottinghamshire. I'm sure these names mean things to you, even though you're obviously too young to remember the great Derek
I think there's
Randall.
a suite named after him here, isn't there?
Yeah, the Randall Suite in the Hound Road stand. Have you met him? You met Derek?
I don't think I have.
Doesn't pop in that often, but great man. But he was a brilliant cricketer. Played for England and Nottinghamshire for 20 years. 364 for 4. Dan's come back. I only meant what was that? Oh yeah, shame to miss the commentary when you're in the ground, says Dan. So it'd be nice to have a headset. Thank you.
Get onto that, please, Kirsty.
Next delivery is defended. Chris Dougherty at Brace Cricket. Thanks for the coverage, everybody. For those of us who love Nottinghamshire and live elsewhere in the country, it's an absolute lifeline. Was able to sit yesterday with my elderly dad in his southeast care home, watching Notts like we used to do together when I was a kid, together in the ground. Regards, Chris Dougherty. That's lovely, Chris. Best regards to you and your dad, and thank you very much. And I know producer Kirsty and Aaron. Obviously, it's a day-to-day passion to look after the live stream as they do. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And myself and Richard and our excellent guest like Jack just try and play our part when we can.
He's elevated us, Dave, is what he's done for this hour. He's elevated us by his presence, because we pretend we know what we're talking about.
Well,
and he actually does it.
I was going to say, we can't imagine what it'd be like out there in the middle to face Michael Booth, or to stand in the slips to Josh Tong, or to be out there listening to Ben Duckett and his theories. I mean, some of the stuff yesterday, would that have come from England? When Josh was, when you were in the field towards the back end there, and you suddenly had 6 on the leg side trying to set a trap. Is that sort of an England thing?
Not necessarily. I think we got to the stage where probably had to try something a little bit different. We'd hammered away on off stump for a while, and probably thought that trying out with some short bowling, or at least putting it in our head, might make a difference. So that's probably where that came from.
Michael Booth to continue from this Radcliffe Road end into bowl to Verena, who's on 41, very full, but whipped through mid-wicket. Lovely timing, and that nearly did for Sam Hayne, who had to accelerate the last few paces to make sure he stopped the ball, but he is a very good fielder in the outfield as well as close in, Sam Hayne. And they come back for 2, 366 for 4.
I feel like I should keep checking that you're okay.
You're not. I'll go at 12.
You'll go at
Is
12.
Right?
Would you like to commentate on and over before you go?
I can try to, Dave.
Go on, we'll take over now.
There's 5 balls left.
Boo's running into bowl. Oh, that's a nice ball. Verena's beaten there on the outside edge. Probably just held a little bit. I think he's on all fours here.
He sort of stretched so far forward, didn't he, that he's ended up overbalancing and down on one knee, facing down the wicket.
The thing that we sometimes ourselves need reminding is not everybody's watching the live stream. There are also people out there through the BBC Sport website who are only listening. And
I was wary of speaking while,
no, absolutely spot on, mate. And natural.
Booth again. Clipped away from Verena through mid wickets, at least 2, I think. Lovely shot. You looked good this morning, Kyle. Touch wood. Come back for stayed at 2.
Just a quick one. Shay Seaborn, great to be watching the live stream and have Jack on commentary this morning. When you are sat in the ground to check appeals, it'd be nice to have the headsets. I was at the Crucible last week. The snooker headsets are helpful, but they're £12 a piece.
Ooh.
Thank you, Shay.
Sure, they're making some money on those, aren't they? Because you've got different crowds in for every session, and they've almost all got them on.
Yeah.
There's a business proposition there. Kyle faces up. 4 defence back down the ground.
And then post-match, you could have the whole match re-described. It could be the Jack Haynes director's cut.
It's not a bad option, actually.
Talks you through the highlights of the day.
I know we had a little word this morning. I just said, well, if you're not doing anything for the first 20 minutes, you want to pop up. But the door is always open, and I say that to the players. You very well. Well, no, you
in the window there.
And Kyle drives straight to mid on, no run.
Yeah, coming from the production team, love you, Jack.
That's very kind, isn't it?
Look at that,
Great
outrageous.
production team. They're next door. I didn't realise they're next door.
They're not.
They are. I'm going next door in about a minute to go and do a report, and then I'll be back. But yes, if you're gone by the time I return, thank you. It's been brilliant.
No,
it's been a lot of
great.
fun. But I'm going to go and update the West Midlands now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard, more from Richard after he's done his update. I'll be doing a midday update for BBC Radio Nottingham.
Kyle, 4 defence there off Booth again. Nice over from Booth. Defended back down the ground to Chris Wokes.
And that's the end of the over. Ed Barnard had popped off the field. He's just come back from a little comfort break. They're just rotating the players. It's fairly normal, isn't it, during the middle of a session, just to...
I think so. They've been out there a while now, haven't they, as well? Following on, how many overs do they do first innings? 80 odd? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, because of course Notts were out
Yeah.
first ball with the second new ball,
Yeah.
the first ball of the 81st. I don't think Josh felt he'd nicked it.
No, I think he said he wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
if Warwickshire were too sure either. But
He told me that Alex Davis didn't think he did it, so...
no, it's a shame.
So here's Joe Clark on strike to Jordan Thompson. We'll just do this ball then, it'll be midday, and we'll formally thank Jack for his time this morning whilst I do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Wide of the off stump, Clark eases it into the offside. It's been great, pal.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks ever
It's
so
been a
much.
pleasure. Thank you.
Don't let me tipping you to have a great season. Please backfire on both of us. I've got you nailed on for 1,000 runs this season. And
Well, hopefully I'm batting, but if not, I'll pop back up again at some point.
very, very welcome. Thanks for
Cheers,
popping
Dave.
up, pal.
Thank you.
Jack Haynes with us on Trent Bridge Live on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM this morning. Absolutely appreciate it when the players give her their time to come up and say hello, and I know the listeners from the feedback we get enjoy it as well. It's just obviously not only a change in voice, a different voice, but it is a real perspective coming straight from the middle. And this is eased away by Verena for a single. 369 for 4 becomes 370 for 4. Yeah, I didn't think it had gone on. Verena on to 46. Clark has 38, and this partnership just what Nottinghamshire needed on day 4 to stretch that lead now to 190. So 60 runs scored in just about 60 minutes. I know that's not what Warwickshire supporters and listeners and viewers were wanting to happen this morning. Still time, I guess, if they could get a wicket or two and get into the lower order. And there's a LBW shout. Might have been an inside edge from Joe Clark onto the pad there. It was fallen seemingly straight, but I fancied there were a couple of nicks there, and just a shot on the monitor of Jordan Thompson with a big smile towards umpire Paul Pollard. 370 for 4 in the 103rd over. Again, lots of people just thanking Jack. Thompson in, and Clark pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just going to do an update in a second or two. 370 for 4, Nottinghamshire. Began the morning on 310 for 4. Clark was on 14 at the start of the day. He's moved to 38. Verena was on 18, he's on 46. There's Jordan Thompson bowling to Clark, steers this to backward point. There's the Warwickshire sub on the field again, making the stop. The Bears with a full haul of 8 bonus points from this game. There is that radio update. Yes, they've had a good hour as well. The start of this final day sees Kyle Verena and Joe Clark still at the crease as they were at the start. So Notts 4 down. They're 370 for 4. The overall match situation is they lead by 190. Really is just a story of building that lead and getting to a position where Warwickshire can't chase down the runs. 370 for 4 Notts. Quick update there in the 20-second slot. We'd got to do it before the end of the news bulletin. End of the over. This morning we've had 15 overs bowled for those 60 runs, so even I can just about work that out. At a run rate of 4 and over this morning. Again, lots of people just saying how much they enjoy listening to Jack Haynes. Really appreciate Jack's time this morning. It's going to be Michael Booth to start his 20th over. Not yet bowled a maiden. Does have one in the end column though. He bowls now, and this won't be a maiden either, as Verena on the front foot just guides it away on the offside for a single. Rach has been in touch. Morning, Rach, or afternoon, Rach, as it is now. I'll be along later, Dave. Tuned in and heard mention of one of my all-time favourites. Some say you should never meet your heroes. I'd add the footnote, unless your hero is Derek Randall. Then always, always, always meet your heroes. Lovely fella. Absolutely agree, Rach. 371 for 4. One of my heroes as well. This is just paddled round the corner, but straight to Webster. There's no run. It was Sobers initially for me. He was the one that sort of brought out my early love of cricket, which still remains to this day. And of course, round about the time he was coming towards the end of his time was the period, early 70s, where Derek Randall, the lad from Retford, made his first team bow as Booth bowls, turned away for a single, this time by Clark. 372 for 4, made his debut against Essex at in my hometown of Newark, and it was an instant hit. Tremendous fielder, great character. Some would say he had one or two particular quirks and nuances, and was perhaps a bit of a nightmare to share a dressing room with, but fabulous cricketer and a proper all-round Nottinghamshire legend as Booth bowls to the wicket-keeper again, Verena, with his 48th run out onto the offside. 373 for 4. Got 2 balls left in this over. Dave Kay to the commentary team. Great fight back by Notts yesterday. Amazing yesterday afternoon. The stars aligned. The wife and children were occupied. I was able to spend 2 hours sat in the garden in Worcestershire with my feet up in the sunshine, watching the live stream with a cold cider. Michael Booth in, Clark a play and a miss. Truly restorative. Just to echo the other comments about how fantastic the live stream and the commentary is, for those of us who don't live close enough to Trent Bridge, it's the soundtrack to our summer. Thanks for the 3 and a bit days of fantastic coverage. Cheers, Dave Kay, and one of the people that's brought you that coverage, back alongside Richard Wilford. Always nice to to get feedback, whether it's good or bad.
What a tremendous commenting it is on parenting there, that all the stars aligned, the wife and the child were busy. Hooray!
Everybody has interests and hobbies, and want to get on and just enjoy that side of their life. This is pushed into the offside, and if it's leaving Dad to enjoy his couple of hours with a cold cider in the garden with the cricket, then we're all for it.
As the comedian Mark Simmons says, I can use this because it's in one of his recorded routines. He says, I asked my girlfriend if she fancied going out to watch a film on Saturday night. She said yes. I thought, great, flat to myself.
Boom, tish.
Exactly.
374 for 4 Nottinghamshire. Good first hour for the home side. They've not won many sessions, as we were trying to calculate yesterday, but they've won the first hour, the first part of this final session on day 4. First session on day 4.
It's not been without the odd moment, but it really was moment There's been probably 3 plays and misses, but not a lot else. You know, LBW shout that was irrelevant because it came off an inside edge. Jordan Thompson powering in there. Again, he's bowled as well as anybody. Forced off the bat for a single in front of point. Mosley comes around to do the fielding. Exactly 4 and over for the first 16 overs. So let's assume there are 14 overs, including this one, before the lunch interval. And they carry on going at 4 and over. Already scored 1 in this one. 430 they'd be at that point. So that would be a lead of 250. And yeah, we've heard from Jack. They're not going to be saying, "Oh, can you score 355 overs?" They're just not going to do that. They might want to get it out of sight and then say, "Can you bat for 40?" As this is left alone just outside off stump, goes through to Alex Davis. Verena not interested. Alex Davis is then running up to Bo Webster to have a word in his shell like. Webster has to stoop. So.
Some lovely insights from Jack onto of what went on the field and in the dressing room. Certainly Josh Tong, despite getting his 5 wickets, isn't going to be the Notts man of the match. We've heard that. Sort of an emphatic no, wasn't it?
There's no fellow pair favouring. And no bowler favouring as it's chopped into the offside and Mallet fields from backward point. I paid my dues to the Licensed Victuallers Association of Nottinghamshire yesterday. That was nice. A pint and 2/3 I had when I got back to... So I stayed in Nottingham for the only time this week. The 2/3 would suggest the truth that the second one may have been a slightly strong beer.
Oh, right.
Yeah. A nice Belgian cherry beer it was. Very, very, very friendly staff in the place I went to last night as Thompson comes into bowl to Verena, left alone outside off stump. Sunday night's not the busiest, generally. Nottingham was a lot quieter. You can tell when you leave the ground how much quieter the pubs are around here on a Sunday night. But yeah, sometimes then staff can be not quite as upbeat, but no, they're very good. I shall conceal the identity. There are many, many fine establishments in the centre of Nottingham. Thompson turns around on another sunny opening session. Verena on 48. Oh, and he's got an inside edge, and that may well take him through to his 50. It's going to go fine for 4. False shot. And Jordan Thompson will feel a little bit unfortunate. He's been the man most likely. But Verena is through to his half-century off 72 deliveries. He's hit just the 5 4s. And when he's just played for timing, when he's just leant on the ball and pushed it into gaps, he's looked at his best.
Yeah, timely first 50 of the summer for Kyle Verena. Of course, he was the one, as we were talking briefly with Jack, who went out there with a real incentive in the match last September. Got 80 odd before being dismissed, but way before then he secured the vital batting bonus point to mathematically secure the title.
He'd had his fun, that's for sure, as this straighter delivery gets up onto his toes to defend it. Thompson 19 overs for 57. I would say to you he's bowled a bit better than that, in actual truth.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see Ed Barnard now. I think Michael Booth has had his spell for the morning. So they've used 4 seamers. They've still got 2 more up their sleeves, and then the spinners. And that's just a question of whether Nottinghamshire want to give themselves 40 overs, 45 overs, just in case.
Yeah, as we saw on the stream there, a close-up of the bottom strap line. Notts lead by 199 right now. It is going to be Ed Barnard. Before that, Sam from Beeston has been in touch. bracecricket@icloud.com. I agree with the people requesting headsets for attendees. They do sell them at test matches, which is where I got mine. They're about a tenner, but by all accounts they last for ages in block capitals. When I bought mine, I was speaking to a guy who said he was buying a new one for the first time in 10 years. Come on, Notts, make sure of the draw. Thank you very much, Sam. There's Barnard. Bowls, and this is turned on the leg side to Mosley. Have we changed ends, or have I
No, you're fine.
stepped in?
2 short mid-wickets in for Ed Barnard as he begins this spell. Mosley and Yates as they try and create no slip in place anymore. Tells you what they feel there is or not in this surface. So It's going to be hard to prize them out. I mean, Jack didn't seem terribly nervous the hour that he was in with us.
Barnard bowls and Clark eases it into the offside. Yeah, down Taunton way. They call that the Trescothic wall, as if it was something that Marcus Trescothic invented himself. Admittedly, there was a time or two when Notts have played Somerset that he did pop into catching short mid-wickets, but as I always say, I can't believe he was the first to do it or the only one to do it.
Well, it's a bit like in sporting events you have the Mexican wave, despite the fact that it was happening at the LA Olympics 2 years earlier. It has been happening in college football forever.
Barnard in again, another single to Barnard's former Worcestershire teammate Joe Clark, moves him to 42.
If there's one thing Trescothic did bring back into the game that didn't, that maybe happened more in the 40s and 50s, was kneeling down at slip for the spinners. And that was something that I hadn't seen for a long, long time.
Very close in, yeah. Never saw him take a catch, and I don't think there's a recorded instance of him taking a catch on his knees, but he would get as close as he was allowed down on his knees. Next one's turned to one of those two catching mid-wickets, Dan Mosley. There's also a game, I think, where he had Matt Renshaw doing it as well during his time with Somerset. A little bit static to be chasing anything. Obviously, it needed the rest of the fielders to go scampering after the ball, but they were very, very close down on their knees. Another variation on the close to the wicket catches there, as this is pushed into the offside. Rob Yates had gone to sort of a silly mid-on position, catching just off the cut strip.
I think other things that I've seen in my time watching the game, Ricky Clark in T20 cricket trying to bowl the double bouncer, which then got outlawed. So it would bounce twice before it reached the batter.
Yes, if you want to see a former cricket favourite or read about a former cricket favourite that's struggling due to the ineptitude of his football team, this is driven to wideish mid-off, end of the over, 381 for 4. Have a look at the Ricky Clark X feed, because he's a massive Spurs fan, isn't he? And he's going through all sorts of hell.
Trials and tribulations. Yeah. And then, of course, there was Dermot Reeves' attitude to playing spin, when he decided the best way to do it was dropping the bat when he was padding up, so he couldn't possibly have a ball go up and hit the glove.
Richard wasn't prepared to say where he was getting some after match refreshment yesterday, but Dan says if he was drinking a lovely Belgian beer, I'll bet anything he was in the Kilpin. Lovely pub. I'm from Stoke, so don't know many pubs in Notts, but that's my favourite. Thank you very much, Dan. 381 for 4. There must be more than one place in Nottingham that sells Belgian beer.
I can neither deny or dispute that, actually, to be honest with you. You may well be true. I do love the barrel drop as well, but I didn't walk that far last night. I mean, to be honest, there are many hostelries available, but the one that has been mentioned there is directly behind it's directly behind the hotel that I was staying in, if that helps. A Shoof Cherry. As this short ball from Webster is cut out towards the offside, down to the deep point fielder Booth for a single. Another drop of the throw, this time by Davis, who was running backwards. For Aina 54.
I don't mind a Belgian slurp, but it's not one of those real ale things. It's more your lager variety.
Yeah, it's just and a pale ale first, which is nice. Are you from Yorkshire? It was a pale ale from Yorkshire. As Webster is in, and that one back of an length. That's the extra bounce, you see, that Bo Webster can get. I'm a little bit surprised they maybe didn't use him a bit earlier this morning. This ball in its 25th over.
Alan Wilson's come back, spent a lot of happy memories on a Sunday afternoon watching Derek Randall at Retford. My dad was Retford's umpire. Very special times. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, great.
Yeah, no, Alan's going to change his name to Paul. It's the afternoon now. Come on. It's PM, not AM now. That's anybody who wasn't here the last hour. That's kind of that's a callback that he's wasted on him. Yeah. It's Webster once more. That's well outside off stump and left alone, just hiding the ball away a little bit. I think Warwickshire will be quite keen as well to try and slow the run rate down below the 4 and over that they've been scoring at so far today, just to make sure that Notts don't get too far ahead too quickly and have the chance to turn the tables. So that's the only other thing that's really in play, unless the wickets suddenly go in a clatter, but there's no sign of that whatsoever. Sometimes a 30 over old ball can do something a little bit weird, but I can't see it in these conditions. Someone gets up a bit, guided down towards backward point. Dan Mosley does the fielding, Clark getting over the top of that. It's been a very watchful Joe Clark innings, this.
They've added 96 together for the 5th wicket, this pair. Been some large partnerships in this match. Nottinghamshire very grateful, I think, for having had such a solid start to the final morning.
Yeah, a very good job. Webster bowls another tempter outside off stump. Clark raises the bat high. I think the other issue with Nottinghamshire today is, do they want to put more running into the legs of their bowlers? So if you don't realistically think that you're going to bowl a team out in 45 minutes, are you better off carrying on batting? I think that would be where the question lies. Josh Tongue got some great work through, though, done in the first innings. Good to see his fitness level so high. So Webster hides that away well outside off stump. End of the over. 382 for 4 Nottingham. They lead by 202 and doing everything they can to get this game safe.
Let's throw something else into the Wilford's Law situation, whereas Richard would call it off at tea if it's a definite draw.
Yeah.
What if somebody like Hutton, Tong or Pennington, none of whom have scored a first-class 100, and they were 75-80 not out at tea on the last day and it's going to be a draw? Are you going to deny them that great moment?
Yeah, what, for a bit of a fake statistical quirk?
Well, it's not, is it?
No. I mean, look, there are ways in which you can if both captains decide don't agree, then you wouldn't call it off, would you?
There's Barnard in and bowls, and it's driven out in and through the offside. Lovely looking shot this by Verena. It's going to take another slide on the rope from Zen Malik. We've seen him do that 3 or 4 times to prevent it going for 4, but nice shot, couple of runs.
So okay, Dylan Pennington's 82 not out. You decide not to end the game at tea. First over after tea, Michael Booth comes in, breaks his finger. Bowls short ball to Dylan Pennington, breaks his finger because you're playing clown cricket. Clown cricket after 4 o'clock in a dead game.
Barnard in. Slower ball. It was always angling down the leg side and it just sort of died on pitching, took the pace off that.
I mean, that was beyond a slower ball, wasn't it? That was a very slow ball. I mean, you're not going to come up with a counter argument that changes my mind, because I've heard them all in 10 years, Dave.
Barnard in again. Steered to backward point this time. Remains 384 for 4. Paul Carney.
If Notts are still batting at 500 for 6 at tea today, what is the point? Seriously. And I don't know that you can I'm not buying the people have paid. They haven't paid to watch the 50 minutes that would follow. You really haven't. You've paid to watch what happens in this session today, because this is where the cricket's being played. And Nottinghamshire are doing exactly what they need to do this morning. This is the intensive bit of the day.
Well, everybody seems to be in agreement with you that's offered an opinion, except me. Next ball on its way, but I changed like the wind. Like I said, if I'd got to drive back from Southampton on a Friday
but you're partly being but it's good. You're partly being a contrarian. It's good to be devil's advocate, and I'm not going to have a big argument with you because you're very kind. You've very kindly given me a gift this morning, so you've curried favour. And something that I'm genuinely, really, really looking forward to read. So that's even better. So yeah. So we were discussing the other day the gentleman who the book is about.
Next ball sent down by Barnard, again drifting down the leg side, stopped by Alex Davis. We've had Paul Carney on the debate of subject of Nottinghamshire pubs, I think. I hope the bread and butter and the Le Chouffe sherry went down well at the Kilpin last night, Richard. I'm enjoying your commentary. I had the pleasure of visiting the ground yesterday for my first live experience of 4-day county championship cricket. A very relaxing day in the sun. I'll certainly be down later in the season. That's Paul Carney as the next ball's played up to mid-on. 385 for 4. So there's a new convert. advert. First ever day at a 4-day county championship match, and he'll come again. So that's great news, Paul. Thank you so much for that. That's made my morning.
What's really interesting there is that he's gone to some trouble, I think, to try and see what pale ales are on at said establishment. But that wasn't what I had. I didn't have a bread and butter. I didn't.
Alan Wilson, very, very good from your co-commentator. So yes, from now on this afternoon, I'm Paul, as it's after midday. Thank you very much, Alan. Enjoying the spirit of the comment.
He's got. By the way, the guys mentioned that beer. It's the right brewery, but it's the wrong beer. It's very good. I love that. Varane awaits Bo Webster and comes forward in defence and pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run.
We've had a lovely morning, and we might have a lovely period between tea and the close, which might be denied the listeners if Richard had his way.
No, because I'll be quite grumpy talking about what's going on. I think the alternative is that you get to 3:40 on a day like that, and the ground staff accidentally put the sprinklers on as Webster comes in to bowl to Varane, who guides it down towards the slip cord, and he's kind of at fourth slip, Sam Hayne, does the fielding. Because bear in mind, I come from the same position as you. I relish every single ball of cricket that you watch over the course of a summer. I don't get to do every game of Warwickshire cricket, unlike yourself with Nottinghamshire. And I've been very lucky to do quite a lot in the early part of the season this year. So I never want to turn my back on the day's cricket, but I also recognise what that post-4 session really is in drawn games. As Webster bowls just back of a length, he's trying to cut Varane without really getting his bat into position. He stabs it down again towards the slip cord, and there's no run.
See, 3:40 is a very decisive time for you to call the game off.
Well, tea is 3:40 on the final day. It automatically is.
But your situation could have arrived by 3 o'clock, by 2:30. Maybe even up and down the country, some of the games we already know are going to be draws today.
Oh yeah, no, but you can't get rid of the day's cricket altogether. Webster is going to be guided down through third for 4 here. That wasn't as convincing a shot by Varane, and Webster looks down at the ground because he knows he got one over on his man, but even if the slip had been in the area, would it have carried? And that's the 100 partnership between Carl Varane, who's got 61, Joe Clark, who's made 34 within this partnership out of his overall score. It's been just the partnership that Nottinghamshire needed to stabilise themselves. That little flurry of 3 wickets for 18 in the final hour yesterday. But since the taking of the second new ball, they've moved along very, very nicely.
How many times has he played that shot this morning? I know can't always go exactly where you want, but there's an element of deliberate.
Webster again fires one in outside off stump that goes above stump height and through to the wicket keeper. Also, I mean, look, you start the final day in case something really weird does happen, climatic change. Genuinely a ball that does a bit more, or wicket can crumble, can break up, can go a bit too paced. By tea, you know that nothing's happening. You actually know. So again, you're not going to move me with that. Webster coming in to bowl the final ball of his 8th over, driven beautifully by Varane. That's the shot of the morning. He's hit that through a straight cover for 4. He's to 65, immaculate timing. 393 for 4. The lead is 213, and we are just over half an hour away from lunch.
Yes, people up and down the country on that last day, desperate to sell their ice creams and their pies, the cakes at in the Ladies' Pavilion at New Road, Worcester. The people selling sandwiches and things from the from the bar.
Dave,
Richard says
nobody.
Off you go. Go on home.
No, nobody does full catering on the 4th day. Even here, if you were to take the restaurant downstairs, there's one less main course option on the final day. I've already looked at the sign. So you just don't, do you? Because you never know when the 4th day is going to happen. You can't even book parking until you know that the 4th day is going to happen here. So no, there is just no justification for playing it. And the fact that, look, the player between us was on my team. You looked and thought, okay, that's difficult now. Then you realise that's difficult once Jack had said, I had Jack Haynes on Team Wilford's Law.
No, I'm not. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
You're not wrong about many things, Dave.
As Ed Barnard. Oh, I am. We're in the 110th over now. Slight delay whilst Warwickshire have a little bit of a fiddle around with the field. They've got those two catching mid-wickets. They've got a leg. Come back to it in a second because Barnard's going to bowl, and this is defended by Clark, who's on 42. They've got a leg slip, a wideish leg slip, and then another fielder, sort of a deepish leg gully as well in Big Bo Webster, and then a man out on the deep square leg fence. And to see what's going on with regards to those fielders, umpire Pollard's gone over to the point side, looking towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground.
Well, what makes this odd, right?
Defensively played on the leg side, no run.
It's a 6-3 leg side field. Would you say a sort of third leg slip, leg gully, two short mid wickets, a deep square leg, and a mid on? So 6 leg side fielders. This is not Josh Tongue digging it in short. This is not Michael Booth digging it in short. It's Mr. Length and Line, Ed Barnard.
Yep.
It's not leg theory in the normal sense.
Well, into somebody that he knows very well down the leg side. This one slipped, and Clark had a little bit of a lazy fiddle towards it. Didn't get anything on it.
And it is a lazy fiddle because Ed Barnard is, to all intents and purposes, bowling for a strangle here, rather than an orthodox dismissal. It made it creative. I'll give him that. But it is, you know, you think a 6-3 leg side field means fire and pace. It's not the case here.
There's Barnard again. Passed on by Middlebrook, and Clark defends. One thing I hadn't noticed throughout the game, or certainly since Nottinghamshire's first innings wrapped up, became immediately apparent to me this morning when I was just sort of doing up my little dots and dashes and notebook of the season and whatever. Not so bowled out for 279. Last match here against Glamorgan, first innings, they were bowled out for 279. Doesn't mean anything to anybody, but just it tickled me this morning, more so in annoyance that I hadn't spotted it as the next ball's pushed to mid-off. So we'll see if that becomes a little bit of a run. They'll be hoping not, because of course 279 you only get one batting bonus point, and one of the secrets of last year was how many times they did rack up more than 400 and get a good haul of batting points.
Okay, weird fields of our time. We're now going a 7-2 leg side field, and we've now got a short mid-on as well as the 2 short mid-wickets.
So don't expect this to be 6 inches outside off for Barnard to bowl. It's on the stumps, and Clark defends. 393 for 4, and Ed Barnard, the Bears skipper, has tried pretty much everything in this game. He's had a terrific match individually, trying all sorts of things here, but there's a little bit of a feel of resignation here over the fact that this may just be starting to slip away from the Bears if it hadn't already.
Sam Hayne just put the fear in everybody as he was walking past the umpire who was on his way to the bowler's end. He reached out his sun hat as if to pass it to him. I'm thinking, well...
Yeah, have a bowl, Sam.
No, really don't. I mean, it'd be amusing, but it would never last 6 balls. There are a couple of members of the slip cordon now for Bo Webster. They've just gently slowed the run rate down, these two. There is a substitute fielder on at the moment as well. I think he's still out there. He was in the last over. I'll look round again in a moment. As Webster is in, pushing forward in defence. Is Rayner, and it's fielded by the substitute Vance Jani, who I think he's on for Jordan Thompson, who I think once again at the end of his spell is going to have maybe a change of shirt. Elsewhere, Leicestershire 583 for 7, lead Glamorgan by 143. They've scored some runs this year, haven't they? Johnny Tattersall brought back into the team, 112. Ben Cox, 67. They've gone very well there. This is driven by Verena, 1 bounce to Johnny in the covers. And there's no run. So a lead of 143. They're going to at least have a chance to put some pressure on Glamorgan a bit later in the day.
And I've not seen anything yet to say that Weatherald has been withdrawn from the game, because he retired hurt with 104. And obviously, as I said earlier, as Leicestershire play Notts next, I'm just wondering if he might be ruled out for that one.
Yeah.
But
I suppose as he's not going to bat again in that match, they might not need to replace him. As pushing forward in defence is Verena. Essex 80 for 1 at the Oval. They lead Surrey by 17 runs. It's been cautious stuff. Algar has 35. Westley 33, that's of 30 overs. Sussex 122 for 3 at Headingley, lead Yorkshire by 113. Clark 47 not out, Coles 44, a couple of wickets there for George Hill, who continues to impress. I'll go down in Division 2 at the moment with Gloucestershire in good shape against Derbyshire. So Webster is in, takes the edge of the bat, but it drops halfway towards Hayne. There just isn't enough pace in it to even carry through. Rob Yates has got his helmet back on at slip, and now Sam Haynes calling for helmet as well. In Division 2, Derbyshire 165 for 6 in their second innings at Derby against Gloucestershire. Still 52 runs shy of making Gloucestershire bat again. 2 wickets each for Williams and Bell. Durham 58 for 2, leading 3-3-6 to beat Lancashire. Lees for 10 and McKinney 19 are the men dismissed. Webster and again, good leave outside off stump by Verena. Finish brewing in the men's T20 match between New Zealand and Bangladesh. New Zealand 182 for 6 in their 20 overs. Bangladesh 136 for 4 after 15. You'd probably have to make them slight favourites. Leicestershire have now declared against Glamorgan on 586 for 7. So Glamorgan's second innings will begin 146 runs behind. Webster in, Verane leaves, end of Webster's 9th over. He's taken 1 for 23. 213 runs the Nottinghamshire lead. 6 second innings wickets standing. And another 6 or 7 overs to come between now and the lunch interval. And weather holding very well. There's a possibility of some rain later in the day, that some clouds might come over, but do tend to have a bit of a microclimate over Trent Bridge, and the scientists do claim that cricket grounds have this strange effect of being able to almost get clouds to go around it at times. So
certainly talk about that here with people who claim to know these things, saying the weather seems to follow the course of the river. Anyhow, Barnard starts a fresh over. Bowling to Joe Clark, turns this to leg, and there's no run. Clark has been very restrained. I was going to say throughout this innings. He did throughout the match. He was very watchful in the first innings, but he began the morning on 14. He's on 42 now, so 28 added in just a little over an hour and a half this morning. Barnard bowls short and elects not to try and pull the shortish delivery, instead try and play it, and it's a little close to him to sort of try and fend it away onto the offside, as I think he was looking to do, and ended up just running it down to backward point for no run. This ball just about 30 overs old, so Notts won't have to worry about a second new ball doing any damage, as this one's defended. Should we get to the point where Warwickshire are taking a second new ball in this innings, well, the outcome will have long since been decided.
I think hands will have been shaken under any interpretation of the rule, Dave, to be fair.
But I don't know, they'd still be 22 overs going, wouldn't
there
there?
would be, wouldn't they? Yeah.
So we might get to that stage this afternoon, but we'll have to see.
Let's put it this way, I don't think they'd take it necessarily.
Mentioned earlier in the game, didn't it, about the ball in the museum at Taunton, where Lewis, I think it was Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper last year, just refused to take a second new ball, the Kookaburra game, and it ended up being used for 150 overs as Clark works this to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. 393 for 4. Must still have been in reasonably good condition, otherwise the umpires can, of course, just sort of step in and say, that has to be changed. I suppose they don't necessarily have to insist that a new ball is taken. It'd be very difficult to replace a 150 over ball with one of a similar vintage. This is a wide down the leg side by Ed Barnard. I mean, he's understandably bowling on or around leg stump with all those fielders on the leg side, but this one just got away from him and drifted so far down the leg side it was called for a wide.
He's trying to bowl into the pads effectively, isn't he?
394 for 4. Notts lead by 214. That's Barnard in again, and he offers width outside the off stump, and that's the penalty for sticking all your fielders on one side and bowling outside off. And Joe Clark says, I might have been very restrained and watchful, but I'm not going to miss out on that. It was really an invitation just to get his tally moving again. That was the softest boundary pretty much of the game.
That was a gimme, wasn't it? But I mean, Ed Barnard has done pretty well bowling to the field that he set for himself.
Yeah.
And he is now going to put the 7th leg side fielder back across.
Yes, he can't blame the captain for this field because he's set it. He is the captain as Clark works this to mid-wicket. End of the over, 398 for 4 here on the final morning of Notts versus Warwickshire. If you've joined us on Sports Extra 3 or you're watching the pictures via the live stream, Trent Bridge Live, or you're with us, the sound coming into your ears via the BBC Sport website or app or on your smart speaker. Glad to have you along, Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Wilford this morning. Jack Haynes was with us for the first hour, try and entice one or two more people up to join us during the afternoon if we can. 398 for 4.
Is there a barbershop quartet on ground who might fancy having a crack? Is Webster in, driven up towards mid-off by Farina, and no run. There's a lot of noise coming from the building site now. There are 2 flashing lights behind the Tunnel of Love where people can walk hidden behind the boundary but in front of the redeveloping pavilion. And one light moves from the right side of the other to the left side of the other. They're very small, these things. It's little work people are riding on those. Webster in, left alone outside off stump, just bowling back of a length, trying to lure them into playing a shot they shouldn't. It's like the little diggers that people have in their back garden when they're having a patio dug, aren't they?
Please give me a Bob the Builder reference.
Oh, it's currently at Edgbaston. There are so many hard hats and high-vis jackets. It is like they're recording an episode of Fraggle Rock. Webster approaches once more, pushing it out into the offside for Rayner for a single. He's 66, 399 for 4.
Got a fifth of the village people at that end. What was there? There was a construction site, there was a Red Indian, there was a policeman.
Yes, strangely, it's the traffic cop that's at the far end. They've got nobody in a building kit. I'd like to know that the 2 fellas who are currently visible about 25 feet up in the air, one's in a yellow high-vis and the other's in an orange high-vis. I want to know which one's the senior. Does it show seniority? Webster hides that well outside off stump, no interest from Clark. Dan Mosley has been warming up vigorously during this over. So it'd be interesting if he's the first of the 2 slow bowlers to get the nod today.
Well, they've both had a wicket. Both had the same wicket, haven't they? Yates got Duckett in the first innings and Mosley in this innings.
Ben Duckett will not be thrilled that those are the 2 bowlers to have taken his scalp.
Enjoy your time in county cricket this season, Ben. Who got you out?
Webster in, and again he hides it away outside off stump, left alone. It's not so wide that it'd be called a wide, not in a 4-day game. But Joe Clark doesn't want to take any risks. Rob Yates is very close now at slip with that helmet on. He's closer than Hayne, who's also got a helmet on. It's a repeat of the curious scene of yesterday.
This is Notts' highest score of the season. Now they've not, obviously not hit 400 yet. 338 first innings at Taunton, the highest so far this season.
Might be about to hit 400 here. Webster in, goes past the edge of Clark's bat. Maiden over from Bo Webster. He has added a little bit of control. You might argue it's with a rather negative line, but you can understand why they're doing that, hiding the ball away a bit, trying to slow things down. Nottinghamshire have added 89 runs today in 25 overs, so the run rate has dropped from 4 and over. And we have, I would suggest, 5 more overs to go before we get to the interval. That's probably how many we're going to see squeezed in. Might be slightly quicker because Dan Mosley, who's taken 1 for 24 from his 5, is going to come on and have his first bowl of the session. It is a little bit darker out at the moment, and we have the first cloud with a hint of grey, Dave. Just emerging on our right-hand side.
Yeah, it's going to be Moseley. Generally, we use Edgbaston, Birmingham as a guide. We sort of tend to get rain here when you go off, or an hour after you go off. But I understand the weather's sort of coming down more down the country from the northeast, Yorkshire, and then into Nottinghamshire later, rather than sweeping up from the west and southwest today. So
Well,
there's Moseley. Starts round the wicket, right arm off spinner.
Because if it's any help, normally it would be help. I just had some weather details from South Birmingham.
Next ball is pitched up and pushed into the offside by Verena, no run.
According to a source who's very close to me, they write, "Is my rain dance showing any signs of working yet? Lovely weather here."
Next ball on its way, turned to Webster on the leg side, no run.
I mean, she's just keen to have me home, which is nice.
You won't be home for long. Are you back in the office tomorrow?
Yeah, I am.
There you go, you see. He's a grafter. He's a grafter. This is pushed on the leg side.
Joys of a management meeting tomorrow. That'd be fun.
That's why you're on the big books, mate.
I wish.
I might watch a bit of snooker tomorrow, I think. Push back to the bowler.
Very much. I watched the final few frames of the second session between Higgins and O'Sullivan last night.
I did.
That's just a joy to watch those two play each other. Yes. Wonderful stuff.
Yes, my good lady had her head in a book, so it wasn't a case of what shall we watch together. It's not often a case of what shall we watch together, to be fair. A single for Nottinghamshire. That's 400 up, 400 for 4. Rainer on to 67, but I did the same, and I actually winced, as you probably would have done when you saw it, when Ronnie punched the side of the table. He's been playing snooker for 40 years. He must know that hurts, but just a sign of frustration when he missed one and he punched the table, didn't he? Your knuckles are going to feel that.
It was the final frame of the session, and both of them made uncharacteristic errors with pots that they should have done better with. So yes, that was my viewing last night in the Travel Tavern, or equivalent, near the pub that was named not by me but by a correspondent. 400 for 4 Nottinghamshire, the lead 220. That was a tidy enough over from Dan Moseley. And Notts will be delighted to get through to lunch intact here. They've certainly earned their stripes this morning, this pair. As Webster bowls back of a length, and for a moment you wonder whether Verane might chop on, but he chops it down to Yates. He's almost in his ear now. He's getting closer and closer at slip because this ball just doesn't carry. It's part of the reason there are 31 extras on the board. It's very hard for the wicketkeeper. We've seen a few buys.
There's a bit of tomfoolery out there with Sam Hain standing literally so close to Yates that they were touching, and then he backs away.
It's the oddest shape of a slipcord I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
In once more, Webster chopping down on a ball that was angling into his off stump is Verane. It's a slightly more testing angle of delivery from Webster here. He's put in a decent spell as well this morning. All 6 seamers have had a go. Now we're on to the first of the slow bowlers, and there really hasn't been any assistance in terms of through the air or off the deck. No hint of uneven bounce or anything like that. It's one that batters will enjoy, this surface. Webster in, a bit further out, so therefore Verane leaves it alone.
Yes, it may be tough for Nottinghamshire to secure wins here in the 5 remaining home matches. 1 in this little block of games. 1 mid-season and 3 towards the back end.
Webster in, that one angling up towards the top of off stump, but Verane's in very neatly behind.
It'll be a really intense end to the season, won't it? It's 6 matches back to back for everybody. Everybody wanted August cricket. There's a couple of games in August and one that sort of spans the 2 months, end of August into September, and 3 more games in September. It really is an intense period. So the County Championship cricket vying with the football and everything else then.
And again, Back of a length from Webster, defended to backward point and thrown two-handed by Mosley to Sam Hain. Yeah, look, the cricket season, the championship season is always going to end up finishing in September, and I don't think you worry too much about clashing with cricket. It is what it is, isn't it? With football, rather, it is what it is. I mean, historically, Edgbaston used to be on Saturdays. People would come down, watch the morning session, and then go watch the local team play, and maybe come back for the final hour. Used to be part of the fun. Webster, that's kept low, and he's dabbed it down, and it hops over his stumps, or maybe just inside them, and Webster can't believe it. That's as close as we've come in the entire session to a wicket. 400 for 4 Nottinghamshire, another maiden by Bo Webster, and I think they're starting to feel that they're never going to take a wicket at this point. 220 the lead, 6 wickets remain, and we are 12 minutes away from the interval.
And great from Verena. He took his glove off his bat and was tapping his heart as if to just emphasise that he had palpitations there. Thought that might be the end of him. 400 for 4. Did get just a tad gloomy, but the ground has suddenly become enveloped again by more blanket sunshine.
There's a lot more cloud in the sky now than there was.
Mosley round the wicket, nice high action. Bowls to Clark, who turns this on the leg side. Not quite as intimidating, I don't think that's quite the word, but isn't quite as many fielders close to the wicket on the leg side now. Mosley bowling to Joe Clark, floated up. Clark will get a single here. The despairing dive of Webster couldn't prevent that going down the ground to Chris Wokes.
No, but understandably it's a much more defensive field for Mosley, who's still learning about how to be a first-class bowler. He's done some very good things with the ball, particularly in T20 cricket, but this is different. He's still got the L plates on.
Over the wicket now to Verena, dances down the track and then blocks it.
It is nonetheless interesting that he's bowling ahead of Rob Yates here, who is the primary spinner effectively in this team.
401 for 4. Nottinghamshire. A little bit of turn on that. He was frustrated by Verena jabbing down on the bat. Bowling in sunglasses, Mosley. That's a no-no for me. Not a great fan of that. 401 for 4. I suppose it's no different to somebody bowling in glasses if you wear spectacles. Single taken, turned away on the leg side, but you know.
See, Ashley Giles did it a lot in Test cricket, and if Ash does it, I'm willing to accept it. What would Ashley do? It's one of my mantras for life.
The King of Spain.
Yeah.
Round the wicket repeatedly to Clark, who's got an edge on this one, past the diving Yates, and it'll run down towards the Hound Road stand. It should just be stopped. In fact, it'll be kicked for 4. Who's gone chasing down there and got his name in the Hall of Shame for kicking that for 4, and that is Joe Clark's 50. Helped out by the fielder down there. He's gone to a half century, 130 balls, 4 fours. For Joe Clark, not his quickest, but really important innings to help his side ever closer to the draw.
Unlucky there, Dan Mosley. Nearly had his man. That would have been a great scalp. That's what he was bowling for around the wicket. It's not turning, it's the arm ball that goes on, and he gets an authentic outside edge. That was a very, very tired piece of fielding, which is fair enough. I think Notts were very tired at the end of the Warwickshire innings, and Warwickshire, of course, have bowled back-to-back innings here for 197 overs. Here's Webster into bowl, defended into the offside by Verena. Yeah, they've been in the field for nearly 200 overs now, Dave, so it will take its toll.
From choice.
Oh, I'm not saying, did I cast any aspersions?
No.
Doesn't make them any less tired that they chose, I don't think.
No, but we have listeners and viewers joining us all the time.
Yeah, no, they imposed the follow-on. It was the aggressive choice to make.
Yeah. Which generally is applauded by supporters. They like to see the follow-on enforced.
Webster, and he's chopped it onto his pad, Verena. Maybe just one or two slightly it's nearly lunch shots here.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit of concentration. You can see Carl Verena trying to get his mind back onto it. There's 100 here for the wanting, isn't there?
Yeah.
at this point. So just a couple of false shots that we've seen from these two batters, just as we get very close to the interval now.
We haven't had a session, I don't think, where we've been completely wicketless, and it wouldn't be the biggest surprise if had one go down here.
Webster in, and that one's well outside off stump, left alone. It's put in a good little shift here by Webster, given the circumstances of the game. You've got to admire people who want the ball in these sort of situations. It needed to be a moving morning for Warwickshire. It hasn't been at all. They've not done anything particularly wrong. They haven't bowled badly. Nottinghamshire have batted well on a good surface. It's been a good contest. Farina on 68. Lee was another one alone outside off stump. Nice extravagant leave with the front foot well forward.
And Notts have added 94 this morning. So it's sort of given the impression that it's been a fairly pedestrian morning, but they have kept the board moving at least. That's evidence of that. 94 added.
It has slowed down though. It's gone from being at 4 and over to just above 3 now for the morning. Partly because Webster has hidden the ball quite well. He doesn't do quite so well with that one. He's drifted onto the pads. He was hoping to get one through for an LBW, but it's just a comfortable single. Underarm throw from Bambrew's coming from the boundary. And Farina to 69, 407 for 4. Yeah, I think in this game, Warwickshire's top order didn't fare terribly well on the first morning. Nottinghamshire didn't bat as well as they should have done first innings. But it's a good surface to bat on. These two have demonstrated that very well indeed during this session. Webster into Clark, just turns him round a little bit, but he gets the full face of the bat on it. And there's no run.
12:54 showing on the big screens here.
The library's open at lunch and tea.
It is indeed.
It says on the board. All welcome. It'd actually be a bit tight if everybody went.
There's always something in there, exhibits and artifacts and memorabilia, as well as the hundreds, if not thousands, of books in there.
Have they got your garish jacket? Your Nottinghamshire jacket? I remember you coming in it a couple of years ago. When you say coming in it, you came with it.
Have they got it? No, I've got it.
Well, I just thought it would be a museum piece.
It actually fits me a bit better this season, Richard.
Well done, well done. Very good.
Here's Dan Mosley, who himself might...
So Mrs. Bracegirdle to let it out a bit.
She's cut off my rations. There is Mosley into bowl, penultimate over we think of the session, and has to just be lively to step to his left to prevent Farina getting a single there. Mosley left some runs out there definitely on that first day, made 49 from 49, looked $1 million, looked a little more glum and rueful when he got out, caught by a Seba Mead of the bowling of Josh Tong. Another single here to Verena, who goes to 70.
Yeah, he was acutely aware of missing out, wasn't he, Dan Mosley?
Yeah. 408 for 4. Notts lead by 228. So they've scored 98 now in the session. We'll just push through a little quicker by Mosley.
Might have got a little bit more bounce as well than Clark was expecting. See, it's Liam Patterson-White got some quite big bounce from this end, didn't he?
This one's floated up, hit back, and almost a caught and bowl chance. It was to the left of the bowler, gave it everything in the air. Mosley there flung himself away, goalkeeper-like, couldn't reach it. There was protection behind him with Ethan Bamber, making sure they didn't get a run. But false shot from Joe Clark, nearly paid the price. 408 for 4. Mosley in again, floated up, and this time by way of a change. Clark goes to the onside of straight and gets a single. Wokes too deep to prevent that. 409 for 4. Notts lead by 229.
I'm going to jog next door. I shall see you after the lunch interval.
Many thanks, as always, Richard, for your company and your commentary this morning. More from the great man after lunch as Mosley fields off his own bowling. 409 for 4. There will be time for one over to be squeezed in. Just saw Chris Wokes, I don't know if he's feeling a little stiff and was just sort of loosening up for the sake of that, or I wonder if they're going to give him a naughty, cheeky one over before lunch. No, he's not. He's not. That's for sure. It's going to be Rob Yates, in fact, to bowl the customary over of spin before lunch. So the spin twins in operation. Mosley's had a few overs from this end. Yates to see out the session. So Wokes was just clearly feeling a little stiff, having not had the greatest workload on this final day. So it'll be Rob Yates to bowl to Joe Clark. Cannot see out these 6 deliveries to deliver the first wicketless session of the contest. Probably got themselves into a position where the draw is now what, at least 80% the likeliest outcome, if not more. Clark on 52 blocks this one. Dan's been back, bracecricket@icloud.com, and says regarding the pavilion, the library, the new stained glass windows in there, definitely worth a trip, everybody. Thank you very much for that, as this has worked on the leg side. He has sent a link to it as well, yep. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much to Dan and to everybody else who's become involved in the patter and chatter this morning in the commentary box. And again, huge thanks to Jack Haynes for joining us for the first hour of play as Yates floats one up and Verena pats it back to the bowler. 410 for 4, so exactly 100 runs scored this morning. Yates in once more. Verena turns it to leg, and that's just spoilt the symmetry, really. 101st run of the morning. In fact, it was Joe Clark taking the single. No, it wasn't. I went from looking out of the window to looking at the live stream, and of course they run in a different direction on the picture I was watching. Verena gone to 71. Clark back on strike on 53. Yates bowls to Joe Clark. He defends the 5th ball of this over. This will be the end of the 31st over of the session. 101 runs scored. And Joe Clark on strike. Well, past 1 o'clock, and he'll turn it away on the leg side. Clark for his 54th run of the innings. Verena is 71 not out, and Notts will go to lunch on the final day here at Trent Bridge. 412 for 4, leading by 232, and that session saw Notts rack up 102 runs in 31 overs. And as I said a moment or two ago, the draw, the overwhelming most probable outcome sometime either 5 o'clock or just before 5 o'clock later this afternoon. 412 for 4. Lovely morning in the commentary box. Very much enjoyed the company of Richard Wilford and Jack Haynes, and enjoyed reading all your correspondence, everybody. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in 40 minutes time with the penultimate act of this game. Be an update for Radio Nottingham listeners in a moment, but when we've done that, that will be lunch here at Trent Bridge. A reminder, Notts 412 for 4, leading by 232. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Trent Bridge. Umpires Middlebrook and Pollard striding out to the middle for the 11th of the 12 scheduled sessions in this contest. We've had a strong inkling for a while as to where this game might be heading, probably intensified during the 2 hours of play this morning, with Nottinghamshire for the first time in the game aside going through a session without losing a wicket. It means that Notts have an overall lead of 232 over Warwickshire with 2 sessions left. They're 412 for 4. What will be during the course of the afternoon. Joe Clark and Kyle Verena will be hoping for more of the same. There'll be 1 or 2 very interested Warwickshire followers and Warwickshire players and coaches hoping that there's an immediate clatter of wickets after lunch. As I say, what will be, que sera, sera, etc, etc. Good afternoon, Richard Wilford.
Good afternoon. You all right?
Yes.
I was downstairs in the press box. The same gentleman who was talking to me through statistics yesterday, he was telling me about the overrate thing, and I meant to look at his name today when he was telling me something else, and he disappeared just as I was going to turn his pass in my direction. But he was referring to our chat about the fact that on a day like today, if not spat through till tea, then that ought to be the end of it. There's no point playing on beyond it. And he was supporting the point. He said if you look at CricViz now, this WinViz thing, that the percentages of what's going to happen at this point in this game as of lunch today, the draw is at 99%. Nottinghamshire win 1%, Warwickshire win 0%. That's where it is at the moment. And so it's the sort of instance where there comes a point where it would make a certain amount of sense to potentially end the game slightly early. But nonetheless, we are here, and Nottinghamshire have batted exactly as they wanted to this morning. A couple of tired shots just before lunch, but they've been able to sharpen up now during the interval, and they will want to go on and make 3 figures, both of them.
There are 65 overs left in the game. I find it very strange, but that's the world we live in, where Warwickshire, they say, have no percent.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I agree.
They can get 6 wickets in the next 2 or 3 overs and be set 240 in 60 overs.
You have been watching this game, haven't you?
Yes.
Mosley comes in to bowl to Clark, who turns it towards the leg side, and it's picked up by Janney, who's on fielding as a 12th man again, and there's no run.
Sign of the times that Mosley's opening the bowling after lunch, though, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, I don't think Warwickshire are expecting to be set a target. They will set a defensive field to at least try and prevent Notts from scoring too quickly.
See what's just happened? He's taken his sunglasses off.
Well, there's no sun. The sun's gone in. He's noticed it, Dan. As this one's guided through square leg for a single by Vereen.
If he hadn't been wearing sunglasses, he'd have noticed earlier.
It was too dark to tell. 414 for 4.
They say, the people that know these things, i.e. producer Kirsty, the rain is sweeping down the country, having left Newcastle a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I was just looking at the radar to see what the likelihood is. And I came up with a revelation which will follow. Mosley in defended forward, leaning away by Clark, back down the wicket. The current wave of rain looks like it's going to miss us to the east. Looks like it's going to arc round us. And again, forward he comes and defends. It's going to dump itself on Peterborough and places like that.
And why not?
Well, might as well, you know. But the next phase after that, which probably is about an hour and a half away, may well give us a little bit of a soaking. But you never know, do you? A little bit of breeze changing direction. Full delivery from Mosley, pushed up towards mid-on, fielded left-handed by Bo Webster, and then rolls it on the ground for some Mosley to stoop to pick it up. Thanks, Bo. 414 for 4. Mosley in again, and it's left down the leg side by Clark. It did get a bit of grip from that area in front of the batters, but that was always going to turn it out of the danger area. End of the first over after the interval. It will be very interesting to see who bowls the second. It looks like Ethan Bamber's going to have a crack. He was doing some warm-ups actually 5 minutes before the break. We have a visitor, Dave. Dave.
My word, one of the great men of county cricket has popped into the commentary box. Mr. Ben Slater, whose ears might have been burning or not burning this morning, we'll find out in a moment, has popped in. Always a welcome visitor. The Chesterfield churner is here. Ethan Bamber.
Is that a positive nickname? Chesterfield churner?
Is it? It's what the media department always put when you get runs. The Chesterfield churner's got another century.
Yes.
You like that? Welcome, Ben Slater.
Thank you. And the Bolton Bradman as well.
Yeah. Yes, he was the Bolton Bradman in the second innings, wasn't he? It's nice to see him get back to runs. Ben Slater's with us. We'll have a little chat in a mo. Next ball is, or the first ball of this over after lunch from Ethan Bamber. 4-1-4 for 4. The very fact you're here and still in your training gear and flip-flops tells us that you're not expecting a dramatic change to what we saw this morning and a declaration and not to go out there and try and push for it. We're expecting more of the same. Is that what the dressing room's expecting?
Well, I just thought I'd come up and keep you company for a bit, Dave, really, and then not look too far ahead. Obviously, we're in a good position, doing well at the minute, but we've got to keep going.
Good answer. Verena on 72 on strike. Eases this into the offside. And there's no run. So, for the first time in the match, a side has battered through the 2-hour session without losing a wicket. And I think it's been tough going for the bowlers, hasn't it, by and large?
Yeah, it's an interesting wicket. It's a bit different to what we're usually used to. A little bit less for the bowlers, maybe.
Bamber past by Pollard, and Verena works it up to mid-on. You're a frequent popper-upper, which we love. I immediately thought you've been up before when Richard's been in. If you haven't, apologies. Richard from BBC WM. Did you not come up on the last day last season? It was just almost revolving doors.
We've met once. I'll tell you where in a minute.
414 for 4.
Well, not that Ben will remember, but
not the hostelry you were in last night that you've been describing, I hope.
No, but you're warm.
Verena on 72, and this is eased into the offside. No run.
You escorted me once after a day's play when I'd had a bit of a difficult day for non-obvious reasons. You escorted me to the pub on the other side of the ground.
We met in the Larwood, did we?
Yeah. Yeah. You were there. Dane was there.
Dane was always in there.
Our producer Kirsty was there. I remember. Yeah.
Probably a couple of years ago. Verena on 72. Balls now, and this is pushed into the. Oh, is that a no ball, or is he just dangling his arm out? We're never entirely sure with umpire Polly. Couple of runs to Nottinghamshire, 416 for 4. How have you spent your morning then, sir?
Just watching the lads bat, really. Listening to Fergus talk. Yeah, listening to him tell a load of stories and talk for literally 2 hours. So that's where I've spent my morning listening to Ferg.
Well, almost. We saw him bundled out there as 12th man for a moment, taking the drinks and the gloves on as this is turned on the leg side.
We're just trying to bring him back down to earth a little bit and and humble him a little bit by making him 12th man. See his start to his career. He's not missed many games, so and obviously with his record, he's a very confident man, so we're just trying to humble him a little bit with a bit of 12th man duties.
416 for 4 as Bamber bowls again to Verena, drives this to mid-off, and there's no run. It's a shame, really, because I know he's talking to him. He's been really looking forward to coming back to Trent Bridge. Just locked in for 8 games. He lost the first one playing for Victoria in the Shields final, and so a 7-game slot, and then to pick up a knock, he's had to miss the last couple.
Yeah, obviously it's not ideal because he's been brilliant for us and was brilliant in the first innings with both bat and ball against Glammy. So yeah, to lose one of your overseas players, it's not ideal, but we've obviously got a few decent fast bowlers here who can fill in for him. Hopefully we get him back in the not too distant future.
Going to be Dan Mosley to continue bowling a bit of Ben Slater, gentle right arm off spin.
I'm not sure you should be putting him in the same bracket as me, Dave. That's
he's got Ben Duckett on his CV now.
Well, I've got Ducky out a few times in the nets, to be fair, so maybe we are on similar.
Mosley in round the wicket to Clark, who drives past the bowler for a single. He nearly had Joe Clark just before lunch. Yeah. That was that ball that went just wide of Slip's right hand.
Was Ducky filthy getting out to Yates and Mosley in this one?
I'm not saying anything.
Take that as a yes, then, I think.
I mean, he's not a great fan of getting out at the best of times, is he? Loves batting.
Loves batting.
Deserved 100 yesterday.
Well, as he floats this one up a bit, driven back to him by Verena. Talking about humbling people being 12th man. Fair to say, after he got left out last week, Chris Wokes did 3 days on the drinks and taking out sweaters and helmets last week. So this is turned towards square leg and there'll be no run. Fielder around quickly. So it's part of being a team man, isn't it?
It is. It is. To be fair, Ferg's he's been good this morning. He's been more switched on than I thought he'd be.
Again, turn around the corner, but this time further in front of square by Verena for a comfortable single, 418 for 4.
Was Jack listened to in the dressing room?
A little bit, but we couldn't really hear it. Hugo, the analyst, had it on when we were sat on the balcony, but we couldn't really hear it because his volume only went up so loud. Was he? Did he have a? Did Jack have a bit to say? Did he?
It was excellent. It's good value. Good value, as you all are when you come up.
He struck me as a bit of a cricket badger. I think he loves the game, Jack, from what he was saying. Mosley in, guided back towards him. He scrambles and stops, then puts 2 arms out like he's diving into a swimming pool. That effects the stop. Dan Mosley 1 for 37 from his 10. Another 10 minutes out of the game. Nottinghamshire's lead 238.
Producer Kirsty, question for Ben Slater. When's he going to get better at football? See, that's what we were talking about earlier, and Jack had a thing about your competitiveness and keenness.
It's harsh, that. I've been going through a bit of a tough time at head tennis in the morning, this last week or so. Confidence take a little bit of a hit, but if we got on a proper football field, there's not many who would be better than me.
He says modestly. Jack said this morning...
There's a few good footballers, but I would be in a proper game. Yeah.
Playing where? Is Verena, 73 not out, defends this ball from Bambo. What's your position?
Left back, left wing.
Yeah.
Something like that. Probably left back. I've not got the pace to play left wing anymore.
Jack said this morning Pennington performed better than he'd ever done before, but he'd only give him 4 out of 10.
It was remarkable this morning. It's the best I've ever seen him. Best I've ever seen him, it was. You know, he's comfortably the worst at head tennis still, but this morning he was very good.
418 for 4. Next ball is driven again crisply to deepish mid-on, and there's no run. Dylan, if you're listening, you've always got right to reply. You're always welcome up here.
He's being praised. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? You can only do it to the best of your ability. This morning, that's where he was.
He exceeded his ability this morning. He did.
You certainly had a couple of lucky touches, aren't you? That's what I'm fearing, that it might have been fortune.
Bamber in his 18th over, getting through a healthy workload here. Bowls to Verena, gets a single on the offside. As you know, Ben, these are sort of joint productions, so we've got Warwickshire listeners listening. You know, you stuck around quite a long time yesterday out there in the middle. You and us putting 100 on the respective merits of the Bears' attack. They got 6 right on, fast, medium, fast. They just kept coming at you, didn't they?
Yeah, I think that's one of the main things, is obviously that with that many in the team, you've always got someone that's fresh. So I think that's one of the challenges that we face this game. Is
Bamber bowls, Clark drops it on the leg side, no run.
Is the fact that they've always got 1 or maybe 2 lads who are fresh and ready to go. So which is obviously different when you've probably only got a 4-man attack. But yeah, they've kept coming, and I think that's shown with how they've set the side up really with the 6 seamers. So
change of captain as well, Ed Barnard, and a real fresh look. Bo Webster in the side. They've really impressed me this week, as this is run to backward point. Somerset topping the table as well. I mean, you guys got a good draw down there, but they've won the 2 games since then. Some different names. Surrey are being frustrated again in this match. They're here, the next home game in a fortnight. It's got all the makings again of another competitive season.
I mean, yeah, it looks like obviously Somerset started well. We did well down there to get the draw. It's never an easy place to go.
Amber bowls and eased into the offside. That's the end of the over. Mark the Mod is actually down at the Oval today. He says he's on a spying mission. Says I'm sat here in the Oval, so it's appropriate to be thinking about Ben and that catch he took last September. Could he talk us through it? Now, I don't know how long you can stay here, Ben, but no, the shortened version. I mean, what a moment. I never for 1 second thought you were going to drop it, but it might have just been a slight time to get, the importance of this as it was coming towards you.
Yeah, well, it was the first catch that came to me all year in the county championship. I'd not even had one. I'd not had a chance. I'd not dropped one. I'd not caught one. So
is that right?
Yeah, I think and so I sort of knew going into those last few games.
Starting new over, Dan Mosley clipped towards mid-wicket by Varane for a single, 420 for 4.
That'd have to be sort of concentrating because there's no way I'm going to go through a season without a chance. So
Mosley again driven up towards mid-off. They're going to take a quick single there because it's a diving stop by Bamber. He spills it and they'll get through for another single.
Yeah, so I was pretty switched on. And yeah, to be fair, once it went above the seats, I sort of had a pretty good view of it. It can be difficult at the Oval when it's in the seats, but as soon as it went above there, I had a pretty good view of it. But
Mosley's delivery defended.
Yeah, the last sort of 5 yards of it coming to me, I did the split second of where it was like, right, this is it. Then it's I'm either catching it or I'm dropping it, and thankfully it stuck, and the rest is history. So that was pretty much how it went.
Mosley approaching. Varane comes down the wicket, drives, and it's stopped in his follow through by Mosley. He wrings his hand out now.
In case anybody's on the moon or a Warwickshire fan not aware, the minute details, like all the Notts fans were, obviously Surrey were about 30 away from chasing down 300 and plenty, and Tom Laws had come out and he'd whacked 2 or 3 and starting to look a threat, and Josh Tong had got 4 wickets.
Mosley floats this up and it's guided towards long on. Another single, 422 for 4.
And Haas just kept going back to him, didn't get us this last wicket, and that was the moment. You caught it, and almost in an instant, Tong was out there celebrating with you.
Yes, probably only the one of the best feeling I've had on a cricket field, really, and probably won't have one like that again. Out of body experience, really. As soon as it went in and the celebrations began, it was. Yeah, like someone taking over your body, really, and probably the same for everyone else. It was, I think, just because of that, all the hard work that sort of went into that game, with how much it ebbed and flowed, and the quality of it, and to come out on the right side of it with what followed. Yeah, there was a lot of emotion that came out, I think.
I think it was yesterday we were talking and just posing. Is there room in a 4-day county championship game for a little bit of sentiment? And right at the end of the season, it was a nice touch because that was manufactured. I know it was your skill that got there. Notts needed 20 to win, but it was sort of manufactured very nicely between the two of them. You got 15 to get your 1,000 runs for the season, and then set it up for Haas to hit the winning runs to beat Warwickshire as this one goes through to the keeper. I know you'll have gone out there and you couldn't have discussed it, but if you had discussed it, that would have been the ideal scenario.
Yeah, well, it was, like you say, it's the ideal end, really. Has to hit the winning runs, and I think I owe Clarkey a little bit for letting a few 4s go past him in the fields, so they got a little bit of a lead.
423 for 4. Next ball. Oh, it just keeps a whisker low. Goes through to Alex Davis outside the off stump. Clark on 58. They've added 137. We're talking to Notts opener Ben Slater here, if you've just joined us. Nice. It's a nice milestone to tick off.
Yeah, I was close the year before.
Yeah.
So to actually get there last year was nice. Probably would have liked to have got there the year before.
And the previous time he did it, if I remember right, he'd got sort of 800 runs for Derbyshire when you came here, and got the other 200 in September here. Your very
it's a bit
first
more
year.
than 200, I think,
Okay.
Dave. Yeah, you're just selling me a bit short there.
423 for 4. But it was a split thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. A few for Derby, then finished off at the back end here.
4:23 for 4. Richard's been campaigning, admittedly not just this morning but yesterday as well, that in matches like this he's got a theory, as this left alone goes through to the keeper, that at tee on the last day, if you know, I'm not saying this will, things could happen, but if it's a stone cold certainty it's going to end in a draw, you should be able to call it off at tee. Jack Haynes was with him this morning. I was flying the flag for those that have paid admission money to come in and want a full day's cricket. You know, whatever happens in the last hour, even if it's, you know, the Ben Slater's bowling, whatever the scenario, they've paid the money and should be entitled to that hour's cricket. I don't know how that sits with you. Perhaps I'm just playing devil's advocate. This time it's defended on the leg side, and there's no run.
I can see it from both sides, but it does seem silly that if there's only one result possible, that you have to go out there for 40 minutes and watch numpties like me have a ball. So I'm not sure anyone's interested in watching that. So yeah, I'm probably on the boat where you'd be able to call it a day at tea.
4:23 for 4. Final ball of this Bamber over. And he's very watchful, isn't he, Joe Clark, steering it square of the wicket on the offside. I can just remember as a kid, I mean, I was allowed to come and pretty much on my own as a youngster, really. Probably in this day and age you wouldn't get a youngster coming in on your own, but yeah, we'll pick you up at 6 o'clock outside the ground and whatever. And I can remember a few afternoons where it rained and sort of had to wait there for about 3 or 4 hours. Well, either my mum or dad or somebody came and picked me up outside the ground. I'd want the cricket to go on right until the very last minute, but I know what it's like. And you know, my thing this morning was the other side of it. You know, when we're away at Taunton or Hampshire or Canterbury or whatever, you want to get on the road, don't you?
Yeah.
Rob Yates is going to have another. No, he's not. It's still Dan Mosley. The board did me there. Look, and it's still showing Rob Yates as the bowler. It is Dan Mosley. Yates is in at a silly mid-on position, catching position. This is turned to leg by Verena. Big Bo Webster, who's an absolute skyscraper of a human being, does the fielding. It's a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, big man. Big man.
Mosley once more. Spin from one end, the extra pace of Bamber at the other. This is cut away nicely into the offside. There'll only be a single. Malik does the fielding on the Fox Road side of the ground. 4:24 for 4. Start of the season, win against Glamorgan. If this is a draw, a win and 2 draws. That's how you started last year, the first 3 games.
Is that right? Can't remember that, Dave.
Beat Durham the first one.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And then drew here with Essex as another single, and then drew at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. You had that great first day where you bowled them out for 90. I think was it Brett and Fergus getting all those wickets on the first morning, and then it rained on the last day, didn't it?
We were on top there, weren't we, the last day?
Yeah. We got a little bit of cricket in late on, but not really enough to get the last 3 or 4 wickets, whatever it was, as Verena defends here. Of course, last year 7 wins was enough, but there were those 4 Kookaburra games, so I guess an update for Radio Nottingham. This is pushed out into the offside. Well, I'm pleased to say from the Nottinghamshire perspective, they've not lost a wicket today. They're 425 for 4 with Joe Clark on 59, Carl Verena on 77. It means Notts lead overall in the game by 245. Seemingly, this one will end in a draw around about 5 o'clock. Quick 30-second or 20-second stab for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Single taken, 4:26 for 4. It's at the end of the news. You've got 20 seconds. I mean, you know, it's hard to say your name in 20 seconds, let alone...
Not long enough for you that, Dave, is it?
Well, no, I'd like to have a bit of a waffle and an expand and float off into near hysteria of the great moments, but you've got to keep it short. Rather more builders down at the far end this afternoon. That deadline to get it done, I think, for the Test match, the bottom two tiers. Keeping them working hard this morning. Verena on strike on 78, and turn this to leg. I think there was some bat involved, a single. These two right-handers, of course, it seemed like the particular strip we're on wasn't ideal for you when the bowlers went round the wicket, because there were people continually walking through the tunnel of love at the far end, right in your eye line.
I think, well, even when they were batting the other day, there's always someone popping their head out of there, and can be annoying at times. Little
bit of a distraction. Single took Verena to 79. Now Joe Clark, who's absolutely putting the highest price on his wicket here today, blocks another one. Been out there for 159, or he's faced 159 deliveries for this 59. That's somebody who's a T20 opener, a prolific striker of a cricket ball, likes to rattle along with it, but he's a different sort of beast these days in red ball cricket, isn't he? He's put together his 10 or 12 years of first-class experience, and he's figured his game out, rotates the strike when he can, and was thwarted there by Verena sending him back. It would have been a sharp single. 427 for 4, started with 90 odd at Taunton, 100 against Glamorgan, 90 in the first innings here, and now 59 and still going second time round. Good start of the season for him. I mean, every position in the order is a key one, but number 4, you know, if you have lost a couple early, you need somebody to settle the ship. If, like in this innings, if you've got off to a good start, you just need somebody to continue. This has turned away for another run for Clark, takes him to 60.
Yeah, he's had a great start, and yeah, happy for it to long may it continue, Dave.
He's had a sharp haircut, hasn't he? I don't know who scalped him.
Him and Ferg 2 for 1, I think, at the same barbers it was.
Got a touch on the footy, beloved Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Going to squeeze into the playoffs.
Just a draw at the weekend, is it? I think that we need, and then we're in. So
Verena on 79, turns this to leg. Got a century against the Bears 2 years ago when he first joined Nottinghamshire. Been looking for another one here. 428 for 4. Seems like there's going to be a full haul of draws in Division 1 this round of matches, unless anything dramatically changes this afternoon. 428 for 4. Next ball on its way now, and cut away to backward point, no run. One of Ben Slater's former sides up next for Notts, Leicestershire. You played 2 matches, and 2 very contrasting games. If memory serves, obviously I wasn't there, but it was during COVID times, wasn't it?
Yes, I was on about this morning. 170 in the first one, and then a pair in the second one. So both ends of the spectrum. But it was a good couple of weeks there. They're a good set of lads. I think a little bit different now. Little bit. Not many of them still there, but yeah, the lads I played with in that team there, they're a good set, and we had a good win in the first game against Lancs. It was ended up knocking 150 off in 12-13 overs, I think, in the second innings. So it was a great win.
There's Mosley going to bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 80. No, he's not. I beg your pardon. He's on 60. This is turned on the leg side. Verena's on 79. And if memory serves, was it Worcester? Couldn't play at Leicester.
It was. Oh no, is it Old Trafford maybe? I don't know. I can't remember which was old.
This is eased into the offside now. I thought it was against Lancashire at New Road.
Yeah, I don't know whose ground was unavailable, whether it was Lancs or
Leicestershire. Yeah.
Might have been. Was it Lancs because of a test match in the hotel or something like that, maybe?
Mosley bowls, floats it up.
Shot.
Driven nicely by Joe Clark, and he'll get the full benefit for the quality of the stroke, just piercing the ring on the offside for 4 runs. They've started well, haven't they? They got nearly 700 runs at the Oval. They've had a good week this week. Recruited from near and far to put together a competitive side, and I think it's easy for the likes of me and a lot of people I'm talking to already looking forward to Surrey in a fortnight. But you can't take your eye off Leicestershire, can you? Next week, that's same amount of points available. That's a really big game. This is hit back down the ground to mid-off, and there's no run.
No, they're a good side. We played them pre-season last year, and just with how they set the side up, with the amount of all-rounders that they had in it last year, we said they would do well, and it proved with them obviously winning the division. And they've obviously gone again, signed a few more players, and they bat very deep. So it'll we'll not be taking them lightly, that's for sure.
Certainly be a challenge. That starts on Friday, which is also the 1st of May, which I can't believe. I don't know where the year's gone, but we'll be into May. There's Mosley around the wicket. Bowls. This is nicely played carefully by Clark onto the leg side. Moves to 65 now, just closing in on Verena's score of 79. They've added 147 together. 147. Been watching the snooky?
Put a little bit on that last night, but Mrs. wasn't happy, so it quickly got turned off.
Ronnie and Higgins, yeah. Mosley bowls a quicker ball, and Verena was.
What's that? Where are we at? Is that the quarters?
No, it's just the second round. That one.
Second round.
Yeah. Finishes. It finishes next Monday, the bank holiday. 4:33 for 4. At the end of the over, Notts haven't lost a wicket today. We have had, I can remember maybe the last decade or so, 2 occasions where I've been watching a Nottinghamshire game where a wicket hasn't gone down. 2017 at Cardiff, Chris Cook and Colin Ingram battered throughout the day to frustrate Notts, and at New Road, Worcester, a handful of years ago, Mr Slater and Mr Mead battered through the day to frustrate Worcestershire.
Yeah, we were on about that yesterday when we came in at lunch. Clarkey brought it up, and I think it's not far off to the day when that happened, maybe. So me and Haas I said let's try and do it again, and then it won to point, so you'll have to blame me for that.
4:33 for 4. As Bamber comes in to bowl, Clark advances down the track, as is his one. When would that have been then? 2022? 21, 22?
21, 22.
Yeah. Got a photo somewhere of the pair of you with, at the time that Haas had his long hair, his really long hair. There was really only a contest, I think, between him and Finn Hudson-Prentice of Sussex, formerly of Derbyshire, of course, as to who had the longest hair in the championship at the time. Next ball is run away behind square, nicely fielded by the sub-fielder. Remains 4:33 for 4. He's taken to captaincy astonishingly well. I shouldn't say astonishingly, because he's a deep thinker of the game, and he's always going to be a success at whatever he does. But to win the title in his second year, and clearly all you guys respect him and buy into to everything that he's about, which is terrific. Clark on 65. This is pushed into the offside. They'll run hard for the first. They won't get a second. 4:34 for 4. And you guys have opened together more than 100 times now. There's almost telepathy there.
Yeah, we had this conversation. You told me that stat at the end of last year, didn't you? And obviously it's a nice stat to have, because it means we've both must have done all right to stay in the team for that long. And yeah, I think the more we bat together, this
is pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. It's got to a situation now where there was Chris Broad and Robinson, Bicknell and Pollard. Over the last 50 years or so, it's the three of you that have. Or the 3 opening partnerships that have had more than 100 appearances together. Bamber in again, bowls, and Verena checks his drive up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's quiet all around. It's a day really for the very passionate cricket enthusiast, isn't it? They're not on the edge of their seat anticipating remarkable things to happen. I'm sure they'd like to see both this pair just advance their scores a little quicker and get to a position where they can bring up respective milestones, but you've very much got to earn that right as Verena eases it into, again, the offside. Bit of noise from the far end. The building site is back in action after lunch. 4:34 for 4.
Be nice to get in there when it's done.
Been incredible pavilion when it has finished, much taller, much higher than the previous one. Shot there on the live stream.
Are you going to be in there, or are you going to be over here?
I've not heard of any plans to move. I don't think there's any reason to move these commentary boxes.
They're good, aren't they? Good view from here.
Yeah. Got Rob Yates' name up on the board this time, and with good reason, because it is going to be Rob Yates. It sort of indicates that Warwickshire feel that just putting more and more miles in the legs of their quicks is going to be a fruitless exercise, doesn't it, really? As Yates prepares to bowl to Joe Clark on 66. Clark turns it on the leg side. There's no run. That particular beep is a familiar one. It's the bowling coach of the Blaze.
Oh no, what's he got to say? This could be anything.
Just Slater and Bracegirdle exclamation mark, what a duo. I think that's heavily laced with irony and sarcasm as this is turned on the leg side. 4:35 for 4. I don't know if you saw, they had an astonishing win on Saturday, didn't they? Chasing over 200 at Essex, and they were 60 for 7 or something, and they got home. Terrific win. Nothing to do with the bowling coach, of course, but it's a great win nonetheless as Verena cuts this out onto the offside. It's nicely fielded by Malik, and they'll only get a single. 4:36 for 4. Even when he's not around, Fred, you still feel his presence, don't you? That's the 150 partnership now.
What a man.
298 balls is that it is. Taken 3 hours between Verena and Clark. 4:36 for 4. I'm sure he gave McNeil plenty of sleepless nights. And he's turned away for another single. 4:37 for 4.
Some of the stories, he got some good stories, has Fletch.
This pair, Slater and Bracegirdle, are just getting me in a good place for my afternoon nap. Thank you, Luke. Get off and do the school run. Yates bowls.
We're getting old now, isn't he, with his afternoon naps? I need to get them in.
Turned away on the leg side. He's the only full-time bowling coach I know that only pops in for an hour or two a week. 4:38 for 4. It's a good life, isn't it? Richard's back with us. Again, just wondering if he's going to be able to commentate on a Warwickshire wicket today at all.
I'm not anticipating one.
Yates to bowl the last over. Richard has been our weather watcher this morning, and there is the first sort of filthy black cloud very much appearing from our right as this is just dropped down at the feet of Moseley. Yates threw another over. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 55.
Does Ben get a vote on Wilford's Law?
We have mentioned it. This is, what I was saying. Richard feels it should be called off at tea and games in this situation.
Let's assume that Notts don't want to bowl 40 overs today. It might be. I'm not sure what your plan is. I'm not asking you, but assume Notts bat through to tea as these two quite comfortably could, or even 1 or 2 wickets down. At which point there's only 32 overs left. I don't understand the point of what cricket. That 50 minutes or an hour up until the handshake just seems pointless to me. So I would say you should be able to call it off at tea on the final day.
No, I agreed with you, yeah.
I've got 2 votes today from 2 players, Dave.
What if Chesterfield are losing 4-0 at half-time? Should it be called off?
It's not even an equivalent.
Yeah,
it's just not even remotely an equivalent, Dave.
People
it isn't.
Paid for that.
No, they haven't. They haven't paid to watch the filth after 4 o'clock.
That's what I said. They're not paid to watch me bowl.
It's a chance, a very low chance. Probably dropped just in front of Rob Yates. He's as good a slipper as there is. Ethan Bamber, I think, was about to come off, has carried on for another over and draws a genuine edge from Verena. And Yates couldn't get his hands underneath it. 4 runs, stand a third, 442 for 4.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a little look at that. Producer Aaron's all over the replays. Here we go, Ben. What do you make of this?
Just short, was it?
Sort of half volley-ish, wasn't it? Got underneath him. That'll frustrate both Bamber and Yates, though. Even if he couldn't catch it, it's gone for 4.
He's one of the better slippers on the circuit, Rob Yates, to be fair. As Rain pushes forward rather more sturdily into the offside. There's a false equivalence to the football thing. It just is, and you know that, I think, deep down. and my argument is about player welfare partly as well, in that you can't keep on saying that there's too much cricket and we need gaps in the schedule, this sort of thing, and then have people playing 50 minutes or an hour unnecessarily. Somebody breaks a finger, pulls a hamstring playing that. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. With the quick turnarounds as they are,
Bamber in, defended that, kept a little bit low, out to the leg side.
it would make sense to save an hour, 50 minutes, whatever it is, in the legs, and then rather than watch me and Haas bowl some spin.
Yeah,
I'll be looking forward to that. I will want to stay here till 6 o'clock tonight.
But the quirk is, if you knew that you were finishing at 3:40, you might bowl at 3:30. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you might still get that little quirk.
Yeah,
but I think it's I don't think it's the benefit. They're actually going to have a look at the shape of this ball right now.
I've been ticked off by the Blaze bowling coach, who tells me he's not the Blaze bowling coach, he's the bowling consultant.
Yeah, he's a consultant in the.
So he can have afternoons off to watch the snooker and have a nap.
It makes him sound. It makes him sound better, that, doesn't it? Consultant than coach. Makes it sound more important.
Yeah, and in most professions that means more money for fewer hours, doesn't it?
I bet it's not.
Yeah. But consultancies are usually that's a good way to go, isn't it? But people take redundancy or take retirement and come back as a consultant at twice the rate. But it's getting a little bit gloomy here at the moment. There's no sense of urgency here. So if you're looking at it dispassionately, again, I'm not going to ask Ben because that isn't fair. But it doesn't look like Nottinghamshire are in a hurry to create a situation where they can get some overs to try and bowl Warwickshire out. And they'll know the surface as well as anybody batting on it as they have done in this second innings.
We need the suitcase again, the little briefcase with the spare balls in. Ian Warrington, once games are destined for a draw only halfway through the day, why can't teams shake hands as early as possible for the benefit of players and spectators and incentive-wise by awarding points for winning draws? Oh, for winning draws. Oh, that's all.
No. Winning draws.
You get it in club cricket, don't you? A winning draw and a losing draw in some leagues up and down the land, but I think it's difficult at this level.
But I think, look, if you play 2 sessions, for those people who have paid to come on the 4th day, that's fair enough. You've seen 4 hours of proper cricket. And you know coming on the 4th day that it might end or whatever. But yeah, as much as I enjoyed Tim Ambrose getting Adam Voges caught on the boundary at Lord's, it wasn't real. It wasn't real.
And usually in this country, most games are done in 3 days when we have a spicy wicket. So to go to 4 days, everyone's had a bonus day, really, haven't they?
See, exactly that. The caterers have had to order extra in because it's gone to day 4.
Well, Craig Langton says Clive Rice would get to 300 as soon as possible, then declare. Nowadays it's get 400 in front at tea and then shake hands. This is a difficult watch. Thank you, Craig. That's a different issue. Back to
because that goes back to the 3-day cricket when you did have lots of declarations, whereas this is much more relevant for preparing players for Test cricket in theory. In this time to build an innings.
Mark the Mod, who is at the Oval. Can I just say once again, it's not put many, but can I say once again, sincere thanks to Ben for that catch. He gave me one of my top cricket moments of all time, that along with Randall's 174, Hadley and Rice bowling, Eddie Hemmings 4 off the last ball, and being here at the Oval that day for that catch. There we are.
So you're choking him up now.
Yeah, it's nice. There's some big names on there as well. Yeah. I'm probably the bottom of that list, to be fair. So, it's nice to be on the list.
But other than representing your country, there can be no greater feeling than winning the county championship. It is the best.
Yeah.
To win.
Well, yeah. I don't think you ever believed that. Well, you could do it, but to have that on the CV, it's a hell of an achievement. There'll be some good players who've played who've never won it. So.
And the Slater family were well represented on that last day to enjoy
it with you.
Yes,
they were. Yeah.
And the turnaround in 2 years. in the Fortunes speaks volumes for everybody here. It really did. Even I was emotional watching it with you on that final day, Dave, because it was a great achievement. Great achievement. Verena waits. The ball from Bamber that goes past the shoulder of the bat. That change of ball might be good.
Do you think, as
always happens, doesn't it?
As a batter, and again, we've got all afternoon to talk about all sorts of things, but on a change of ball, do you sometimes feel a little slighted when they show it to the captain, they show it to the bowlers, all the fielders have a little look and a wipe and a polish and whatever, and you're stood there for 5 or 10 minutes while they sort all this nonsense out, and you've not had a chance to look at it? Because sometimes they are just slightly different in colour or texture. I know they're supposed to be the same. Do you think the batters should be shown, just as a matter of respect?
Well, maybe, but there's not going to be nothing you can do about it, is there? They're still going to use it, so...
Floodlights are on as Bamber comes in down the leg side. That's a good stop by Alex Davis. Didn't quite take it cleanly, but it was low down.
And it probably very rarely happens for when me and Hass are out there. It'd only be when you go on and get a big score that you'll probably get to the point where they want to change the ball, because it very rarely happens inside the first 20, 30 overs, I suppose.
We're wondering what they'll do with that ball yesterday when Chris Wokes took the new ball and got rid of Josh Tong with it. It was only live for one ball.
Bamber in, cuts by Rain Square on the offside. Sam Haynes grazing out there at the moment. And they'll take the single, end of the over. And I think the other thing to note today, 153 runs scored, is it in 43 overs? Is that right? No, 133 in the overs that we've seen today, so only just over 3 and over. So it tells you something. The pace of the game, it's gone a little bit tepid, hasn't it?
bracecricket@icloud.com if you want to get in touch, as Ed Taylor has, with something entitled Wilford's Law. What about a compromise on Wilford's Law? Again, petering out as a draw. Can have play concluded at tea, but the players have to provide alternative entertainment of their choosing for a short period. The players can save a bit of energy whilst the paying supporters get value for money.
But what they suggest, I mean, A, not a beer match, B, what, musical? Have you got any guitarists in your team?
No, I don't think we have.
Oh,
I think Clarkey fancies himself on the karaoke, so maybe we'll get the karaoke out.
Yates bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Mosley. I think he's very much tongue-in-cheek. He says very much enjoying the live stream. Many thanks to everybody involved. Thank you, Ed, for getting in touch. 4:43 for 4. Not to stop going to Barbados by the time you joined, hadn't they? Or did you get on one? This is dropped on the leg side.
I did one when I was at Derby, 2013 maybe.
Yeah, Franklin Stevenson was often the local host, and he's a big karaoke man, and he would have all the Notts team there in his pavilion at the academy having a bit of a go. All the fours, 44444. Not a taxi number, phone number. It's the score on the board. You don't see that too often. This is defended on the leg side again by Joe Clark. Feet up, feet up, feet up. You're not superstitious?
No, not really. Not for that anyway.
Yates balls, and this is turned to leg. There won't be a single.
So you left the door open with that comment. So we're going right pad first?
No, not really. I don't really have many. I just probably run onto the field the same way when I go out to bat. That's probably the only real one I have.
Little skip over the rope, that sort of thing?
No, not really. Just a little, just a little run on to get my legs going. Really, that's about it.
Yates bowls down the leg side, well taken by keeper Davis. And occasionally you swap over, don't you, as to who faces?
No, not now. Hass goes all the time now. It used to be me, and then when he opened me ducky a few years ago.
Next delivery from Rob Yates is turned to leg, whipped away by Clark, moves to 69, 445 for 4.
Yeah, when he opened the ducky a few years ago, and I batted 3, Hass faced in that pair, and then ever since then, we've never gone back. So Hass has faced ever since then.
And I know it happens. It must be tough. It's one of the facts of life, especially with opening. It must have been tough to see him get out first ball in in the last game in the first innings and then go again in the second, because you feel for your mate, don't you? I know, you know, it's part of life and it's part of being a county championship opener, but when you're good friends, good opening partnership, the two of you, but to see your mate get out twice in a game like that at the other end.
No, it's never nice, because if we get us off to a good start, it's always easier for the lads coming in behind us, really, to get the shine off the ball and what have you, and get a few overs into the bowlers. So, yeah, whenever you lose early ones, it obviously makes the job harder for everyone else. So,
yeah, there's been a lot of good partnerships in this game, but yours and Haas in this particular innings, I mean, that's set up to get Notts where they are right now. Is Jordan Thompson, Richard?
Indeed, the umpires in between overs had a little bit of a consultation, whether that's the first towards a potential bad light situation, I don't know, but Thompson comes in and is driven nicely through mid-wicket. He didn't quite time it in the end, Clark, but gets a single. He's to 70. It's fair to say that the lights are casting some shadows, which puts it into that dubious position where the floodlights take over from the natural light. That's what they're looking for, isn't it?
well, we had Paul at Somerset first game, and I've never played in darker down there, so this looks tropical compared to that. So I think we'll be out there for a while.
Thompson in again to Varane, dabbed down into the slip cordon, picked up by Sam Hain, who's got his jumper on now, so it may have got a bit cooler. Wasn't wearing that in the morning session. It was the umpiring, but he umpiring with somebody different. They don't hunt in pairs so much these days, do they, the umpires?
No.
So you never know. Might be that his colleague James Middlebrook has a different assessment of light. The way he's waving his arms around at the moment makes you wonder. There's Thompson pushing forward his Varane out into the offside, and there's no run. It's just been a very sturdy batting performance today. They haven't taken risks. They've waited for the bad ball. There's that little moment, didn't they, Dave, just before lunch, with a couple of false shots, but that was it. That seemed to be a little bit of weariness.
Yes, there's not been any demons at all in this one.
Thompson strides in. This is his 20th over of the innings. Angled in towards off stump, defended out into the offside, and there's no run.
Producer or vice producer Aaron says he thinks you're a great footballer. On another note, I agree with Richard. Therefore, Trent Bridge Live, the live stream, that'll be just on a wide shot after 2.
Aaron will be in the Larwood.
See, Ben could have been playing for the Spy Rights in a parallel universe.
Would have been nice.
Hey, be alright, wouldn't it? Thompson in. Oh, and that one he's almost chopped down onto his stumps, trying to defend, and it bounces just wide of leg stump. Alex Davis gets a shove in the back from Nathan Gilchrist, who's out there fielding, so they've got 2 substitutes out there.
This is a man who knows his football, knows everything about football.
I wish I did.
What's Chesterfield's ground called?
What, the new ground? That's the question. I've been there. I've done a game there. Well,
that's a clue.
No, it hasn't got a name. Well, is it the ground with no name?
The SMH Group Stadium, it's called.
Oh, great.
Shake my head.
Back of length, defended up towards mid-on. No run, 446 for 4. Has it got a substantive name that it goes back to when it hasn't got a sponsor?
That's a good point. No, I don't think it has, because it always had ever since they moved to the new one, it's always had a sponsored name, so...
A lot of them do tend to have a name that they're not called. It was Saltergate for years, wasn't it? Before that.
It's like Derbyshire Cricket Ground, the county ground. I mean, that's a different sponsor every year, isn't it?
Yeah.
But whenever I go there, I'm doing that. Shake my head. The SMH Stadium.
Is that out of disappointment that you're in Chesterfield, is it, Dave?
Just crossing the border, actually.
Yeah.
446 for 4. Going to be Rob Yates. A Nottinghamshire lad through and through. This is driven down the ground. My mother was a school teacher, and then ultimately a single taken, and then ultimately a headmistress. And every morning when I was a little, and she crossed the border to go into Derbyshire through Langworth and Warley Thorns Infant School. She was a headmistress there for many years. Chopped away a short wide ball from Yates outside the off stump. Verena went chasing after it and could just about reach it. Chopped down on it a bit like Bob Mortimer trying to cast for a trout or whatever it is they do.
What was he trying to bowl then?
That was his bouncer. Trying to get a few extra revolutions on this next ball. Verena now goes to 88. Made 83 last year in the match in September before being dismissed. 448 for 4. When he arrived at Trent Bridge 2 years ago, his first class average was over 50. This is nicely fielded by Yates of his own bowling, but they will get a single. It's just dipped under 50 over the last 24 months, but yes, nevertheless still got a terrifically good average in first class and indeed Test cricket, and indeed for Nottinghamshire since joining the side. Let's require one more for 450. I wonder if it'll get a round of applause when it happens, as the latest ball is defended.
Yeah, well, you like your 50s here. They get announced. So you're bound to get a round of applause. They always get announced.
It is one of those, isn't it? That's the Nottinghamshire 50 or whatever, the 150.
I don't notice that. Do they not do that other grounds? No.
Not generally, no.
I don't know. There's some they do. See, here's the 450 cut away into the offside. Yeah, a little smattering of applause. It's just...
There's the
there you go.
announcement. See? A smatter grows into an applaud.
You see, the 250 and the 300, 350, etc. in the first innings where you get bonus points, fair enough. But when you can't get your bonus points, it's...
Well, I don't think we get these announcements at Edgbaston. I'm not. I mean, Mel's not keen on being on the microphone at the best of times. So...
One of my favourite Edgbaston moments amongst many was Ben Slater needing some heavy muscle from Luke Fletcher in front of the Hollis stand.
Can we not talk about that, please, Dave? Just about got over that.
It's one of your great catches.
Verena to face the first ball of a new over from Thompson.
He just came around to laugh at me.
It must have been 2021 because Haas got a ton and then went straight from a one-day match at Edgbaston into the Test side for getting a ton there, and Lyndon got a 5 for yeah.
And then got a 5 here.
But you got a catch in front of the Hollis stand. Can't remember who off, but you may.
No, I can't remember this, Dave, to be honest.
Can you remember the ball in the air then? What happened with the ball in the air after this delivery?
Not sure.
We'd love to... See, there's some people who I'd move on and move away to a different topic, but
yeah. On that note, I'm going to leave the commentary box. I think it's been nice to see you.
Verena just guides this defensively into the leg side.
Do you know who played in that match?
Yeah, I didn't know you were going to say Keel.
Kyle.
Yeah. Leg spinner.
Yeah. Kyle
Your partner in crime.
Over, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
For us or for you?
For Warwickshire.
Yeah. Warwickshire, yeah. Yes, it was one of those athletic catches on the boundary anyway.
Are we still talking about this, Dave?
Fletcher was 12th man and didn't like the fact that you were getting a bit of abuse.
That's a good ball that cut back towards the hip of...
I didn't get much help off him. He came round to laugh at me, I think.
5,000 in the Hollis stand, giving Ben a bit of stick, and Fletch was 12th man, walked round to the boundary edge and sort of stood there as if, well, if you're getting my mate, you've got to come through me first. That's a brief summary of how it was, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah. Said it this morning with Jack Haynes. We absolutely love it when the players pop in and give her their time. So thanks for coming to see us, Ben.
No problem.
Thompson to Verena, covers up. It's been a good probing, but Thompson's been the best bowler today, to be honest. He's been the most likely bowler in all of his spells. But yeah.
A bit like you, he's sort of got to guess a stage in his career at Yorkshire, and people just move for different reasons, and it can rejuvenate the career, kick on, move somewhere else, different challenges. And he's, as Richard's been saying, he's had a good start to life as a Bear.
Yeah, I didn't have him down as leaving up there, to be fair, 'cause he's a true Yorkie lad, isn't he?
Oh, and Verane plays and misses outside off stump through to Alex Davis. Well, it's not the worst choice if you move on from your original county and then become a county champion. So you that's how it works out, Ben. Isn't it? That's how it works out.
We're halfway through the afternoon. If Richard had his way, we'd have 1 hour of cricket left, but there will be a little bit after tea. But after this.
Well, between 4 and 4:50, you're on your own, Dave. I would listen to you. I would switch my mic off and see what you make of it.
Have a look at the pictures, folks. From then on.
Thompson to complete the over, and that again looks like you've cut back a little bit. He's getting his hands down quickly on it for Rain to steer it towards the square leg, picked up by Gilchrist, the substitute. 451 for 4 at the end of the over.
Ben, many thanks for popping up. I know you come from time to time, and I think last year I said you're one of those. If you score 100, you'll come and talk to us. If you don't get so many, you'll come and talk to us, which is great, because there are highs and lows in a day, in a season, in a career for everybody. But you always.
Hey, listen, Jack set the bar at a new level for coming to talk to us earlier.
Yeah. No, it was great. He was good value this morning,
he was,
and you have this afternoon. We'll see you at Leicester.
Cheers, Dave.
Good luck there, and
have a nice afternoon.
Thanks, Ben.
The door's always open. Right of reply for Dylan as well, if you're listening.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ben. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Ben Slater with us on Trent Bridge Live.
They're good lads, aren't they, to get joined in with us?
Very much so, yeah. This is dragged away on the leg side by Verena, who's now in the 90s. That single takes him to 91. 452 for 4, Nottinghamshire. I've sort of been pulling his chain all day long about this Wilford's Law thing, but we are, and have been for quite some time, at the point where people quite rightly will say, what is the point? This is dropped on the leg side for Joe Clark and Carl Verena. There is an obvious target ahead, an immediate target for Verena, because he's back on strike on 91. But once Notts, I think, had negotiated the first maybe 45 minutes this morning, then I think all other outcomes bar the draw had just about been taken out of the equation.
I mean, Ben was careful not to say it, but I think it's fairly evident that I don't think Notts are eager to have a bowl later. I mean, they could. Look, they're not in position yet, are they? There are only 48 overs after this.
Yates tosses one up, defended by Kyle Verena, and comes Dan Mosley from a shortish mid-wicket to do the fielding. The lead is 273.
If they're pulled out now, Warwickshire would have a proper go at it. 46 overs for 273. I mean, we could have a very entertaining game. You don't do that at this stage of a championship season.
Next ball, that kept low as well, and once more saw him do it at attempted pull at the other end off Bamber. Got it a lot straighter than he intended, and he did that. Hit it back to the bowler when he was trying to get it through mid-wicket. Yeah, he's just nagging away here. Just wonder if something might happen for him, but not from this one, as Verena turns it through mid-wicket for a single. Last ball of the 136th over of the innings. 454 for 4. Notts lead by 274. And, as we said, it's as much the surface killing your hopes of bowling a side out, even if they are going for 270 odd in 40 overs.
Just trying to identify the two absentees from the field. Chris Wokes, and I think I've just worked out it's Bo Webster, who I think is ready to come back on. So when he does, Nathan Gilchrist will be able to come off. He's going down the side of the rope at the moment, so I think he's going to come on soon. He's will sit down for this over. So I think Vance Janney is on for Wokes. I'm pretty certain isn't out there, is he? Or is he at Barnard at mid-off? I think it is. There's the first ball of a new over from Thompson. Might have been a bit of bat on that. Might have been just pad as it goes out the leg side. It is bat for a single. Verena closer to his century. He's on 93. 275 the lead, so 145 runs scored today in 48 overs, almost bang on 3, about 3.01 runs an over. So there hasn't been an urgency from Nottinghamshire. It's all been about batting long, put the game safe. I don't think they've ever really had an eye on accelerating and putting themselves in a position to bowl. Thompson again defended by Clark up towards mid-on.
Steve Crawley's been in touch. All credit to Warwickshire, Dave. They're chucking themselves about in the field, giving note away. Proper professionalism from the Bears this week. Good point, Steve.
Yeah, that's stuff about 10 minutes ago by Jani on the boundary. You think, well, not by Jani, by Malik. They're putting it on the line, but I think they know the game's gone now. Credit their over rate as well. We're actually kind of on schedule to get to tea on time, which I know you do anyway on the final day. Thompson bowls pushing to the offside. I know tea's a fixed point. Is it a fixed point on the final day?
Yeah.
But we are actually absolutely on schedule for the day at the moment. We're into the second half of the day,
which means if not still batting, they could declare and have a handshake at 10-5.
Yeah. Still by with that, at least by the time interviews are done and editing's done and everybody's had their say, be post rush hour for a drive home, and it's a short hop for this one. As Thompson bowls on a little edge onto his pad there by Clark. It's interesting that Thompson is the one bowler today that's just got a little something out of this. He's bowled well without any reward.
Games in Division 1, you just can't see anything other than draws between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, Surrey and Essex, Yorkshire and Sussex. In Division 2, though, Derbyshire 216 for 8. They trailed Gloucestershire by 1 run. They've only got 2 wickets remaining. Really sorry start to the season for Gloucestershire, but they could well get that win over Derbyshire.
Thompson in, driven through mid-wicket for 4. That was beautifully timed by Joe Clark. He goes to 77, 459 for 4. It's extraordinarily taken only 3 points from 3 games, isn't they?
Yeah, remarkable. And the one other game that is set up very nicely, but we are told that the first part of the country to be hit by bad weather would be in the northeast. It's set up nicely there, though. Durham are 152 for 2, requiring 184 more to beat Lancashire.
But it's not raining there. If it's not raining there at this point, we're probably not going to get interrupted here. Although, that said, we've got some clouds overhead at the moment that could rain. Oh, don't tell me we've got another change of ball. Hey,
like
we haven't said it for a few years, Dave, but I do feel this week we may have had a bad batch.
Ellie Mackin's been in touch. Given how flat the pitch is, there's a benefit to Notts not bowling. Assuming Warwickshire are one of the teams that will challenge us this year, then keeping their bowlers in the field for 240 overs will surely have a knock-on effect on their ability to pick up points going forward. Is that the kind of things they would consider? Bears have got a week off next week,
yeah, they've got a week off. And also, when Thompson's having a bowl now, he wants to take a wicket, but we're not going to see Wokes again. I doubt we'll see Bamber again at this point. I think we're only going to see more spin. I wouldn't be shocked to see Zen Malik have a bowl before the end of proceedings, the way things are going.
And the other thing is, I know one or two people are still expressing alarm that Notts over rate is -2. There are new regulations in force this year. You have to bowl for 8 hours for the over rate to kick in, otherwise it just resets back to 0, and Notts didn't bowl for 8 hours. They were 46 minutes short, did you say?
Yeah.
So they won't be docked 2 points, even though it's showing on the board. They're -2.
I haven't got to quote his name yet, but I'm crediting the chap downstairs at the press box for telling me that yesterday. So it wasn't my information, it was his. And if that sounds a bit weird, I think the point is that in a game that gets finished because it's a low-scoring game and you haven't been in the field for 8 hours, it tends to be a slow over rate because of the number of wickets are falling and the amount of activity. So the idea is not to penalise a team for winning quickly, which again, there's a logic to that. The umpires, they don't want to have to penalise slow over rate. The approach is as common sense as possible. No ball change this time, but Thompson does come in to bowl again to Clark, who covers up middle and off. Out into the leg side, fielded there. Bo Webster is going to return to the field at the end of that over. So presumably Nathan Gilchrist will make his way off. That's like a like-for-like fielding replacement. They've gone for the only person who's as tall as Bo Webster.
In terms of individual performances in this game with the bat, Ed Barnard head and shoulders above everybody else. 165. Chris Wokes played nicely for his 64. Michael Booth a thumping 70. Dan Mosley 49 from 49 in the Bears innings. And for Nottinghamshire first time round, Joe Clark 94, Ben Duckett 62. In this innings, Asiba Mead 115, Duckett 93, and then this pair, Verena 93 not out, Clark 77 not out. So some fine individual performances with the bat, and obviously with the ball. Josh Tonga 5 for Michael Booth, the 4 for in the Nottinghamshire first innings. I think we're good to go at long last.
I mean, we've had 3 very interesting days of cricket, and then today Notts have done exactly what they needed to do to snuff Warwickshire out of the game, but not enough to put themselves that much in the ascendancy as to try and find a win, I think.
Yates bowls. Verena was on 93, moves to 94, just bludgeoning this down the ground, somewhere down below us. To Chris, is it Chris Wokes down here? Might not be.
Well, I don't think he's still on the field. I think he's.
Well, whoever it is, I can't quite see because of the the TV gantry, and there's the advertising hoarding on the TV gantry. I know there's somebody. Here we go.
He's coming in now.
He's going to field this now.
Sam Hain.
Underarm back to the bowler. Single taken by Clark. He's on 77. Sunset strip. This pair have added a Derek Randall 174. Oh, no,
it's 175 now.
Now it turns over to 175. There we go. 461 for 4. Nottinghamshire lead is 281. Warwickshire still trying things. They've got their subfielder in. Close in on the leg side, catching, or reasonably close at a sort of straight, short mid-wicket. Yates to his 14th over. Bowls and Verena turns it to leg. No run. Webster picks it up, goes as if to shy, but doesn't release the ball.
It's curious that if anything, of the 2 slow bowlers, Mosley has had a bit more control than Yates today. Yates a more experienced bowler, certainly in red ball cricket. Mosley a much more experienced bowler in white ball cricket.
Perhaps trying 1 or 2 things. Floats this one up, nicely defended by Verena. Just happy to block it, bide his time. Ideal world, he'd get too short and wide that he can punch away and not have to worry about reaching a milestone. This is eased into the offside for a single. There's no stranger to being in the 90s. Had 16 first-class hundreds already in his career, Carl Verena. Hugely talented South African test keeper, batter. This is pushed out onto the offside and fielded by the bowler. 462 for 4. I think it was a refreshing change, actually. I mean, I've got no particular dogs in the fight, but for somebody other than India or Australia to win the World Test Championship last year, South Africa have been the bridesmaids for so many years, haven't they? And just to see the joy it brought so many people, them winning last year, terrific.
And then going a long time without playing any Test cricket, South Africa. Yeah. That's cricket boards don't want to play Test cricket. That's going to be quite a challenge going forward. I think England go there next winter, don't they?
They do indeed. Yeah.
Well, the sun's come out now to go with the floodlights.
Yes.
The natural light's taken over. Double the shadows, double the fun. Jordan Thompson coming into bowl. And Verena flicks it towards mid-wicket. picked up by Webster, who in a different way flicks it towards the stumps along the deck. Clark hadn't exactly gone wandering. And there's no run. Glorious sunshine, suddenly.
Yeah, very nice indeed. So the Bears' next matches in a fortnight.
Yeah, so I suppose about 11 days, isn't it?
Friday,
yeah, home to Yorkshire. A couple of home games coming up in the next block. Thompson again pushed out in towards the offside again. And picked up at cover, no run. Of course, they've only got the 2 games left in this window, because it's 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
6, 2 in the middle of June, which is 2 away games for the Bears. They go to Scarborough and Taunton, back to back. Thanks for that. Geographical proximity. And then the
Scarborough's nice.
6 at the end. I'd beg to differ, but anyway, in comes Thompson, and on the back foot forced into the offside. I'm not doing that game, but let's put it this way, my colleague certainly isn't staying anywhere near Scarborough. He hasn't managed to get anywhere near it. So he can have an interesting commute each day. The place is booked out.
Scarborough or Leeds, I know where I very much enjoy Nottinghamshire being sent whenever they have to play Yorkshire away.
See, I quite like Leeds in a way. It's all right. It's pushing forward in defences for Rayner up towards mid-off. I've been locked in worse grounds.
Not a huge fan of the university-like classrooms we have to commentate from.
It's all right. It's a good view up there. It's a practical way of making things pay, I think, which is good. I did have a very odd experience there once because of the university sharing the building. As Thompson comes into bowl to Verrain, who's driving and blocked in his follow through by Thompson. Because you go to do your reports, often you do it a level higher than you do in the commentary. So it's slightly awkward from that point of view, but the facilities I think are fine. But the 2 rooms next to the one that I was doing my updates in were being used for sort of interviews or it was something formal. I think it was interviews to try and get into the university. So you had very nervous teenagers sitting outside every time you came in or out. And you were part cricket reporter and part counsellor for 2 days. People in tears with the stress of it all. Thompson in. Verrain drives it firmly into the covers. I think that almost carried to the cover fielder there, judging by the U's and the R's at the end of it, with the end of another over. We have 45 minutes left until the tea interval. And Sam Hain is going to give Nathan Gilchrist another opportunity to come on field, which I'm sure he's relishing. And Rob Yates is going to continue. 282 the lead for Nottinghamshire. If they pulled out now, there would be 43 overs remaining. So clearly, we're now reaching that point where it wouldn't be a chaseable target. It really boils down to whether Nottinghamshire want to put any running into their bowlers' legs, and I put it to you, Dave, that the decision has probably been made that they don't.
Yeah, and absolutely bang on, yeah.
I'm looking forward to listening to you after 4, though.
Here's Yates going to bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 78. Began the day on 18. And, well, he's dragged this away through mid-wicket for 4. Not sure it was meant to go there, but he's found the rope nonetheless to get his individual score now into the 80s, 82. In fact, he began the day on 14 not out. Verrain was on 18. So he's added 68 himself. 466 for 4, the lead 286.
It's a false shot, and Rob Yates was hoping it was going to be down the throat of Gilchrist at fairly deep mid-on, but it was good 5 yards to his right. Got enough on it, Clark, in the end.
Yates in again. Bowls. Clark's gone again and been bowled. There is the first wicket of the day, and Joe Clark is out for 82. Just wondered if he'd decided it was time just to try and up the ante, increase the tempo, and he's paid the price. Out after hitting 4 the previous ball, Joe Clark has gone for 82. Fine match for Joe Clark, 94 and 82, but There was a century there for the taking, really. He was at the crease for 258 minutes, 190 balls faced, just 7 fours for Joe Clark, and at 466 for 5, Warwickshire have their first wicket of the day, and they'll be mightily pleased and relieved, I think, to bowl to somebody different in the time that's left.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Yates at least getting a reward for his persistence. I like that 449 championship runs for Joe Clark already this season. In just 3 games, averaging around just shy of 75.
Yeah. It was an ugly shot, the ball before, but he did manage to locate the ball and get it away through the leg side for 4. Just managed to thread the gap through the leg side fielders, and he went again, but this time played all round it and was bowled. Here comes Lyndon James, made 38 not out in the first innings. Always nice to have a little not out, a little red inker, helps the average. Maybe he'll get another one here. 466 for 5. The partnership was a large one, 180, which was the difference, of course, on first innings.
I'll have to go and do another report at the moment. I mean, I don't want to interpret the 2 shots that Joe Clark has played as, oh, they want to get a move on and declare. I mean, that was one possibility.
Out of character, weren't they?
But yeah, I don't know whether he got a little bit frustrated, whether he thought, well, look, Rob Yates is there for the picking. It's a championship wicket of the season for Yates. I shall return within minutes.
We'll very much look forward to it, Richard. With 4 balls left in this over, Lyndon James playing his 73rd first-class game, 600 so far in his career. Made a double 100 down at the Utility Bowl, Southampton, last year against Hampshire. Strange scenario the last match where he was omitted from the starting 11 but came into the game as Nottinghamshire's first ever injury replacement. He plays the first ball through the offside for 4. That's a lovely shot. Having just left the Nottinghamshire balcony out there in the middle. Drives Rob Yates away for 4. That's up to 470 for 5. Ball has been fetched back from afar. Yates will try again. Sun's turned to leg for no run. Interesting start to the over. 4 wicket 4. Bowling to 2 different players. Clark out for 100. I beg your pardon, just shy of 100. 18 shy. Missed out twice in this match. Yates bowls and Lyndon James again. And it's hit through the offside for 4. 4 wicket 4.4 in this over. Rob Yates leaking runs. 1 for 79 his figures. Final ball of this over. And then James on 8. Well, very nearly got another wicket there with an inside edge past the stumps, and he'll get a single to keep the strike. 475 for 4, 13 from the over, but the wicket of Joe Clark. And Notts lead by 295. Closing in on 3 o'clock. Time to do another radio update in the fullness of time. Far end. It's going to be Dan Mosley again. Looks like he's been ready to come on once more. He has 13 overs, 1 for 49 for Mosley from the far end. James on 9, Verena on 95. Yes, this one will be consigned to the history books as a draw round about 5 o'clock as Nottinghamshire bat on. Safety secured already. They're 475 for 5, but they, just as you come to me, have lost their first wicket of the day. Joe Clark bowled by Yates for 82. 475 for 5 knots. Lyndon James on 9. Prepares to face Moseley for the first time, and first ball is right on the money, defended by Lyndon James. Floodlights still on, but the sun at the moment is quite bright. The ground very nicely illuminated. Moseley round the wicket. Lyndon James turns it away. They'll get a single. There's a little bit of hesitancy between him and Verena, but they knew that in the end there was going to be a surefire run. That's what was taken. 476 for 5. So Verena back on strike on 95. Moseley bowls to him and it's pitched up, turned to mid-wicket to Webster. There's no run. Anything short and Verena, well, I'm sure, will be very interested in trying to clear the ropes. Again, he's drilled it straight along the ground to Webster. One slip. And the catching fielder, Webster, up mid-wicket, is back on the one, but for the third time in a row, the ball is just played gently to him. This innings now into its 101st over, and is that 4 in a row? Yes, it is. Just wondered for a moment if Webster would be beaten there. He had to extend the long arms to make the stop. 476 for 5. So just a single from that over, taken by Lyndon James, who's on 10. Verena remains on 95. Nottinghamshire lead is 4 away from 300. But Warwickshire know that it's just insufficient time, really, even from here. Even having dismissed Joe Clark recently, there's insufficient time and overs to get this one over the line now.
So, Dave, contemplate this. Do Notts pull out when Verena gets his 100?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Just, you know, we saw Joe Clark play 2 big shots in a row and get out. We've seen James play 3 big shots in quick succession and nearly get out to the third one. Just wondering whether there is a change of tune. And, you know, if they pulled out this over, you're down to 40 overs remaining in the day. Could they take the 10 wickets? Could the new ball do things that we don't expect? Yates floats one up. Forward in defence is James. It hasn't looked likely all day. I'm just throwing it out there. That's something to ponder.
Back to the old, is there room for sentiment in 4-day cricket? Waiting until Verena's got his century.
James pushes it on the offside. They called through for a quick single, shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. It wasn't too far away, and James's reaction suggests that he might have been in a spot of bother if that had hit. But they're through safely.
Well, that's been 1 or 2 instances, famously, hasn't there, in cricket, Test cricket as well, where captains have declared, even though somebody's in the 90s, or 1 or 2 occasions, I think on 99. That's it, we need to be bowling.
Yates bowls to Verena, who just defends back to the bowler. Well, I mean, the Graham Hick one is the most famous one, isn't it? It was hard. It did feel a little bit personal. I think there was a level of exasperation that I think he'd been given a message several times to get it done. Everybody will have their own version of events who was involved in that. Down the wicket comes Verena, and it's a bump ball. Vance Janney didn't see the bump ball. He was quite excitable at short mid-on. But Rob Yates' lack of celebration rather gave the game away.
Yes, had they thrown the ball up in the air, then...
Even that could have been kidology.
Well, yes. But I'd have believed him then, had he thrown it up in the air.
Yates to Verena, back of a length, defended by Verena, who seems to enjoy his batting against Warwickshire. 477 for 5, 297 the lead. Yates into complete 16th over. Bowls a medium pacer. He saw Verena coming down the wicket. There is a slight change in approach here, isn't there? Because, I mean, he could have hit a straight 6 and reached his 100. But he's fired it in as Rob Yates. He's adjusted very quickly. Almost Jeetan Patel style. Jeetan will suddenly bowl a proper fast medium every now and then when you least expected it. I think the umpires, the wicketkeeper used to get a bit of a nod. 477 for 5.
Some chats going on out there now amongst the Warwickshire hierarchy. Along the lines of, well, who hasn't had a bowl? Sam Hain and Zen Malik. Everybody else, I think, has had a go, apart from the keeper.
Yeah, I think I would not be at all surprised to see Zen have a bowl. If not Batal after 4 o'clock. I would be astonished to see Sam Hain have a bowl.
We had 3 instances last year in the Kookaburra games where keepers took the pads off and had a bowl. Ishan Kishan, the Indian, did during his 2 games with Nottinghamshire. As Mosley starts a new over bowling to Lyndon James. Johnny Bairstow did here for Yorkshire, took the pads off and had his first bowl in something like about 15 years, just sort of showing what he and everybody else thought of the Kookaburra ball. As this one's defended, and both with Kishan and Bairstow it was just a case of a token over, almost to make a point. Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper, came on and had about 6 or 7 overs of slow left arm spin, and it was almost ragging it square. It was the most prodigious movement from a spinner as this one's hit back to Mosley. I saw all last summer.
Well, that's equally the incident I mentioned at Northampton a few years ago when Michael Burgess comes on. He actually was getting swing. Took the gloves off and got a wicket caught behind with Craig Miles keeping wicket.
There's James just checking his drive, nudges it to mid-wicket.
There was the coaching staff were not thrilled that Craig Miles had decided to keep wicket. You wouldn't really want one of your pace bowlers damaging a finger behind the stumps.
This is run to backward point, and there's no run, fielded by Nathan Gilchrist, the sub-fielder. I've got quite a lengthy missive here from a gentleman late of this parish.
Oh.
There's Mosley bowling and Lyndon James defends, and that's the end of the over. Eric Peterson, lovely to hear from Eric. Used to be reporter and indeed photographer the Evening Post, the Nottingham Evening Post. Now back in his native Florida. Hi Dave, I hope you're well. Only went to Scarborough once more than a decade ago when Notts were playing there. I had a fantastic time. It was a bit stressful. I was trying to write a story for the Post before leaving for the weekend. It was an Ashes summer. Boycott and Aggers were doing a big Evening With event at the Theatre Royal, and I was supposed to interview Geoffrey beforehand. Our pre-arranged interview time came and went. He didn't call. I left several messages with him and the press person, but no luck. I headed off. Later that afternoon I was crossing the Humber Bridge just past the halfway mark, descending into Yorkshire, when my phone went. To this day I firmly believe, like Santa knowing when you've been naughty or nice, Geoffrey Boycott knows when you're in Yorkshire and when you're not.
Rob Yates is coming to start a new over before we get the end to that story, and trying to thrash it to the offside. Rain gets the inside edge and it goes out on the leg side.
I think that was it actually. Basically, just as soon as he left Yorkshire, the person who'd been expecting to speak and interview called him. Eric's a big Miami Dolphins fan, like somebody not too far away from here.
Yeah, you. This time he does play it off the back foot for a single for Rayner. He goes to 96. Next time he's on strike, it'll have to be brace girdle time.
P.S. I can't promise good football. I'm guessing there'll be some Dolphins tickets on offer if you're ever about, or later on in the year.
That's a tempter, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a tempter.
Yeah.
That's got you thinking.
It's got me thinking, how can he sort Dolphins tickets?
It's
yeah.
Floated ball from Yates, driven by James out towards Malik on the boundary. Another single. 179 for 5. How can I get a cheap flight is what you're really thinking.
One year I'll take you up on that. It's got to be done. I've got to go to Hard Rock Stadium. Got to do it.
Better put you in charge now with Kyle on strike.
He's on 96, the South African. I still feel a little embarrassed to do this after talking all over your Ed Barnard century as Yates bowls and Verena turns it to leg. Just get a single. 480 for 5. is the score. We are inside the final half an hour of the afternoon session. Tea at 20-4.
Well, that was a round of applause for the lead going to 300. As Yates bowls to James, who pushes it out into the offside. I wonder why there was a ripple. He gets a single, 481 for 5. That is quite a niche round of applause.
Verena back on strike on 97, his shirt number. Seen one or two players get out on their shirt number in this game. This is played to Ethan Bamber, won't get a single. Ben Slater get out on his shirt number.
In the first innings he did, yeah, he did.
481 for 5 at the end of the over.
You're not wrong. That's why if you had a shirt number, you'd have 112 or something like that. You know what I mean?
He's going off the field right now, Ethan Bamber. Probably for a comfort break.
That'd be numerical determinism. Getting the number on your shirt.
I think sometimes the numbers get out of hand.
Sam Haines 16 in this match.
Yes. Verena's 97, Hamid is 99. Guess that's acceptable. It's these that go into the 3 digits. As Mosley bowls and a single taken by James on the offside. What did he call himself? The universal boss. What did he have? Was it 333? And
yeah, because that was his highest score, wasn't it?
So Kyle Verena is 97 not out and he's on strike. Facing Mosley, quicker ball played down into the ground, fielded by the sharp-witted Mosley, moving to his right.
Sharp-witted, he'd like that. He would like that, Dave.
He's taken the sunnies off as well. Well, he had to. I think he anticipated that. That was the reference, or the meaning behind me saying it. This is pushed back to him. I think he quite rightly felt that Verena was looking for the gap through mid-on and quickly moved across there to make the stop. Next ball goes in that exact same spot. And however sharp-witted he would have been able to stop that. Verena to 98, 483 for 5.
But when you're not still batting after 4 o'clock, I'm going to leave Dave to commentate on his own while I sit and watch him. And the TV crew are going to put wide angle only.
Next ball is defended by Lyndon James, and I'm sure you have as well. But many times I've been left on here, left on my own in here for hours on end, days on end, days on end.
Days on end.
483 for 5. Well, it has happened. I don't know if it's happened to you. I've had, back in the days when it wasn't necessarily a case of every county sending a BBC commentator to do games. Back in the day, there were a number of very late messages or even non-messages to say that so-and-so wouldn't be sending anybody.
We were early adopters, so actually I have memories of doing 2 days of cricket here on my own. Before Bracegirdle came in and started living in here.
483 for 5. Next ball is defended by Lyndon James, and there's no run.
I think what we need to we just need to add a little bit now to your facilities, because you're the wrong side of 50 and you need and you need some of the modern accoutrement. So I think what we need now is the Bracegirdle breakout lounge. With a coffee machine and cold water.
I'm honestly all right. I've only been saying for nigh on 20 years it'd be helpful if there were some blinds in here.
Blinds?
Blinds that you can just occasionally lower. Sometimes you can't see anything, depending obviously on where the sun is or reflections is. You can't see the monitors, you can't see your screens, you can't see the equipment, and more crucially, sometimes you can't even see the cricket. But apart from that, I'm all right.
I think Bo Webster's going to break out his off breaks. That's a treat. He's going to break out his off breaks.
It's Webster to Verena, and the first ball is pushed into the offside by Kyle Verena for his 99th run. 484 for 5. Go on, you finish.
Big Bo.
Webster's.
So he's bowled 12 overs of seam up. Now he's going to bowl his off spinners, giving Rob Yates a break. Very tall man, high release position. Forward comes James, and he drives it out to the same cover boundary rider Zen Malik for a single. 485 for 5. I pass the baton back. It's good, isn't it?
And do the fielders come in? Yes, they do. Ed Barnard quite rightly.
Message to Zen Malik. Are you coming in? Are you coming in, Zen?
Seeing that Verena's on 99. Well, he's not, is he?
No.
There's an opportunity to just try and push it into the covers, or just drop it on the offside and walk a single. Bowls, and he turns it to leg, and they'll scamper for a sharp one, and Verena is home, and that's a terrific innings from Kyle Verena. Dogged determination mixed with wonderful defiance and stroke play. Goes through to his third Nottinghamshire century from 208 balls with 8 fours at the crease for 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's his 17th first-class 100, third for Nott, second against the Bears, and his third here at Trent Bridge, and that's a great effort from South Africa's Kyle Verena. Many congratulations. 3 tons for Nott, 2 of them against the Bears, Richard.
I don't imagine he's scored too many at a strike rate sub 50.
No.
The way that he generally plays. But yeah, he's certainly enjoyed himself in these last 2 seasons when he plays against Warwickshire. Between him and Joe Clark, the Bears have 2 mountains to shift every time. As this ball floated up by Webster and off the inner half of the bat, it squirts behind square on the leg side. And there's no run. Still a further 20 minutes or so till the tea interval. So at least another 5 overs after this. As this is driven by James, out to Malik again for a single. 487 for 5. So 5-4 split to the leg side. It's a long on back here, because I was wondering whether Verena might try and push up the tempo a little bit here. He just kills the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. We fancy there's only one match still being played that is going to head towards a positive result. That's if Gloucestershire can finish off Derbyshire. Derbyshire with 1 wicket left and 9 wickets down. Sorry, with 1 wicket left and 24 runs ahead. What's the 9 wickets down? Lewis Rees has gone for 50, which was a key wicket. Mohammed Abbas is 16 not out, which for a man of modest batting ability, that is bat-raising territory. 3 wickets each for Williams and Bell. But his aptitude is limited. But that is... well, Durham chasing 336 to beat Lancashire is the other one, and they're still going really well. 199 for 2. Emilio Gay, 89 not out. Beddingham on 65. So that one... the 2 Division 2 games have got life in them.
Yes. 487 for 5. Mosley to continue from the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Lyndon James and turned to square leg, fielded by Yates. No run. Matt Arnold, question on slow over 8. If Notts declare and field for an hour, that'd take them over the 8 hours, so they'd be deducted 2 points. Well, yes, there is that. They'd have to rattle through. Somebody just entering the tunnel of love at the far end, and play momentarily held up. Next ball is just played out softly on the offside by Lyndon James. Ethan Bamber with either a giant towel or a one of those almost like a football manager's heavy coat, just there on the side of the pitch. As James drives out in that general direction, but there'll be just a single. 488 for 8. And Tony T, on quiet days, I do appreciate it when you when the conversation goes towards early season draws. It's a helpful way for us general fans to gain more of an understanding of the game. Thank you very much for that, Tony T. Mosley bowls. Verena with that century safely tucked in his locker, turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Had this game been in September and one or both of these teams were involved in title races or relegation battles...
Mosley bowls quicker delivery, again turned into the offside by Verena, no run.
Then under those circumstances we might have seen an attempt to come up with a run chase. but not at this time of year.
No.
Tends to be the way.
He comes again. Oh, that's a high full toss, and Verena is only going to get a single. Might have been instantly looking to launch it into the Fox Road stand. It was a high loopy full toss, but he carefully, selectively played it down the ground all the way along the grass out to long on for a single to keep the strike. 4.89 for 5. T is 18 minutes away. At the end of the game, perhaps mercifully, is about an hour and a half away.
I'm fancying I could come and have a bowl. Can I have a bowl?
I thought Sam Hain was then.
The fact that he hasn't got a hat on. It's happened a few times in this match that he's had neither a cap nor a floppy hat on. And he's also fielded at slip in a helmet. It's been that sort of week. It's been, you know, it's been a week of quirks. In the end, it's largely statistical quirks, but it has looked like a draw since late yesterday afternoon. So Webster is in, forced off the back foot by Verena, wide of the short mid-on for a single.
Well, correspondent T says he's been confident of it being a draw since the end of day one. I'm not necessarily sure about that. Warwickshire in a good position at the end of day one.
Webster in, forward in defence is James. I mean, I think Warwickshire were in a less bad position than they'd been at the start of the day. I think the surprise was Nottinghamshire's first innings being so low at 2.79. They did underperform with the bat in the first innings. They've made up for it and then some in their second innings. Floated up by Webster, reaching to drive it was James. Don't think he quite had his timing right there, but it'll roll out to Malik on the boundary for a single. 18 for James. It's a nice bit of variety in flight and length from Webster. That added height giving extra dimension to his bowling, and that's almost a medium pacer, and it gets up a bit, and really good soft hands by Verena to jab it down towards slip. It's clever batting by Verena. That would have been a difficult ball for somebody who wasn't set. But on 102 would definitely classify him as set. As he steers this towards mid-wicket, Jani is very quick to move to his right to prevent any thought of a single.
The Yellow Belly says, afternoon Dave, talking of solitary commentary, last week's Blaze game at Trent Bridge, Melinda Farrell did it all on her own, apart from a few overs when Michaela Kirk joined her.
Floated up, driven back to the bowler. End of another over for Bo Webster, 491 for 5, Nottinghamshire. They lead by 311, I believe. I have the pleasure of working with Mel in a couple of weeks at the Yorkshire game. Warwickshire, Yorkshire.
Mel, who we all love, she will have relished that, won't she? She will have relished that. I would have imagined she wouldn't have paused for breath from. We love Mel from the start of the day to the end.
I did send her a photo of my little Belgian cherry last night, the beer that I had, because she and I had sat in that same place a couple of nights last September during the Nottinghamshire's championship winning game.
Yes, last year, I'm sure you're well aware of the flamboyant elegance of former Somerset and Nottinghamshire player Peter Treager. And when you go down to Taunton, Treager is very much an unmissable character at the media end, as this is turned on the leg side. And last year he was coming in with more and more flamboyant dress, and towards the end of the game, Mel, what are you going to come in tomorrow? 491 for 5. This is defended, and he said tomorrow's I don't know if he said country and western or cowboy or whatever, and Mel rose to the challenge, and early on that morning she went round the various second-hand shops of Taunton, and she herself came in a cowgirl's outfit, cowgirl boots and cowboy hat, just to match him and get one over the great Trigo. As James runs this next delivery down below us, towards the lower tier of the Radcliffe Road stand, Nathan Gilchrist in hot pursuit, and by the time he'd got there and put in a strong throw, they'd come back for 3. Good running between the two of them. Good chase by Nathan. Down below us, former Kent player. 494 for 5.
Did he take it well, Treager?
Oh no, they loved it. Absolutely, they loved it.
Thought so.
Yeah.
I'd have made him laugh.
Yeah, good fun, both of them. as Verena eases this again to backward point.
She has some great tales of growing up in a small town.
The town is called
Orange, isn't it?
That's it, yeah. 494 for 5. Next deliveries just worked by Verena into the gap on the leg side. Got 148 a couple of years ago against Warwickshire, so might be a bit of time to go yet if he's got designs on passing that. 495 for 5. 315 the lead. Lyndon James down the leg side. They can run something. It's probably a bye. We'll have to see.
So we give it as a leg bye, and I think he no, it's
no,
good.
it is
For a
a bye.
moment, I thought umpire Pollard was gonna lift a leg.
No, it's a bye. Lyndon James will keep strike with that bye. He's on 21, 38 not out in the first innings, so that's already a nice little tally from this game for Lyndon. If he gets out now, he's going to average 59 from this game. So cap for Nathan Gilchrist.
So lead of 316 for Nottinghamshire. If they were to declare now, I suppose it would actually, if it was now, it wouldn't be quite tea, would it? But it would be in about 2 minutes' time. Maximum number of overs would be 35. It's soon going to be below that. So it doesn't look like they've got any intention to pull out. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing the subjects that you get through in that 50 minutes that's so important to the paying customer after 4 o'clock.
Oh, we'll find something to talk about. This, would be a good game if it was a 5-day match.
Yeah, they wouldn't have enforced the follow-on if it was a 5-day match.
Just nicely set up, wouldn't it, with 4 sessions to go.
Webster comes in to bowl to James, goes past the bat and appeal for LBW, and Webster's celebrating, and the umpire is unmoved. And he doesn't like the umpire's reasoning either, because the umpire doesn't have to offer a reason. No. But I think he said, he may have said it's going over. And of course, I keep on mentioning the extra height of Bo Webster. He will get more bounce, and it would have hit reasonably high up Lyndon James, that.
And of course, umpire Middlebrook himself, a paid-up member of the Off-Spinners Union.
Yes. You're too tall, son. That's the reality, Bo. You're too tall.
Do it like this, son.
He liked it, though. He liked his appeal. And he bowls that a little bit quicker, and it's driven to short mid-on. .496 for 5. Webster approaches once more. This one's tossed up and slightly miscued along the deck towards mid-wicket. And picked up by Janney. My reports have got quite repetitive today, I've got to say, when I go in every hour. Webster in a little bit back of a length and therefore guided out towards the point boundary. Malik does the patrolling once more. And a single, 497 for 5, of which James's contribution is 22. Verena back on strike. 1 for 32 is Webster. That's almost a medium pacer out in the offside, and he surges after it and thinks about throwing at the non-striker's end. James is tapping his bat in, tentatively looking back at the bowler in case it's hurtling at him.
Day for the purist.
Yes, for the completist. Webster in to complete his over. And it's going down the leg side, and it's helped on, and it may well go for 4. Verena has got enough on that, and it will roll down towards the Batman board, and the 500 is up for Nottinghamshire. 501 for 5. First time they've got anywhere near that this season. And Verena on 107. That's how many runs have we now seen today? It's 100. Oh, we were to about 310 to start off with. So 191 runs today in 62 overs. So it's about 3 and a bit, isn't it?
I tell you what, that LBW shout was optimistic in the extreme. It was well outside the line of off. I don't think it would have hit either. We've got a game of darts. 5:01 on the board, Rich. 5:01 for 5.
We're playing double start or not?
Got time pretty much to do whatever you want here, I think.
I used to be quite good at darts, but if I ever play now, I'm absolutely dreadful. Something's gone. It's just gone, Dave. Don't know why.
Young man's sport.
Don't know that it's a real mixture these days when you see the 8 guys who are playing every week in the
Premier League. 501 for 5, 18-year-old world champion. He's 19 now, isn't he? As James eases this into the offside for a single. 502 for 5.
In many ways, he's also 42. He is a strangely middle-aged teenager, isn't he?
Yes, he was booed throughout in the final on Thursday night. This is defended. It's just back in time for seeing the final. We talked about this back on the first day after I'd embarrassed myself in the theatre with the Harpo Marx gag.
Oh dear, don't go back over that territory. But yeah, it's a bit rough that he's getting booed.
A mistimed attempted drive by Verena. Ball ends up lodged between bat and boot.
There seems to be, far earlier in his career, there's an anyone but littler feeling amongst the darts world that was never so prevalent for Phil Taylor, it seems to me. For his utter domination over 20 years.
Short, Verena will pull this to leg, but along the ground, straight to Malik for a single. 503 for 5. I think there was a period, the middle of his career, where it was anyone but Taylor. I think towards the end there was a bit of a fondness because he sort of had new rivals and Van Gerwen into the game and all the rest of it. Anyway, we're watching the cricket. Lyndon James steers this into the offside for a single. 504 for 5.
If ever there was a day to be allowed to be sidetracked.
Well, yeah.
My question is Luke Humphries seems to have gone off the boil this year. I'm expecting him to be winning nights of that, and he's not really.
Very much so. Yep. Verena on 108. Full toss, 4 runs. Got away with the last full toss he bowled to Kyle Verena. Not this time. Mosley slammed back past him. Went very quickly into the boards at the far end for 4 more. And it's 508 for 5. Verena onto 112. The lead 3-8. 6 minutes to go to tea.
I don't think Dan Mosey will ever have done this much work in a innings in the Championship. 19 overs. I think that's a first for him. Bo Webster awaits. I wonder if they'll stand to 5 minutes, but I wonder if they'll try and make this over stretch till tea, because they are absolutely on track. If they will be through with 32 overs remaining in the day if they elongate this over. It's going to take a bit of doing with Bo Webster doing it, but my sense is they are trying. They might even tick over to 36 before the first ball's bowled here.
Warwickshire's innings ended, if memory serves, 12 on the second morning. So this, by any standards, is as you were saying earlier, a very lengthy stint in the field, isn't it? When you said it at the start of the day. Have you lost your pen?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to work out which way it's dropped. It's dropped under me. I'll have to go for a crawl now.
We'll be back soon, dear listener. We're both going to go under the desk. There it is. There it is.
Oh, dear.
508. It's not that we've got a deal to write down, but...
no, I've got nothing to hold on to, though, then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fiddle factor.
There's a used battery over here that I've been playing with intermittently. I'll drop that now.
Webster wearing 12. Short enough for James to go deep into his crease to bunt it down the ground to the cap-wearing Gilchrist for another single. 509 for 5.
Be very interesting the next selection, actually, for the bowling attack for the Bears. And Gilchrist and Booth have alternated, but Booth had a really good game.
Barker as well, of course, in the equation. Webster bowls. This is chopped away onto the offside, and there's no run. And Kai Smith played the first match.
Kai Smith kept wicket and batted well the first 2 games. That's because Alex Davis had got a finger problem that was preventing him from keeping wicket. But Smith was unlucky in terms of batting form to miss out. Wicket keeping, Davis is, superior. He's an experienced keeper and a good keeper.
Webster tosses this up to the Centurion, Verena. Happy to just play it back to the Australian. 509 for 5.
They're certainly working towards getting an extra over in here.
You're close to the team, Rich, and the coaching staff. Is there a real feel that this could be a season for a title push.
I think they're very pleased with what they've got.
Webster bowls, and this is defended. Yates will pick it up.
I think that the batting department will be the concern. In that top two are going to need to be more consistent. Rob Yates has had a pretty good start to the summer. Alex Davis made a 50 in his first innings and subsequently struggled badly.
Yates in again, once more, just played out. I was going to say to Rob Yates. It eventually is fielded by Yates. Just had a little turn after it and make sure it didn't get away from him. No run.
A little run alongside it. You know, Dan Mosley is very new to the role at 3. Hayne and Barnard are solid. Webster, it's a bit feast or famine, but when he makes runs, he makes them quite quickly.
This is run to backward point, and that's the end of the over. 509 for 5, and forgive me for not being entirely up to speed with when the IPL ends. Is there any scope for Bethel getting any matches in before the international summer?
I'm not sure that there is a lot of scope for it. It'll depend how his team goes, doesn't it? But I mean, they must be into the second half of that competition, are they? I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
It's long, isn't it?
And is Webster here for the summer, or just the first block?
I think he's here for most of it. I don't think Australia have got a lot of business this summer, and his spell as an international cricketer, I'm not saying it's over necessarily, but he didn't get as much cricket last winter as he might have hoped.
Not an automatic selection, as he might come again. He's probably using this period as a chance to put himself back in the shop window.
Dan Mosley to start a new over. Coming forward in defence is James. Defends it out into the leg side. I've got to say, you've got to give credit here. Warwickshire have now been in the field for 233 overs and 2 balls. And on this final day, they're going to get through ahead of schedule. Now, I know we've seen a lot of slower bowling. As Mosley fields on his follow-through, diverts it onto the stumps, celebrates. He knows that Verena is safe, but he gave him something to enjoy. But it does, when you're very weary and there's not a lot riding on this afternoon, it's to their credit that they've pushed through. He's defended into the offside once more by James.
He's got the sunglasses on again.
Well, the sun's out. He has. There was one over where the sun came in and out twice, and he bowled without them, put them back on, and took them back off and back onto the umpire's head. So he's selective. Quicker delivery, pushed out into the offside for a single in front of square.
Sort of Warwickshire's second-hand version of Ben Kellaway of Glamorgan. He's bowling right arm, he's bowling left arm. He's bowling with his sunglasses on, he's bowling with his sunglasses off.
It'd be fascinating to see Kellaway actually. He's injured at the moment, sadly, but and he's also a very decent wicket keeper. Kellaway. Hopefully, he won't be gone too long. Mosley, quicker ball driven back to him by Verena. 1 ball left till tea.
Yes, in the Metro against Nazi, going whatever it was, right arm round and left arm round.
And the final ball driven up towards mid-on. There'll be no run. That was a 34-over session. Notts get to tea on 510 for 5. They lead by 330. Carl Verena with a fine century. He's on 112. Lyndon James on 26. So a lead of 330. There are a minimum of 31 overs left today. In reality, we're going to see probably 50 minutes of cricket. And then a shake of hands at the end of it. Nottinghamshire decided that they didn't really want any running in the legs of their bowlers. So this is a match that perfectly fits my description of a game where we should be shaking hands now. We will return.
Nicely summed up, Gaffer. Thanks very much to Ben Slater for coming in and joining Richard and myself during the afternoon session. And thanks as always to you for being there. If you can tolerate any more of us today, we'll be back in 20 minutes' time when the players return. I hope you can join us then. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the very last act of this 4-day county championship game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, with our umpires leading the procession out to the middle, James Middlebrook and Paul Pollard. And we're just waiting for one or two of the Warwickshire players to assemble on the boundary edge. Nottinghamshire clearly going to bat on. No sense of a declaration. So this, provided it remains the Nottinghamshire second innings, is something that can be declared 10 minutes before the start of the final hour. So we should be done sometime between 10 to 5 and 5 o'clock, you'd imagine. Lyndon James and Kyle Verena so far added 44 for the 6th wicket, the only wicket to go down in the afternoon session. That of Joe Clark was dismissed for 82, bowled by Rob Yates. It just seemed as if there was a sudden inclination to increase the tempo. He had a mow at one, got it away for 4 through the leg side. Didn't go, don't think, where he intended it to. Had another mow at the next one, missed it completely and was bowled. That was 466 for 5. At tea, Nottinghamshire 510 for 5, leading the Bears by 330. It's been a tough old day for the Warwickshire bowlers. They've been resilient throughout. They've, in taproom parlance, kept their pecker up, seeming reasonably good spirits throughout, although it's been, I would imagine, a tiring afternoon session where the outcome has appeared inevitable throughout, but they've kept at it, they've stuck at it, not put any unnecessary mileage in the legs of the quicks. We've seen lots of overs from Rob Yates and Dan Mosley, and even some off-spin from Bo Webster. It looks as if it's going to be Webster to continue with that fashion. Handing his cap to the umpire. I think just before we get underway, we'll be doing an update for local radio listeners, where the players are just returning to the field after tea on the final day. This should be done in round about an hour, as the captains will shake hands on a draw. Notts are currently 510 for 5, leading by 330. Kyle Verena 112 not out. It's going to be Lyndon James on strike on 26. He's down at the far end. Webster will be bowling from this, the Radcliffe Road end here at Nottingham. What have we got? 5 fielders on the leg side. It's Webster's first ball is outside off, let alone by Lyndon James, goes through to wicket-keeper Alex Davis. The return ball down to the other end bypasses Webster. Sam Hain has to go and pick it up. There's a slip and a close in mid-wicket, catching on the leg side obviously, but the next delivery is just forced into the offside out to Zen Malik for first run after tea. Lyndon James moves to 27. That's 511 for 5. The sun is strong. The floodlights no longer are required. Turned off during the tea interval, as Verena's first ball after tea is just played square on the leg side. No run. Warwickshire with a maximum haul of bonus points from this game, the full 8. Another 8 for the draw. That will see them sitting pretty. They've played a game more than Somerset, up towards the top end, as Verena pushes this back to the bowler. Nottinghamshire will just take 11 points from the game, 8 for the draw and 3 bonus points. Warwickshire will move to the top of the table, 1 point ahead of Somerset, but they will have played a game more. It's Webster bowls. This is played through mid-on, past the despairing lunge of the big Aussie. And a single. Notts will still be... I'll have to check on the bonus points for Sussex, by the way. Notts started this round of matches 4 clear of Sussex, who were 4th. This has turned to leg. And there's no run. End of the over, 512 for 5. Sussex racked up a huge first innings score in their match of 512. Think they will get the full haul, so they should be neck and neck with Notts in 3rd, I think. But Warwickshire will go top of the table by 1 point. But Somerset, as I say, will only have played 3 games. Notts joint. It looks as if Notts are going to be joint 3rd alongside Sussex. After they've both played 3 matches, 512 for 5 is the score. Richard's back, having done a little chassis along the corridor from where he does his updates.
That was the final update of the day, because of course the hands will be shaking before 5 o'clock, and we'll be off to get interviews.
That's certainly what we're anticipating, isn't it?
Well, it'd be fairly astonishing if it wasn't a handshake at 4:50. Change of ends for Rob Yates. He's going to be back at the Stuart Broad end there. I was bowled there earlier in the game. And floats one up to Varane, who miscues it onto the onside and picked up by Yates in his follow-through. And there's no run. Yates into his 18th over. Been more expensive than Webster and Mosley when they've bowled their slow. Well, that's a great delivery that turns quite a bit. Hits Raid on the pad. It's done too much to be given out LBW, that one. He must have caught one of the footholds there. Although not that there are many on that side of the wicket. It's really actually properly spun, that one, Dave. That's quite unusual. Wasn't a prolonged appeal. Is it again to Varane, who steers it towards square leg, but a slow turn there as well.
I was just looking at Varane's stance. He's batting on 5th, sort of a 5th stump. He's well outside off stump.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? This next delivery, again, it offers to turn a bit and it hits him on the body. The ball's just doing a little bit for Rob Yates here. Unexpectedly.
Ball in its 74th over, so we could have the farcical situation of taking another new ball.
So the ball's clipped into the leg somewhere. I don't think they'll bother, will they, with the slow bowlers on?
Wouldn't imagine. But
John Edwards, I think that's John, who's been in Thailand this week, sending a message. Not least because it's his dinner time, as he'll reveal in this email. Yates in again. Varane covers up and defends back down the wicket at the end of the over. He's writing to me. He says, "I'm with you, mate. 50 minutes after tea is pointless, so you can add my vote for Wilford's Law." I think I've got the venerable journalist John Cully on my side downstairs during the tea table as well. Anyway, John says, "I'll stay watching because there's nothing else to do. The voice from the kitchen has cooked chicken and chips for me tea, peaches and cream for pud."
Ooh.
It's bold to say that she's cooked peaches and cream for pud, but that's route one. Catch up with things on Friday from a hotel up north. And whether that's up north of England or up north of Thailand, nobody knows. Nobody knows. He's clearly itinerant.
Nice to hear from one of our far-flung correspondents again as Webster fires one towards leg stump, and Lyndon James had to adjust, just work it behind square. There's been another result, and it's come just along the A52 there, Brian Clough Way. Gloucestershire defeated Derbyshire by 10 wickets to get their first win of the season. This is floated up and hit down the ground. It stings a little bit more than usual because Derbyshire have now got quite a lot of former Nottinghamshire players. Of course, Anoj Dal, I think he's out injured for this one. He went through the academy and fielded many times for the first.
He got injured bowling in the first innings, sadly.
But Zach Chappell and Matthew Montgomery and of course Mohammed Abbas all made the journey. This has pushed back to Webster. So keep a little look at what they're up to. I think after coming so close last year, they were third in the Division 2 table. For a long time it was them and Leicestershire sort of runaway leaders, weren't they? And then Glamorgan just kept chipping away, won a crucial game against Derbyshire, and they took that second promotion slot. Webster bowls. This is a full toss, work to leg for at least a couple, and that's what they're going to get. 515 for 5 it'll be, and there's the possibility, unless anything intervenes, of Durham overhauling Division 2 leaders Lancashire. They require 94 more with 8 wickets in hand. 242 for 2. Emilio Gay 110 not out. David Bedingham 87 not out. This is out. Verena down on one knee, attempting a very fine sweep, and he's only succeeded in dragging it back miserably 8 or 9 inches onto his leg stump, and off topples a bail. So another batter contributing to his own downfall, but at least Carl Verena had the satisfaction of reaching 3 figures. Like Hamid earlier in the innings, he's gone for 115. It'll go down as bowled by Bo Webster, having been at the crease for 281 minutes, 243 balls, 10 fours. Knots are 515 for 6, but Kyle Verena entertained us in every sense in the match last September. Has played a beautiful innings here for Nottinghamshire. His 300 for the county, his 17th in first-class cricket, and he's just sort of squeezed down on it when he was trying to paddle it round the corner. It's just trickled back onto the stumps, and he's got to go. 515 for 6.
Yeah. And as much as what we're watching now is relatively meaningless, when he came in yesterday evening, it was just that mini crisis when Warwickshire took 3 wickets in quick succession just before the taking of the second new ball. That could have been a real pinch point for them, but that second new ball had no way of parting Verena and Clark, who went on to add 180 for the 5th wicket. So an outstanding innings given the circumstance, much more circumspect than you'd normally expect from Carl Verena. It was less than 50 runs per 100 balls to reach his century, but a really, really important innings in the context of the game, because there was just that moment yesterday evening when Notts could have wobbled. 2 more wickets with that new ball, and we'd have had a different game today.
Very much so, yeah. Here's Liam Patterson-White on his way out to face the man who got him in the first innings, Bo Webster. And, as we mentioned, Webster also got him when he played for Essex 3 years or so ago down at Chelmsford. His only other appearance against Notts, so Liam will want to right a few wrongs if he possibly can. Spend a little bit of time at the crease.
Credit, by the way, to an overseas player like Bo Webster at the end of a sticky 4-day game, when you've been out in the field for 236, 237 overs consecutively because of the follow-on, that he's out there wanting to bowl and wanting to add first-class scalps, and it's great commitment. There's 2 slips in place now for Patterson-White to see if he can prove that he is his bunny.
Go round the wicket then. Webster to LPW's away first ball, dropping it on the leg side. Liam Patterson-White. 516 for 6. Successful over for Bo Webster. His 2nd wicket of the innings, 3rd of the match. He's 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 43. Notts lead by 336. The board says there are 28 overs left in the day, but around about 10 to 5 start having a little bit of a look at the body language and the gestures to and from the dressing room if we can, and I'd imagine that will be done and dusted round about then.
Yesterday we had correspondence about cosines and sines, and I gave the mnemonic to remember how to do your sines and cosines and tangents, how to calculate them, and that's considered one of the more difficult and hard to explain forms of maths. Now some would say that differentiation and integration, even harder harder to explain how the maths work, but nothing is more fundamentally difficult to explain than the calculation of cricket over rates. As Rob Yates comes in to bowl to Patterson-White, who plays it off the back foot out towards the offside, and there's going to be a single, because during the afternoon session Warwickshire's over rate for the match went from 0 to, ladies and gentlemen, +7. +7. By bowling 34 overs in a session, they got a +7. The 2 extra overs are worth 7. As Yates comes into bother Lyndon James, who's on 28, and turns it into the leg side. There's no run there, although if it was an over 8 calculation, that'd be 3. Isn't that extraordinary, though?
Yeah.
+7. Because they got through 2 extra overs. Yates to get all inside edge onto the pad from James.
They'll get some time back for the wicket. They'll get some time back for all the chatting about the ball.
Do they get points in the championship table for being,
well,
being +7?
But they're going top. None of you were in the room.
Yeah, well, that's why I was reporting that at 4 o'clock to my listeners as defender out into the offside. In fact, I was writing cues for tomorrow morning's bulletin saying they're top, albeit having played a game more than Somerset and they're only ahead by a point. But it's been a solid enough first 4 games for the Bears. 1 win, 2 draws against good teams in Surrey and Nottinghamshire. And the defeat at Sussex, that's a match that they'll feel they kind of had a real chance at. Clearly the Sussex, who are playing very good cricket at the moment. As that comes off the inner half of the bat, James is interested in a single. Patterson White, it's fair to say, has no interest whatsoever in a single. And he wins. There probably was time there. Ethan Bamber was not herring to the ball. So this next delivery just offers a little bit of slow turn, guided up towards mid-wicket. Bit of football, 4 touches, 5 touches, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's gone down. Dan Mosley, whose Aston Villa career has only not really kicked on due to lack of ability. But he is a huge Villa fan. We have some heated debates. Villa fan against Blues reporter, as Bo Webster takes off his top. The only question that remains to be answered is whether Malik is going to bowl it over, but I've got a feeling he might not, because I think he's suited and booted to be a short leg.
Yeah.
But we have 33 more minutes of cricket left before surely a handshake at 10-5.
Depends how Liam Patterson-White goes about this, because if he's in his see ball, hit ball mode, I wouldn't be going in there at short leg. Doesn't matter how many suits of armour had got on, because he can give it an almighty wallop.
Yeah, although I mean, is your attitudinal at this point is I don't want to be getting out today.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
whatever else. I don't want to get out.
The more fielders you've got round the back there, the more gaps there are in the outfield, and he might just fancy just going through his repertoire. But we'll have to see what Webster feeds him.
The irony is that we've only seen very brief moments of attack. We've seen batters take what's been offered to them. But Joe Clark goes on the attack for 2 balls, nearly holds out at mid-on, and the next ball gets bowled. Yep. And then an aggressive sweep by Varane, and he drags it onto his own stumps. So I'm not sure it's a see ball, hit ball type of day, even with the fact that the game is done and dusted.
Webster bowls, and Liam Patterson-White just has a little look at him, eases it out into the offside to the mustachioed Rob Yates.
They're in, aren't they? They're back in, Tashes.
Seem to be.
Young men back in Tashes.
Webster again bowling, cut away by Patterson-White out into the deep. Is that Michael Booth? I think it is. Yeah. Single taken to LPW.
And floppy hair. Floppy hair on young lads these days. Virtually every student I see photographed when my daughter's at university has got floppy hair.
3-3-8 is the lead, but utterly irrelevant at this stage of this match. They'll lock horns again later on in the season at Edgbaston. Scene of some titanic battles over the years. Webster bowls, LBW shouts here, asking, not given.
He liked it again.
Lyndon James, he did indeed. Unlike Carl Verena, Lyndon James I don't think is batting well outside off. It might have been a lot closer shout, and indeed is asking the second opinion of the umpire.
Yeah, I've got to say I've got a bit of sympathy for Bo Webster on that one.
Yeah, I can certainly understand whilst he appealed.
I think at the point he hit the pad, it was going to hit middle and leg.
Yeah. And at the point he hit the pad, it also seemed to be in line. But there we go. You get him, you don't get him. As this is turned by Lyndon James, ricochets off some part of Malik's suit of armour, and just drops obligingly for Rob Yates at mid-wicket. Next one is pushed forward up to Hayne at mid-off, no run.
You know, the previous one, the umpire was absolutely right. I think he might have been slightly taken by the fact that James then sort of stumbled a step forward, which took him outside the line, but at the time it hit, it was in line with middle.
Bright sunshine again at Trent Bridge. This has turned to Yates at a shortish mid-wicket, end of the over. Bo Webster 19 overs, 2 for 44. Might have had another one there, but didn't get the decision in his favour. More keepy uppies going on, or is that the previous one that we're just seeing? It's got replay on the screen. That's why
there was some. Yeah, it's a clue, isn't it? Yeah. There were some skills there from Dan Mosley.
Yeah.
I wonder if he gets another bowl, but he's bowled 20 overs in this innings, which absolutely sure is uncharted territory for him in the Championship.
Then again, if the ball hadn't been 76 overs old, he might be getting a ticking off for kicking the ball, but it is.
The umpires are more likely to say, on me head, son, today at this point. Rob Yates will continue. Mid-wicket's coming a bit shorter. Michael Booth has been on the boundary for most of the day. He looks quite discombobulated by being in his new position. He's had a bit of a sharp shave cut as well. As Patterson White looks to drive into the offside, Bo Webster went down over a period of 3 movements, got the hand on it, which at least delayed the ball, and will come through for a comfortable single, 519 for 6.
Something I've never considered before, and it is that sort of day, isn't it? Warwickshire took the first new ball, if you like, the second ball, halfway through and over.
It's in. Got up a little bit, that one. Dabbed down behind square on the offside by James.
Does the 80 overs become due halfway through and over here?
Yeah.
So they could take it
halfway through and over again. They could. I don't know why they'd bother.
No.
Yates back of a length, turns in a little bit, but very slow turner. Yates will go for. There was a comfortable single there if they wanted. There was a groan from at least somebody in the ground there. It might have been that they dropped their scone, but I think it was. They felt there was a single there, but I don't think we need to judge batters as to whether they're running a single right now, because we are playing just for statistics at this point.
Love it.
As this is driven back to the bowler and there's no run.
I get taking the second new ball, and I don't imagine Rob Yates would care 2 hoots. I can imagine Bo Webster saying, "Yeah, let's have it, big tall man. Let's see if we can get an extra bit of bounce or something."
His competitive instincts, wanting more wickets potentially. This one again falls out the offside. He fields it with his left boot, almost doing the splits there. Rob Yates. Yeah. Well, you've got to admire the elasticity.
Well, all's well that ends well, but that could have been a twang.
Yeah, it did look rather awkward, and that would have. Well, see, I don't want to wish it upon Rob Yates. As he bowls and he's defending back to it wouldn't have made my case. Wouldn't it have made my case, Dave Bracegirdle, if a player gets injured playing what is not real cricket right now, playing the filth of these 50 minutes?
Do you mean it's not real cricket?
It's not. It's not.
This is second against third in the Division 1 table.
And the game's finished. The game's finished a while ago.
No, 25 overs to go.
Yeah. I'll be in the car if they're still playing there.
So we have had, mathematically, 77.3 overs with this ball. Big bows to continue.
As always, thank you to the Nottinghamshire scoreboard for the ball age. The ballage. This is my favourite line on a scoreboard anywhere in the country.
It's Webster pushes this onto the offside, fielded by Rob Yates. We mentioned earlier in the contest, we don't think he's related to the Coronation Street Websters. Liam Patterson-White's got his full name on the board today. This is pushed into the offside. Sometimes he's P. White, P-White, but they've squeezed it up, made the letters a little smaller today. Patterson-White.
It's good flexibility that they can do that. It's looking good.
519 for 6. Webster tosses it up, and Liam says, "I'll have a bit of that." Drives into the offside for a single out to Zimbabwean Booth. Single taken. 520 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 340.
Which would be as if it turned out that Bo Webster's mum was Michael Lavelle's auntie, now that you've said that, wouldn't it? That you said that he's not related to the fictional Websters in Coronation Street.
He bowls now to Lyndon James. See, you're saying this is of no relevance. In 55 years' time, when Nottinghamshire get 550 here against Warwickshire, somebody will say this is their highest score against the Bears on this ground since 2026, when they scored so-and-so with centuries from Carl Verena and Asiba Mead. There's Webster bowling to James, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
I mean, you can attempt to justify it based on statistics alone, and it ain't going to wash. I've had 2 professional cricketers who I've not had the chance to influence previously agree immediately with Wilford's Law today.
Next delivery is defended, and that's the end of the over. The end of the 100. Is that 100? No, it's 160th over of the innings. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah.
160th over. So if they'd taken,
that's the other problem. At this stage, the commentator's eyesight's going as well.
Yeah. So if they'd taken the second new ball promptly when it became due in the first part of the innings, then they could have been taking a new ball now. As it is,
and we care about that. Why, Dave?
And as it is, they've got to wait another 9 deliveries.
We're just playing with numbers. It's just literally playing with numbers. Warwickshire's 459 in the first innings is the same as the phone area code where I live. And that's honestly, which is true, by the way, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, it's going to be Rob Yates to bowl.
Patterson White on 5, the number of toes I've got on my right foot.
But not on your left. Yates bowls, and he's going to be caught at slip. And that's very well held. It's Ed Barnard at slip, and Patterson White, for the second time in the match, is out for 5. And Rob Yates picks up his second wicket in the innings, and Nottinghamshire are 520 for 7.
Yes, and they celebrated like it meant something out there. Certainly Rob Yates did. Liam Patterson White, a pair of 5s. Might be a decent hand in cards. Well, it's not that good in that either, really, is it? But a pair of 5s, not great. Didn't get a wicket when Warwickshire put on that huge first innings total. So look out for him to bounce back at Grace Road starting Friday in the next match. Missed out in this one.
He's missed out this season so far with the bat, hasn't he? Having a little bit of a struggle. 42 runs in 5 innings.
Good catch to his left there by Ed Barnard. 520 for 7. If Brett Hutton today is a ray of sunshine or Mr. Grumpy, but whatever it is, he'll have to come out and bat. Here he is. Very clever how they've done the sort of the graphics on the screen. I don't know how that's done. Are they pencil drawings?
They're really, really good. There's one player who might not love his, but again, I'm not going to say anything on air as to it is, but there's one player who might not love his from what I've seen this week, but other than that, Brett Hutton comes out.
You see, now you've got us all guessing.
Yeah. So that means you have to attend games here until you can work out of all the photos that pop up which one it is. I think they're brilliant though, the drawings. They really are. So Robbie Yates will be pleased to take another wicket. He is a bit more than a part-time spinner, and that is his 4th wicket of the season, 3rd of the match.
Wouldn't have been allowed to get it had Wilford's Law been in.
Yeah, and I'm really comfortable with that. So again, it's purely a statistic. If he'd injured himself when he slipped fielding the ball in the previous over, that would be rather more important than the statistic. If Brett Hutton does a hamstring running a single in a moment, that'd be more important than a statistic. There just isn't any need, and people are here because they love cricket, and it's a pleasant enough day, and I've got no issue with the fact that people are still here watching it. But I just think in terms of the game and the way that cricket is played these days, it's all a bit unnecessary. Rob Yates in to bowl to Hutton, wraps him on the pad, and the appeal for LBW, and then they will come through for a leg by. Hutton was reluctant to get going. 521 for 7.
Ollie Sargent, you may remember, he's our fantasy cricket updater. Hamid set to finish with 169 points from this game, Dave. So happy days for me. Thanks for the commentary. Enjoyed every minute as always. Thanks to you, Ollie, for your missives throughout the game.
It's the correspondence that keeps you going on a day like today,
yeah.
when Notts have done exactly what they needed to do. Admirably for the first 2 sessions. Yates is driven into the offside by James for a single. He's to 29. It scatters the pigeons, of which there are 5.
Dave, the Europa League, excellent innings. Why have Notts continued batting, Dave? Surely they should be attending to tidying up the over rate.
They don't need to.
No, they don't need to. It will revert to 0 because they didn't bowl for 8 hours, and that's the new regulation.
So Yates approaches once more, and Hutton drives him up towards mid-off, who's standing quite deep, Sam Hain, but they don't want a single. I think they would consider with Hutton there that their sort of catching positions are deep mid-on and a reasonably deep mid-off. Looks at the bottom of his bat. He's broken his bat. I need another bat. Oh.
I'm surprised if he's got a spare, actually. Brett.
Anybody lend me a bat?
Yeah, he's perhaps had that for several seasons, Brett. Dear, oh dear. There's a chunk that's come out of it. That's a lack of use. That's what that is.
There's that great clip on social media, isn't there, from the Women's Big Bash? Is it Grace Harris who was batting, and she says, "Oh, my bat's broken. Do you want to change it?" No, it'd be okay for one more ball. And she hits the next ball for 6, but the bat the breaks in 2, and half of it goes flying, but she still hits it for 6. Yeah. Grace and Laura Harris are great box office. They really are. We've got players lying down now. Somebody eventually locates a bat.
Well, this is
Fergus O'Neill, who's probably said, "Are either of these yours, Brett?" I don't recognise that.
I've just got these out of the skipper's bag. Wanted to steal Clarkie's, but he wouldn't let me. What do you reckon, mate? Whack that Webster for me.
Well, he's
demonstrating how to hold it.
Fergus likes the one with the white handle best, but he's going with the one with the black handle.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, mate.
Fergus, can I borrow this one? Can I borrow this one next match?
Can you sign it for me, Brett?
Yeah. A broken bat, will it be repaired or is it gone forever?
Gay and Beddingham still together, both with hundreds to the name now. 288 for 2, Durham. They need 48 more to beat Lancashire with 8 wickets left. That's
barring a deluge, they should get there, but I think they've done well to avoid the weather up there, because I've been keeping an eye on the radar today, and that area could easily have been hit by the showers. I think we had a little bit of fortune earlier when some pretty dark stuff came over, but we look like we're going to get through.
Radar Love. Was that Golden Earring?
Is Yates pushing forward in defences? What was that? Is it a song you were talking about? Or Radar Love?
Golden Earring.
Okay. It's not what I know. Probably know
I'll
it
bet
if I heard
it.
it.
Is, yeah.
Might look it up on my way home. I'll shout at Siri. So just holds this one back pace-wise, Yates, and it's pushed out into the offside by Hutton. For all the U's and R's, he's got plenty on it. He goes to 1, it's 523 for 7. It ticks over. There are 16 more minutes of exciting action remaining at Trent Bridge.
If they race through, they could get 5 overs in, so there's probably 3 overs left, 4 at most.
Hey, imagine what their over rate would be then if they got increasingly ahead of schedule.
Going to be Webster. The second new ball, in theory, will become due after 3 deliveries of this over. We've had one instance of this game of a polythene bag being produced for no reason whatsoever. It only lasted for 1 ball.
And your recommendation was to sneak it back in?
That's what I'd do.
It's not without merit.
Umpires for this game, Messrs Middlebrook and Pollard.
I mean, Josh Tongue will tell you got nothing on it in the first place.
No.
It's pitched and gone hit the
Yeah.
wicket-keeper's gloves.
Yeah.
I think everybody felt there was a nick at the time, apart from Josh.
5.23 for 7, and there's a nick, I think, from Brett Hutton to get him 4 down to the boards in front of the building site at the far end, and it got somehow between keeper and slip. 5.27 for 7. Brett Hutton up to 5.
Well, you know, for all that, I think we should have finished at 3:40. And future law, lovely, would be great if that's done. You've got to admire the competitive spirit of Bo Webster out here, who is wanted to take wickets. Has put some pressure on Notts.
I wonder if he'll take that second new ball. This is the second delivery of the over, and now Hutton will get his 6th run, pushing it into the gentle spaces on the offside. 5.28 for 7. Nottinghamshire. It's now going to be Lyndon James. So this is the ball that will take us up to 80 with that one. So the second new ball, actually the third ball, to be strictly correct, is due.
It'll be the third new ball, well, yeah.
Yeah. Webster bowls. This is turned to leg, fielded by Ethan Bamber. Popped off the field for a while after tea, but back out there now. 5.28 for 7. Next ball on its way and pushed back to him by Lyndon James, who's on 29. Solid job with the ball for Nottinghamshire. Lyndon James is the 4th seamer. This is the end of the over with another dot. Can we just say again, thanks to all the camera crew that's been in operation for this match. We've had a few lovely messages to pass on about the live stream, but over the course of the 4 days we've had a various number of camera operators, Lewis, Lee, James, Spence, Mahir, Henry, Wilson, Barney, all on duty for this one, and in the production office, Kirsty, Aaron and Imi looking after things. Thank you one and all, as always, for bringing us the pictures and being out there, not necessarily in the rain and cold for this match, but sometimes it's just as bad to be stood out there for long periods in the glare of the sun, and we thank you all.
Can we say a double thank you to whoever's job it was to fix the camera at the far end behind the bowler onto that scaffold above the corner of the Tunnel of Love, because that must have taken a bit of doing, and I wouldn't want to, that's for sure. Yates into Hutton, who reaches outside off stump, prods it into the offside for a single. He's 7. 529 for 7. 12 more minutes of cricket to go. There is a slight incentive to Warwickshire not taking these 3 wickets before 10-2, because otherwise they'd have to come out to bat for a few minutes. Which that would be into the realms of farcical. So this is driven by James into the offside for a single. Out towards Booth. Deep extra cover.
Thanks to Nikesh Ragani for being with us on the first day. Nasser Hanif did the weekend shift, and today we've had to rope in a couple of professionals. Jack Haynes this morning and Ben Slater this afternoon. Company very much enjoyed in the commentary box. And we had Grace Ballinger, of course, yesterday as well. Not forgetting Gracie.
Yates in, and that's going to be met on the full by Hutton. Bit of a chase out in the offside. They'll come back comfortably for 2. Sam Hain chases it down, gets a pat on the backside from Michael Booth for his efforts. Doesn't look like Zen Malik's going to have an over. He did have a brief over or 2 last season. But currently, because he's got the shin pads on, I suppose they could at some length have him take the shin pads out and bowl it over. So this is defended by Hutton, back up to the bowler. I don't think Alex Davis is in any hurry to bowl, and we know that Sam Hain will be beyond reluctant.
I'm sure Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington aren't fancying a bat either, so the status quo should be maintained.
Yates into Hutton, who defends. The only people who've got anything riding on this now are the bowlers, who would love to pad their first-class stats.
There's not a lot of much to play for over the last 10 minutes, it has to be said.
Yates in, Hutton pushes it out defensively again, end of another over. Interesting that the run rate for the day is below 3 and over, which, you know, when you know that Joe Clark and Carver Rayner were batting for so long, that you can see how responsible they were, how they didn't want to take any risks, and they did a thoroughly professional job to make sure that this game was absolutely safe. Oh, what discussion's going on here?
I don't know if it's about the new ball or not. No, the old one's on the ground and nobody seemed interested in picking it up. Umpire Pollard was stood there full teapot mode, and they're still having a bit of a chat. Have you got it? No, I haven't got it. Have you got it? They're not going to need it. Eddie, you're not going to need it, are you? Is he on the walkie-talkie?
He's on the walkie-talkie. I tell me they're not going to waste a new ball in this situation.
Somebody bring me another new ball.
We've had a duff batch today as well.
It's Bo Webster. Already bowled 21 overs. Oh, and he managed just to get that one under the bat. It went underground, that one. Lyndon James staying in his crease, trying to play him outside the off stump from his crease, and it just crept under the bat and thudded into the pads of Alex Davis. Rueful smile on the face of Webster. Collar a little untidy. One side down, another one sticking up. Bowls. Single for James, hitting it deepish mid-on for a single.
A correspondent who's new to me from Fairfax, Virginia, Liz Lynch, has got in touch.
Is that where the Blue Ridge Mountains are?
Absolutely. It's great to still have Laurel and Hardy references in 2026.
I'm sure the mountains are still there, aren't they? Next ball is pushed onto the offside.
Is it the Trail of the Lonesome Pine, isn't it?
Yeah, love it.
She says, greetings from Virginia. It's been a joy to be with you as always. Thanks for making it enjoyable for this night owl to be awake at 6 a.m. Because that's the start of play. It'll be 6 a.m. each day. More in a moment.
Webster, halfway through this particular over, which Houghton defends. 5-3-3 for 7 it remains.
I'm all in favour of shaking hands at tea, but I'd imagine the biggest fans would be the ground staff and cleaners. The ground staff would be well up for that.
Very
well
much
up
so,
for that.
yeah.
Anyway, best to you all, and 3 cheers for the championship, the best cricket of all.
Webster bowls, little gentle push into the offside. That's brilliant. What was your correspondent's name?
Liz Lynch.
Thank you, Liz. Thanks ever so much.
She says, P.S. Richard, when does the pod blast start? I have to listen live now. I'd hate to miss it. Go Bears. That's a good question.
Got the white pigeon back again. Webster bowls, turned away for runs. Or maybe just a single. Now they're going to settle for a single. Brett Hutton getting his 10th run. 5:34 for 7.
It's the Queen Pigeon. She rules all the pigeon boys. All the pigeon boys see the Queen Pigeon and they fall into fire below her. No, behind her, not below her. Yeah, she's in charge.
It's a white one. Me a swan? I'm not a swan. Oh, go on. It's a narky one, that one. You'll often see it chasing the others away.
It's the Queen. It's the Queen. In terms of the pod blast, we hope that we'll have the pod blast either side of the next championship games. We hope to put what's the T20s playing. We hope to have some episodes. It does not help that my co-host is currently playing for Worcestershire. That's a little bit tricky, but we'll see what we can do, Liz. But I'm really glad that you're a fan, as Rob Yates is preparing to bowl. Coming into bowl to Hutton, who leaves. It flicks off a pad and it's taken by Barnard at slip.
Paul Grunill. You're absolutely right, Dave. Radar Love was a hit by Golden Earring. It was their only UK hit. Thank you very much. That one slipped Richard by.
As next ball is defended by Brett. Oh no, I wasn't denying its existence.
No,
it's just
I slipped the memory. You'll hear it and you'll know it. And then
I know there's every possibility. Yeah. Yates is in again, defended by Hutton. 6 minutes to go.
Brian, great commentary from you all down there on Not's in danger of losing points. No, folks, no, Brian, no, everybody. No. New regulations this year. The over 8 doesn't apply unless you're bowling for 8 hours, and Notts were some way short of that.
It's defended into the leg side by Hutton. They need to listen through the day, because we explain it.
Yeah.
Thanks to my colleague in the press box who first explained it to me.
But people do have lives, Richard. There's
come
only yours that don't.
on. No. If we can't have one, I won't want one. Yates is in. Hutton defends it out into the offside. There's no run once again. 1 ball left in Yates' 23rd over. I was 3 when it was released, that song, Radar Love. Which isn't an excuse. I mean, it's not like I haven't heard any of the Beatles songs because they were in the 60s, is it? But, you know. Yates is in. Bowls on the full. And Hutton just steers it out in the offside. And there's no run. And we may be heading towards the final over of the day if they can make it last long enough. And if they choose a quirky deliverer of the over. Webster is moving forward slowly. Are they going to do anything quirky? I don't think they are. No.
I wish they'd take the second near ball just for
sheer wastage.
Just for Bant's factor. It's not going to, though. 5-3-4 for 7, Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton 10, Lyndon James 31. And today, in case you weren't with us, Warwickshire didn't get a wicket until the middle of the afternoon. Joe Clark out for 82. He'd been very watchful and resilient and cautious, and then Robbie Yates bowled him a ball that he mowed away on the leg side, went for 4. It was a bit scratchy. Got another one in the same spot, went for it again and missed it and was bowled. That was 466 for 5 as Webster bowls, and a defensive shot onto the offside. Kyle Verena was next out, shared in that lengthy partnership with Joe Clark, and he fell for 115. Dragging on from the bowling of Bo Webster. He went down on one knee to sweep and got it just very, very fine off the bottom of the bat. He was, he's only a diminutive fella. He was very low, down close to the ground, and it just rolled past him onto the stumps. This is cut away for a single into the offside. 5-3-5 for 7. That was Verena's 17th first class 100, 3rd for Notts, and then Liam Patterson-White out for just 5 for the second time in the game, caught at slip by Ed Barnard from the bowling of Rob Yates. 5-20 for 7 has become 5-35 for 7. They are going through every time wasting method possible, bar the loose shoelace. Delivery from Webster, which Hutton striding forward, gets an inside edge onto his pad. He's gone off on a little bit of a walk. He thinks he's a Seba Mead all of a sudden. And comes back. You've got to be a bit quicker, Brett, because Webster only goes back a pace, and he comes in and bowls. And this is again defensively played square of the wicket on the offside.
Been using my time wisely during this over. I don't recall ever having heard that song before in my life. Radar Love. It's like glam rock meets the blues, isn't it?
It's good stuff, mate. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I think you had to be.
I think
you had to be there at the time.
You did. Tiffany's nightclub, Grimsby, mid-70s.
Nice.
Just cut away onto the offside for a single by Hutton. Moves to 11. I'm sure the place doesn't exist anymore.
So we used to go for a hot night out, Grimsby.
First posting in the RAF.
Fair enough.
I was out there on the east coast, out in the sea almost, near Cleethorpes.
Yeah.
5:36 for 7.
You could have the ambition of having a big night out in Scunthorpe.
Okay, there's 1 ball left in the over. Hutton's gone for a walk. Webster's not in a hurry. Poor from Ed Barnard, because he could have run down and just had a tactical chat for 2 minutes. He's bowled, and well, Lyndon James will get another single. 5-3-7 for 7, and it's all on umpire Pollard how slow he can walk into the stumps. James Middlebrook isn't moving at all at this end. Alex Davis, fair to him, has galloped down to get in position at this end. They're all chatting out there, and at the end of this chat,
Ed Barnard's walking in slow motion past Lyndon James. The umpire is going to arrive.
They're all smiling, because they're all just looking at the clock and waiting for it to tick over to to 450. Umpire Pollard might say, I'm here in position. Get on with it. Get on with it.
Oh, he is as well. Oh,
Get on with it, you chaps.
I've got to say, he's getting double teapots from a few. He's saying, what am I meant to do? But it does still say 449. But there are points. I'm going to say, I'm not sure James Middlebrook agrees. And now James Middlebrook points to the clock saying 450 and says, I'm off. Like, it's brilliant from the umpire. He just points to saying 450 and says, that's it. That's it. A hard-fought draw here. I mean, Warwickshire had the ascendancy after 2 days. Nottinghamshire fought back very, very well. These are two teams who certainly have the quality to be in the top half of Division 1 when all is said and done in what I think is going to be a really interesting race this year. But Nottinghamshire declare on 537 for 7, with James on 33 and Hutton on 11. By the point they declared, they led by 357. I think you could have probably played another 2 days on this surface. But honours even, Dave. I offer you a mental handshake from this side of the desk. And hard-fought cricket, tough surface to take wickets on in the end.
Yeah, it's that handshake is returned in kind. A message from producer Kirsty. You seem to be very fascinated about the camera, which they call Wilson at the far end. So if Richard would like to hang about at the end and come and help us wind it down, it'd be very much appreciated. So there's an offer. Yeah, no,
no, to be fair, no, that's a lovely offer, and yeah, absolutely not. No.
I think we've just about said it all through the course of the 4 days, particularly the course of today, and particularly since tea. I'd just like to, I've thanked pretty much everybody. Just like to thank Richard as always for being such amiable and affable and entertaining company.
And equally, thank you for your hospitality as always, Dave. It's always a pleasure to come and work with you here.
Wish you and yours well, all you Bears fans. Yeah, I think you're going to have a good year. Very much looking forward already to the return later on in the year at Edgbaston. And that's just about it from Trent Bridge. We've seen the weather behave itself. We've seen two sides that have given their all. Certainly the first 2 days absolutely dominated by Warwickshire, but the surface ultimately enabled Nottinghamshire to show the necessary application in their second innings, put a big score on the board and get a draw. But it's the Bears who take the most points. They've got 16, Notts have 11. Warwickshire go to the top of the table and lead Somerset by 1 point. Notts are in action starting Friday. That's at Grace Road, Leicester, starting at 11 o'clock. God willing, I'll be there. The Bears are next in action in a fortnight's time at home a week on Friday to Yorkshire. And Richard and the team very much would enjoy your company for that one. From the entire team, and particularly thanks to everybody that's listened either just for a minute or two or for longer chunks, and for taking the trouble to get in touch. It's really appreciated. That's why we do it. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you all from us here at Trent Bridge. A very good night.